Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this, what day is it? February 6th, Community Development Committee. Clerks, can I get a roll call, please?
On the roll, Councillor Wong. Councillor Kara.
I'm here.
Councillor Dollywall.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
And are there any other councillors on the line? Mayor Gondek and Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you. The city of Calgary, where the Bow and Elbow rivers meet, was historically a place of confluence where the sharing of resources, ideas, and opportunities naturally come together. Long before Scottish settlers named it Calgary, the original Indigenous nations of this area had their own names for the land. In the Blackfoot language, it is called Moginsis. The Ethka-Nakota-Wiskatabe First Nations refer to this place as Wachispa Oyade, and the people of Tsuut'ina First Nation call it Gutsis. The Métis call the Calgary area Otusquany. We would like to take this opportunity to appreciate and acknowledge that we are gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot Confederacy, made up of the Siksika, Piikani, Amska Bibigani, and Kainai First Nations. The Ethka-Nakota-Wiskatabe First Nations, comprised of the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Goodstoney First Nations, and the Tsuut'ina First Nation. The city of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and the Oti-Pimeswa Métis government, Métis Nation Battle River Territory, Nose Hill Métis District 5, and Elbow Métis District 6. We, of course, acknowledge all Indigenous people who have made Calgary their home. Why is everybody here? I assume you are all here for tow truck tricks. Yeah, this is the obvious one. So first things first, can I get someone for a confirmation of agenda? Can I thank you, Councillor Kara. Any opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. And can I look to Councillor Wong for a confirmation of the agenda? Thank you so much. Any opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is, of course, carried. Chabot's not here, right? Cool. Councillor Penner, can I get you to move the minutes? Cool. Councillor Corral, can you move the minutes? Thank you
Happy
so
to move
much.
the minutes.
Any opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is carried. Now we get to start the fun part. So the day begins with 7.1, game plan, reimagining public recreation. So I'll let the team come up and get settled, and we'll go from there. So what'll happen for everybody, just so you know, I have a list of speakers here. Seems to be a lot more people in this room than are on this list. So after the presentation happens, what we'll do is we'll go through the procedure, and I'll talk you through the basics of it. But essentially, they'll do their presentation, and then we'll go immediately to the public. And so the public members will get a chance to speak. And then after your presentations, our committee will ask questions of administration, and then we vote. So before we even get to ask our questions, you get to make your statements. And that's a really important part of today, especially considering how many people are here. I'm assuming in support. So in the meantime, I think we can get started. So I'll hand the floor over to you.
Good morning, Chair Walcott and members of committee. I'm Heather Johnson, the Director of Recreation and Social Programs, and here with me today is my colleague, Florent Lebert. We're excited to be here today to talk to you about Game Plan, a long-term vision and strategy for public recreation. Before we get started, though, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible support from and engagement with the community represented in this room. Their dedication and passion have been instrumental in shaping the conversations that bring us here today, and I suspect you will hear from many of them after the presentation. Thank you all for being here. Your experiences and your voices are vital in reimagining public recreation. To start today, though, I want to share that Calgary's recreation system is not measuring up to serve the community you see here. And you might wonder, how did this happen? Well, it didn't happen overnight. The problems we're facing today have been building over decades. First, it's a testament to how intensely the facilities, the core of this system, have served and been loved by Calgarians. But secondly, it's the result of a choice to not invest. The vast network of facilities that characterized Calgary's recreation system in the 70s and 80s still exists today, and while every effort is made to extend the life of those facilities, Calgary has changed around them, and they no longer reflect a city of over 1.5 million people. We're asking you to see these spaces as the enabling infrastructure that allows us to impact people's lives in real, meaningful ways. Where we teach children how to swim to survive. Where recreation is a lifeline for our seniors, connecting them to vitality, community, and joy. And where everyone can participate in sport, helping to break down barriers and provide life skills that extend beyond the playing field. In the coming slides, we'll describe how Game Plan will renew our commitment to Calgarians for the next 25 years. Next slide, please. But first, I want to make sure that we all have the same understanding of the public recreation system. In Calgary, that system is made up of publicly accessible facilities, amenities, and programs. So the city owns and operates 50 facilities, and we own over 200 more facilities and amenities that are operated by partners, like some of the ones you see represented on the slide. Partnerships represent significant investment in community by the city, and together we make up the public recreation system. Next slide, please. Previous work, the Facility Development and Enhancement Study, identified needs, gaps, and overlaps in recreation services, and found that many city-operated recreation assets were at or nearing the end of their useful life and no longer meeting the needs of Calgarians. In 2019, Council directed administration to expand on that work, and that led to Game Plan. Also, in 2021, Council recognized the widening gap between available infrastructure and the needs of Calgarians, and they approved several capital projects, like the Soccer Centre Dome, opening in the next couple of months, and the Northeast Athletic Complex, for example. These investments were an attempt to catch up, but we continue to fall behind. You see, the city's recreation service line doesn't have a guiding framework like Route Ahead or Imagine Parks that council, partners, and administration can align to and strive towards. Without a strategic direction, we will continue to respond to facility failures as they happen and fall behind in programs and services. Next slide, please. So, to chart a course for the future of recreation, we're here today to ask that committee, first, adopt Game Plan as the strategic framework for public recreation to guide service and investment decisions and strengthen partnerships to enhance the system's collective impact. Second, to support the strategy, establish the making waves service level scenario to keep up with population growth and to close gaps in services. Third, direct administration to develop a capital project prioritization list and a funding strategy that encompasses all funding sources to lessen the impact on municipal taxes. And finally, direct administration to develop an implementation plan for the chosen service level. This will set the direction for future budget cycles beginning in 2026. Next slide, please. Game Plan reflects what we heard from Calgarians, and the results highlighted several areas for improvement. For example, certain areas of the city report significantly lower participation rates than other areas of the city. Thousands expressed their hope that in the future, the public recreation system can better meet their needs. And when asked, what do you think the city's role should be in public recreation, the top two responses were investing in community facilities and amenities and directly providing quality programs and spaces. These findings, among others, were used to develop all the components of Game Plan that we will now get into. Next slide, please. At the highest level, Game Plan declares a vision. Calgary is where people of all backgrounds play, connect, and create. Public recreation is a collection of active, affordable, and safe spaces that breathe life into our city. It's about kids learning the crucial life skill of swimming, seniors aging in place and maintaining social connections, and newcomers finding community. The vision is supported by a set of principles. Level the playing field. Game Plan seeks to remove barriers to participation, especially for children and youth. It takes a team. Ensuring the health, growth, and long-term sustainability of recreation is a team effort. Game Plan leverages a network of partners aimed at bringing opportunities closer to where people live by planning and working together in new ways. Change the game. Game Plan challenges historical definitions of recreation and promotes new ways of thinking about how and what we provide. Each principle is supported by clear, time-bound commitments and actions. Starting on page 27 of attachment 3, we will track and report system-wide measures to demonstrate the value of Council's investments. But all of these efforts will only be as effective as the facilities in place to support them. And currently, Calgary's inventory of aging facilities is not up for it. Florent will now walk us through a closer look at public recreation facilities. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Heather. Game Plan focuses on the 4 major recreation facility types: indoor aquatics, arenas, field houses, and athletic parks. Although they don't represent all recreation facilities, they require the largest investment and offer the largest range of sport and recreation activities. This diagram illustrates the history of investment in recreation infrastructure. Each dot represents an amenity, color-coded by type. The rectangles with dots inside represent large recreation centers that have multiple amenities. The chart in the background shows the population growth in Calgary, which has multiplied by 10 since the first indoor pool opened in Beltline in 1954. A few lessons can be drawn from this. The majority of recreation facilities were built more than 40 years ago and have reached the end of their useful lives. Inconsistent funding from all levels of government has led to prolonged periods without investment. And while a handful of larger facilities were built in the early 2000s and late 2010s, they were insufficient to meet demand, as they all reached capacity shortly after opening. We now stand at a crossroads. Since the opening of the last recreation facility in Seaton 6 years ago, the population of Calgary has grown by 300,000 people. That is more than the population of Regina, and no extra capacity has been built to absorb this growth in our system. On the path to a city of 2 million people by 2050, we are facing 2 critical challenges: addressing the needs of a rapidly growing city and dealing with aging facilities that won't last another 25 years. Next slide, please. This diagram tells the story of recreation in 2050 without dedicated funding. The shaded icons indicate the facilities that will close. This is the going under scenario. Many challenges come with all facilities. They are typically small, with few amenities and limited capacity. They face disruptive closures, and they can be up to 4 times more expensive to operate per square foot than a recently built facility. There comes a point where it is no longer feasible or advisable to keep such facilities open. 4 pools have already closed in the last 10 years, and a couple more will soon follow. Over the next 25 years, an additional 10 pools will have to close in the inner city. This means that vast areas of the city will no longer have reasonable access to a pool. Recreation deserts in growth communities will expand. Many programs and services will be cut. The difficulties parents currently face in registering their children for swim lessons will pale in comparison to those of the next generation of parents. For arenas, over 40% of our ice inventory will be lost. Simply put, sports like hockey and ringet will become inaccessible for the majority of Calgarians. Existing indoor fields today only meet half of the demand, while sports like soccer are facing explosive growth. Without more field houses, clubs will be forced to cap registrations and turn people away. it doesn't have to be this way. Next slide, please. The recommended scenario, Making Waves, addresses these challenges by renewing facilities in the inner city and developing new facilities in the growth areas. Our approach includes the consolidation of the older single-use aquatic centers into larger facilities with all the amenities that we see in newer centers. While 10 pools will be closed, 14 new recreation centers will be built, and 6 existing facilities will be renovated and expanded. This will provide enough capacity to eliminate wait lists for swim lessons. A similar approach includes replacing old, small arenas with larger, multi-ice sheet ones in the inner city, and the addition of 8 new twin arenas in the new communities. The number of field houses will increase from 5 to 13, more than doubling our capacity. The Making Waves scenario is what is needed to serve Calgarians, regardless of where they live. But we understand that we live in an environment of competing priorities. Next slide, please. A third scenario, Staying Afloat, prevents the collapse of recreation services. The total number of aquatic centers will be reduced by 1. However, by replacing older facilities with larger ones and adding new facilities in the growth areas, our capacity to deliver swim lessons will remain. This scenario will not eliminate the existing 24,000 spot waitlist for swim lessons at city-operated facilities, but the level of service will not degrade from today. While significant investment in arenas will still be required to replace the old ones, people will face increasing difficulty accessing ice, especially during prime-time hours. Demand for indoor fields will only be partially addressed with the addition of 5 field houses, doubling today's capacity. Next slide, please. We are facing considerable challenges today, and these challenges will only intensify over time. Game Plan offers a path forward to tackle these challenges head-on. Making Waves, the recommended scenario on the right side of the table, will require an investment of $200 to $250 million per year. The pared-down Staying Afloat scenario in the middle column will need $100 to $150 million per year. Now, to be clear, these numbers represent the total investment required to renew and build new recreation facilities. In the implementation plan, we will develop a funding strategy that explores all possible funding sources, including government grants, private investments, and other available financing tools to minimize the burden on municipal taxes. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Florent. Committee, we're asking you to adopt a strategy that will create the recreation system that Calgarians are telling you they want and need. Game Plan tells some hard truths about the current state in Calgary. It tells a story about how investments don't meet the needs of people in our city. But there's more to it than that. Economically, recreation shapes neighborhood choice. It supports employee attraction and retention. It drives investment and diversifies the economy. Environmentally, the renewal or replacement of aging facilities is crucial to achieving climate goals and to reduce the cost of operating facilities. From a growth perspective, we talk about the importance of densifying and the Calgarians we need to house. But these are the amenities and experiences that make people want to live here. And of course, what we all think about is our health, physical, mental, and social. Recreation helps people recover from illness or injury. It mitigates feelings of stress and alienation and fosters feelings of connection with our neighbors. It provides for foundational skill development, like drowning prevention, physical literacy, and teamwork. Game Plan is about more than bricks and mortar. It's about making a commitment to Calgarians that we will continue to be a source of health and wellness for years to come. Committee, choosing a service level can feel abstract, but really the decision that faces you today is, does every child learn to swim? Or do parents continue to get up at 5 in the morning only to have their child placed on a wait list? Does every child get to play the sport they love? Or do children get turned away because the league is out of space? Is there a community hub that brings newcomers together and where seniors feel connected? Or are there just not enough spaces to accommodate everyone? You're deciding whether Calgary will remain one of the most livable cities in the world. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much. Before we get to questions, of course, we're going to go to the public first, but I need to do some audience shuffling. The back 2 rows, right, we are about to have a school group come in here, and I was alerted that because of how many people showed up today, the little road reserve signs didn't really help us. And so they're about to walk in. They were supposed to be here at 9:45, but weather's there. So if you have extra seats beside you, if you've got space in and around you so that we can help the people clear out of that back row, please shuffle as you can so that we can get a grade 4 class in here. This is an exercise of the day. And while people are up, if your name is Katrina Lemedone, Brenda Drake, Keith Driver, Aaron Rutan, and Ariana Kippers, you can come down here because you're going to be on the first panel anyway. So, might save you some time. Thank you all for doing that so much. I think it's probably, we bring in people from school groups all the time, so they'll be in here soon, and usually they get caught in a meeting around audit or something related to tow trucks, which they almost did today if the agenda went a different direction. This is probably one of the rare opportunities where a school group is going to come in and the meeting, the items that you're speaking to will be directly the things that they care about in the most direct way. So thank you for shuffling. I know it's awkward sitting beside strangers. I hate it, so respect. Make new friends. For how this is going to go, because we have so many speakers, we organize them into panels. So for those of you who've not been a part of a public hearing or a committee hearing before, essentially what it'll be is that everyone will have 5 minutes to speak. It's kind of a harsh timeline. There is lights and a timer at the station up front here. What it'll do is you're completely okay when it's green. It'll move down to yellow when you're getting close, and then red when you're in the last 10 seconds, just so that you can wrap up. For the purpose of time, I'm going to be relatively strict with a plus or minus 5 seconds. So I'm going to be like red light, wrap up, so that we can get through all the speakers. However, that's not the only thing that you get a chance to answer to, is because if committee has questions for a panel or any individual that's on a panel, after all 5 speakers have gone, committee can ask them questions, and you will just be able to continue sharing your story depending on what the questions of my colleagues are for you. The only reason we have such a time limit is actually, for most days, it's not really a big deal because there's only a few people. It's when there's days like this, where if we have an unrestricted time limit, we'd be here for days before we could give these 2 administrators a chance to actually go do this work. So keep that in mind when you're here, and we'll be ready with our questions at the end of the panel. So first up, Katrina Lemedone. You can come to the mic and the floor is yours.
This one. Good morning. Thank you so much for giving Sport Calgary and myself the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Heather and Florent, for the presentation. I think we see from not just this panel, but the entire council here that there's a lot of support to continue to make, as Heather said, Calgary the most livable city. Sport Calgary was very proud to be a part of the consultations with Game Plan, and so I thank Heather and her team for that opportunity to have the voice of sport. And again, it's wonderful to see so many individuals being able to also be here and speak in support of this. I think one of the big things in our community is how we define sport, because often people say sport is registered, it's not for me, it's, it means competition. To us, sport and recreation and activity is about part of how everyone should live. And it shouldn't be an extra, it should be a right. And right now, the work that Sport Calgary is doing, thank you to the support of administration and council, we're able to go across the city and brings free sport discovery. We've continued to do that, but with our one-time funding, we've expanded on that. And we've been into communities with many equity-deserving groups, and we have seen that opportunity that they have not been given before. And when we look at the state of our facilities, that opportunity is not going to continue. We continue to grow every day at rates that we can't keep up with. And so when you look at the different options, and Heather and Florent talked about making waves, that I think is about just keeping it accessible for where our city will be, not just in 25 years, but in the next few years. We know what sport does, and it was mentioned during the presentation. It's about physical health, but it's about mental health, and we are in a health crisis. And it's about social health. We have experienced through our events and the initiatives that we have so many individuals who feel that they don't belong. And we want everybody in this community to belong. And many people who want the opportunity to speak couldn't make it here because of different barriers. And those are the barriers we see every day in our work. So we thank you for this consideration of game plan, but looking to keep our community to be the best community. Myself, like so many others, we came here for sport, and we chose to stay and to raise our families here because of the opportunities. And we want to make sure that that's not just for this next generation, but for the generation afterwards. So thank you for your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I will turn it over to other colleagues who are speaking on behalf of various sports. But on behalf of Sport Calgary, we support Game Plan. We've been proud to be a part of it. And we will continue to be a part of this team moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll have you just relax after the end of all the speakers. We'll see if there's any questions. So next up is Brenda Drake.
Hello, my name is Brenda Drake. During the last 40 years, I have lived in and swam in the pools of the northwest quadrant of inner city Calgary. I have been a member of Foothills Master Swim Club for 27 years. I speak today not as a designated spokesperson of the Foothills Master Swim Club, but as a concerned citizen. However, some of my views, in particular the underutilization of pools like Foothills, are shared by many of my fellow swimmers. I stand here as an advocate for Foothills Pool, for adequate pools in the inner city, and with an awareness of climate change as a driving force for future city policies. During the past 10 years, I have seen several inner city pools close. They include the Old Y on 5th Avenue, the Sate Pool, where I swam for many years as a Sate alumni, and the Eau Claire Y. Although only one of these pools is city-owned, Inglewood, the loss of these pools represent a vast loss of opportunity. In the past, when Foothills was closed for repairs or maintenance, we were able to access comparable times at Sate or at Shoaldice. This problem is compounded by the underutilization of the City of Calgary pools. Unable to swim at Foothills on Saturdays once COVID restrictions were lifted, we received time at Renfrew. When Renfrew closes for repairs in April, we are going to Inglewood, which is a far drive from most of the catchment basement for Foothills. As the city has grown, the city is focused on constructing buildings in the suburbs, while older pools like Foothills only get Band-Aid repairs. When these older pools age out and are torn down, the lack of pool times will become even more acute, while inner city neighborhoods such as the University District, Capitol Hill, Mount Pleasant, and Tuxedo Park, where I live, densify. Foothills Pool is underutilized. These residents face a hollowed-out pool offering, overcrowding in existing pools, and long drives to access swimming. Acknowledging the city's climate change policy, it is important to provide adequate pools that serve a growing inner city. It is important to note that Foothills stands close to the C train. Swimming is an important skill for children to learn. Seniors also benefit. especially when disease prevents participation in other forms of exercise. Personally speaking, I experience both mental and physical health in large part due to the fact that I've been a member of a swim club. Swimming in community has brought me friendship, fellowship, as well as role models and mentors into my life. Several years ago, I was diagnosed with a neurodegenerative disease. It's a painful disease to live with. Regularly swimming allows me to stay off prescription drugs, which come with unpleasant and health-compromising side effects. To conclude, I have witnessed swim times wither in the Northwest inner city neighborhoods at a time when the area is densifying at an extraordinary rate. Pools in this area should be 100% utilized. When they are torn down, they need to be replaced. As climate change accelerates and densification intensifies, we will want pools that we can walk to, cycle to, take public transit to, or drive short distances to. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The next speaker is Keith Driver. No Keith Driver yet? That's okay. Moving on. Aaron Rutan.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wolcott, for having me today. My name is Erin Rattan. I am here on behalf of Calgary Bicycle Track League, which is CBTL, of which I'm the current board president. Our organization has been responsible for running track cycling programming at the Velodrome in North Glenmore Athletic Park since 1975. We've done so, we've held a lease on the land in the infield of that velodrome for that entire time, and we've done this as a partner with the City of Calgary. If you're not familiar with what a velodrome is, which I'm sure many of you are not, it's a cigar-shaped track with banked walls, which you can ride a track bike on. Our velodrome in Calgary here is made of concrete. It's 400 meters. Banks are 35 degrees. The construction for this began in 1974, but our facility did open in 75, so we're 50 years old. In January 20th, CBTL was informed by the city that they would not be renewing our 5-year lease as we had initially planned, and instead we'd get a lease renewal until October of 2026. The site is needed for expansion of the adjacent Glenmore water treatment plant. So that's sort of the context that brings me here today. There's a lot more details in the letter that I submitted with my request to speak. I'm not going to read that to you. You're adults. You can read it yourself. I do encourage you to read that, though. So we're that aging infrastructure that game plan spoke to earlier. While we see game plan, I understand it's meant to be sort of a North Star for the direction of recreation in Calgary. We feel that there's a few pieces that are missing. The loss of the velodrome, for example, is going to shift those bookable hours. We're considered a field, according to recreation, so we know that with the velodrome going away, those field hours are going to go down. But to be clear, CBTL, we're not opposed to game plan. In fact, we're quite in line with the principles of the plan. We agree with this, that the city should be removing barriers to sport participation, not just for children and youth, but also for all equity-deserving groups and underrepresented groups in Calgary. This is exactly what CBTL has been doing for the last 50 years. We've been making cycling accessible to youth, to women, to seniors, to athletes with disabilities, and to folks of low socioeconomic status, and we've been doing so in partnership with the City of Calgary. We offer more than 575 hours of programming to Calgarians during summer hours. The equipment and coaching is provided, and our average membership is 65% women and youth and 20% seniors. But we don't feel we see ourselves represented in the game plan, which is why we're here. We know we're not the only niche sport out there that feels that way, and we really don't want to be left behind when we're considering infrastructure investments. So track cyclists right now are on the brink of losing the only facility that we have for our sport. The nearest velodrome is 300 kilometers away. And we may not have the volume of participants that sports like soccer and hockey and swimming have, but we do have a vast sport legacy. And I did submit a list of athletes. You'll have to forgive me, I missed a few of them in the document, and I'm sure that there will be a few more that I missed as I continue to talk to the community. I'm going to correct myself right now. Since 1992, CBTL has developed 14 of Canada's Olympic and Paralympic cyclists. Those 14 individuals have brought home 10 of 22 Olympic and Paralympic medals in the sport of track cycling. That's 45% of Canada's medals in this sport from a single velodrome, an old concrete 400-meter track. It's the longest operating velodrome in Canada, and we're on the brink of losing our facility. So unlike some other sports with a large volume, we don't have other facilities to go to. So when this one goes, so does our sport. And with that goes all the institutional knowledge of the sport. We aren't just going to be able to pick up in 5 years' time and start producing Olympians again. It simply doesn't work that way. If the city wants to maintain our sport legacy, we need to work towards making sport, or continue to work towards making sport accessible with our partners like CBTL to ensure that the big picture plans, when those are made, they're inclusive of some of those with fewer voices. So as you're considering game plan today and what that looks like for the next 20 years of sport, please consider provisions for all facilities and look towards more rather than less funding, even those aging ones that maybe you haven't heard of. CBTL, we're here, we want to stay here. The velodrome is an amazing asset to activate spaces in unique ways, and any space, it can be downtown, it can be a field, it can really be anywhere, and we want to work with you to find a way to do that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and well-timed. Before I go to the next speaker, I want to introduce the school group, and I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Meehan to do so.
Thanks, Councillor Walcott. Just for context, for those who maybe it's their first time in Chambers, we have something called City Hall School at City Hall, where schools from around the city can come and spend some time at City Hall for a couple of days and learn what it is that we do. And usually they come into council chambers as the group behind you just has from Citadel Park School. It's Miss Setchel's class, which is a grade 4 class. And they are here to ask a big question, which is how can we make sure our actions have a positive impact on our future legacy? And so for context for the class who just walked in, who maybe doesn't know what we're talking about today, we are having a big community discussion about recreation. So how many of you play sports by show of hands? Oh, looks like just about everybody. And playing sports, we need spaces. We need fields to play sports and ice rinks and swimming pools in order for us to stay active. But all of those things cost money. And so we're having a conversation with the community today about what kind of investment level would they like to see in those things. Are we going to spend less money on those things in the future, the same amount of money, or more money? And when we think about how our actions can have a positive impact on our future legacy, I think we have some amazing people in the audience who have come here today to have an impact on our future legacy by coming and speaking for the things that they really care about. So that's why you see so many people in the audience. That's not always how it is. And a lot of young people too, which is very exciting. So if you don't mind just standing up, the class, and we will acknowledge you. Thank you so much for being here. You can have a seat now. And your counselor, Councillor Wyness, will be joining you at some point to explain a little bit about what she does and what happens at the city. But otherwise, just sit tight and enjoy the conversation.
Thank you so much, Councillor Meehan. That brings us to our next speaker, Ariana Kippers, please.
All right, thank you. First off, I will be talking about community, so I wanted to describe what that is. Community is a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common or having similar interests. As we can see, we have a lot of community here who are interested in sports and facilities. So my name is Ariana Kippers. I'm currently employed with the City of Calgary in the Office of Ward 9. I am here on my own time to speak on behalf of myself and community members who have shared their concerns with me. Yesterday was National Girls and Women in Sports Day, a day to celebrate and inspire girls and women to play and be active and to realize their full power. The confidence, strength, and character gained through sports participation are the very tools girls and women need to become strong leaders in sports and life. As a child, I had the opportunity to explore a diverse range of sports through community groups, camps, and programs at the local rec center. As I entered my early teen years, I began volunteering as a junior camp leader at the Village Square Leisure Center. This experience deepened my connection to the community, helped me develop valuable skills, and allowed me to take on new challenges while making a positive impact on others. The recreation centers in Calgary have played a pivotal role in shaping who I am today. Sports have also been an integral part of my journey as they cultivate qualities of leadership, support, and motivation, traits that are more crucial than ever in today's world. For these reasons, I fully support the game plan's proposal before you today and the opportunity it presents to create meaningful change for generations to come. We must choose to make waves so we can book 40% more swim lessons and 25% more ice time for hockey, ringette, skating, etc. During my time as a community connector, I had the privilege of engaging with a diverse range of residents, many of whom expressed concerns about the lack of recreational facilities and sports options. These concerns were voiced by both individuals and families alike. Our community recognizes the pressing need for spaces where people can connect, stay active, and enhance both their physical and mental well-being, especially as these challenges continue to rise. In East Calgary, we currently have only one indoor facility, Babahan, which is insufficient to serve the needs of our rapidly growing population. As our community has diversified, investments in public recreation have failed to keep pace. Residents are eager for facilities like the Genesis Center, which regularly sees large turnouts for events, programs, and social activities. While we are making do with the limited resources, the reality is that we deserve a more expansive space that can serve even more individuals, ultimately enriching the lives of all those who participate. The current state of our recreation facilities also means that opportunities such as swimming lessons are limited. On more than one occasion, I have missed out on registering my children for swimming lessons simply because I was unable to secure a spot during the early morning registration window. These are essential life-saving skills that many children in our community are missing due to insufficient resources. Similarly, our seniors lack access to aquatic exercise programs, which are vital for maintaining mobility and strength. Moreover, we lack accessible spaces where young children, like the young girl in my neighborhood, can safely splash around with friends and siblings from her wheelchair. Expanding our recreational facilities will also bring additional employment opportunities, creating jobs for lifeguards, instructors, and staff to ensure these spaces are well maintained and operate smoothly. I echo the sentiments of General Manager Katie Black. We must seize this moment to invest in the future, one where recreation enriches our lives, strengthens communities, and ensures equitable access for all. It is time for us to make waves in our city's future. No matter what community you live in, this is how you put your communities and every single resident living in them first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to the end of this panel. Looking at the queue to find out if there's any questions or if I can release you. You are released. Thank you so much. We're going to organize the next panel. So wherever there's a seat, I guess. Can I please get, so our next speakers will be Steve Smith, Vesper Lee, perfect, Sheila Taylor, I saw you earlier, there you are, Dean Dodge, and Destiny Whitney. Let's do it. Emotional support group. I see.
If you wouldn't mind, may Vesper Lee speak before me?
Yes.
It'll flow better.
You, Steve Smith?
Yes, we say Smythe, but...
Smythe. I was going to ask because of the Y, so apologies. Let me just, perfect, okay. Well, we'll start with Vesper first, and then we'll go to Steve Smythe.
Good morning. My name is Vesper Lee, and we are with the SBR Softball Association. The Game Plan Initiative supports not only physical community development, but also the development of relationships, grit, and everlasting friendships. Softball has done so much for me and the girls standing beside me, but also many girls who struggle to find belonging in other sports. I'm a relatively newer Calgary citizen, and when I moved here 3 years ago, I struggled with finding my place in this city. Once softball season rolled around, I spent many days with my team not only practicing our sport, but creating impacting lifelong friendships. Softball is a girls-only sport which is uncommon, but it provides a much better sense of community than other options. Here standing with me are current members of SBR softball: Skylar McGrath, Faye Zagorski, Clara Fisher, Ryan Schneider, Mael Trudell, Sydney Holmes, and Taylor Smythe to speak on what this would mean for us.
I love softball because you make friends and it's really fun. It teaches us good sportsmanship when you win and lose. I've learned that practice and hard work has made me a better ball player. I want to keep playing college softball, maybe one day play in the Olympics.
I'm coming up with my 4th year of SBR softball, and I'm looking forward to many more. I love being a part of SBR softball because it's girls only, so there's no comparing boys and girls. Another reason is that it builds really good friendships between you and your teammates because you share the same interests and are there to support one another. You learn how to win and lose as a team, which builds good character. As a pitcher in U15, I have noticed that fields we see in other places in Alberta are much more developed than Calgary. If a player steps in one of the many gopher holes in the outfield, that could cost them a season or more. And taking a look at our current fields, that's a lot of young girls' seasons being cut short. When we show up to practices at school fields, our practices always feel interrupted by something roaming around. Our sport needs a place to go. It will be a place to feel part of something big, to connect with teammates, to feel safe, and to have fun.
I play for the SBR U15 Rockies. I've been playing ball for 7 years, and something that has caught my attention is that we don't have any diamonds to call home. As a group, the Rockies have been wanting to stand out to be one of the teams that has a memorable diamond during tournaments and league games. Being part of the league with great potential, we would love to be grateful, have a group of girls that can feel professional and special.
I play for the U13 SBR Rockies Division I team. To me, the softball diamond is the best place to go to clear your mind. For example, I had a bad day at school and need somewhere to burn off some gas. The diamond is the best place to go. It encourages people from all different ages to continue playing softball and be enthusiastic to play the sport. It makes girls who are younger say to themselves, I want to play there one day. And they'll keep pushing and they'll one day achieve their dreams. At the diamonds we're trying to build, we need a place to go.
Our annual softball tournament hosts over 1,000 student athletes, and each year we are separated to 8 different locations due to the fact that we cannot play on baseball diamonds because of the mound. Having a place to go would be easier for fans, umpires, and create a sense of unity within the association. We attract more traveling teams because we'd be more accommodating to their needs. It'd be an opportunity for players to showcase and grow their skills in an electrifying and a competitive environment, which brings out the best in every player. By improving our diamonds, it'd make them more appealing. And the saying, look good, feel good, play good. I know the importance of watching the game at a higher level because I truly became invested when I saw the Olympic softball team play.
Softball is also not only about the game, it's about confidence, teamwork, and creating opportunities for many young girls. The regular season is where hearts are strengthened and leaders are built, while giving girls a place to go that feels like home. A place to go will strengthen and create a better outlook on softball and the community that will grow from it, bringing girls together. As a player whose community softball career is coming to an end, we believe that these diamonds will help bring young girls to the sport as well as opportunities to upcoming players and evolve softball as a whole among Calgary.
Currently, there is limited field space, indoor and outdoor, for many athletic activities. Our softball association is required to drive all around the city for practices and games because of the lack of accessibility and resources that are available right now. It will not only attract more young athletes, but keep girls in the sport. Softball not only provides many skills within the sport, but life skills as well that are carried through the lives of alumni. Softball provides girls of all ages with a sense of belonging and provides them with female role models. Game Plan provides more opportunities for community involvement to grow and develop, and allows for increased engagement in a sport that is so vital to many girls. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't clap in here, but there's a spiritual clap happening, right? Yeah, there's a, now, don't do that. No, don't bias the room. I'm sorry. Steve Smythe, you're up next.
Thank you, Rockies. Just for your reference, you're in the presence of many city and provincial champions. So if you got the feeling you were in the presence of greatness, that would be correct. This support for this program is so important, and I'll share 2 reasons, at very least, why game plan and making waves should be adopted. First, it's so important that we maximize the return on this investment that we make in sport. Second, we need to improve access. So on maximizing our investment, if you can picture the beautiful diamond off 130th in New Brighton, if you've seen it, picture that right now. It's beautiful. Big black fence around the whole area, dugouts, grass infield, and there it sits empty. Why? Because it's built on an island and there's no other supporting infrastructure. It's so important to have a strategy when we build these things, because we can't just be like, tick, look on our graph, we have another diamond. It has to be what the users need. If that was surrounded as a hub of infrastructure with other diamonds, it would be flooded with use all the time. So this strategy is so important. Second is access as a reason why that diamond does not get utilized as it should. So if my Rockies were to challenge council to an exhibition game, and we would smoke you, by the way, unless you got a deal, we would pay $2.08 or $4.16 to play on the diamonds off Deerfoot and 16th Ave in the north. Now, there's other diamonds, Pop Davies, for example, which I've discussed with Councilman Cara. These diamonds look identical to the Deerfoot diamonds. They're in about the same condition. They cost 10 times the amount as those Deerfoot diamonds. If I plopped you on either one, you'd be like, these look exactly the same. It's like there's for sale a Honda Civic, a 1995 Honda Civic for $5,000 there, and yet it's 50 grand on Pop Davies. It doesn't make sense. It's classified as a Class C, and maybe 50 years ago it was, but it certainly isn't now. And hence, it's underutilized at about 60% and almost no youth involvement. We need a strategy to make sure we're maximizing the use and accessibility of these diamonds. Now, this must be absolutely daunting because everybody here has a valid claim. And whenever I've attended game plan seminars, and I picture the committee sitting there like a mother robin feeding its young, and there's 400,000 little birds with their mouths open saying, feed me, and they all need nourishment. I can attest that what these players have spoken to you about, that softball does lag behind the rest of Alberta. When we travel around, they talk about at provincials in Grand Prairie, which we won gold, by the way, the incredible diamonds that they saw. And this sport could be the poster child of sport that hasn't had investment, and it needs it badly. In fact, for provincials, there's often a shortage of host teams or host cities. And Calgary, as the largest center, is not in a spot to effectively host a medium or large-sized tournament. So we adamantly support making waves. As our youth committee sat here and talked about what we wanted to say, it was Vesper, as she thought carefully about what the message was, and she said, you know, we need a place to go. So this bird is standing here, and I've talked to Councilman Carr about this, and not only are we asking for support, but we have a specific plan that can improve underutilized facilities, turn them into absolute hubs of energy and activity, and we have a plan with engaged private sponsors who are ready to move. And we hope that as we circulate this plan that you'll support, and it can be an example of how we can work together with private enterprise. I have 2 daughters, and Taylor shared with you how seeing the Canadian women play in the Olympics inspired her to want to play more competitively. My other daughter plays more recreationally, and when we were first starting, she's like, I don't know if I want to play softball. I don't know if it's for me. We happened to attend a UNLV Rebels NCAA game in Las Vegas. About $6 a ticket, probably the best value in Las Vegas. And after we sat there and watched the game under the lights and saw the passion what they played for, we walked away from that diamond in that game, and Tessa said, I think I want to play softball. And she's still playing today. We need this investment so that these star athletes behind me can inspire other youth to join the sport and grow it. We need a place to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Sheila Taylor. Good luck.
Wow, some pretty tough acts to follow, but it's actually quite inspiring to hear your stories and be grounded in that. Thank you very much for having me here today. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Sheila Taylor, and I am the CEO of Parks Foundation Calgary. It's wonderful to see all of you. The Parks Foundation is a civic partner organization with the City of Calgary, as you know, and we exist so that Calgarians can enjoy a healthy lifestyle by providing easily accessible, unique sport and green spaces. While we are probably most known for the park and outdoor spaces that we create, we are very much entrenched in the sport community and consider the provision of sport amenities, whether indoor or outdoor, a very important part of what we do. Unlike many of the other organizations here today, our role is really to be that glue of the various partners that are present. Some of our community partners that we work with already are here today. We work with donors, community groups, with the cities and other partners to create many new places. And we're here today to provide our support and endorsement of this game plan document. We look forward to working together to support creating more accessible, affordable, and available recreation opportunities for Calgarians. One thing I wanted to highlight, which has been hinted at, and I wouldn't want to take away from the conversation, is that game plan doesn't really address community-driven infrastructure at the small and medium-sized level. So we hope as this strategy moves forward, hopefully it will, that becomes part of the larger conversation, how we can encourage and break down barriers that are faced by community groups, like this group that spoke before us who's trying to enhance softball opportunities. We have soccer groups in the crowd. We have cricket, who we've spoken to as well, many community groups who want to be part of taking charge and leading forward with the creation of new spaces. I was very encouraged in the review of game plan to see there was a lot of talk about partnership creation to come and a lot of talk about leveraging funding, which is where the Parks Foundation can certainly come in and be here to support. But we hope that will become a greater part of the discussion going forward. I know when you're looking at major, large recreation facilities, smaller community-led initiatives can seem like a drop in the bucket. But I do think they're a really important part of the picture for many reasons. They support strategies of having recreation amenities close to home, within walking distance or through accessible transportation, which I think is very important. And then of course, it allows the city's funds to be stretched further. So the overall message that I would like to leave today is that we're here to support the city and community groups as this move forward. But I do have an ask that the city would consider, one, looking at small to medium-sized amenities in the future as part of an overall strategy. Two, that barriers that those groups face to carrying out their project be really studied and considered, because our view at the Parks Foundation is that those barriers are increasing. And I'm not simply talking about funding barriers. There are other barriers that I would say that are also increasing for community groups to be able to carry their projects out. And then lastly, I hope that leveraged funding programs would be considered as the city considers overall funding for game plan, leverage funding that would allow community organizations to be able to kickstart their projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. The next is Dean Dodge.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Dean Dodge. I work for a charity called Vekova. Vekova is a charity that works with people with disabilities and for people with disabilities. We work in housing, employment programs. We have cart retrieval at the airport. We do bottle pickup, other social enterprises, mental health programming, community access programming, where our consumers, our citizens, take part in many city-owned facilities and library facilities and public facilities and public parks as well. And we are definitely in support of the City of Calgary game plan. We want to highlight the importance of 3 areas of feedback from the surveys and the proposed plan that can help the City of Calgary meet expectations for people with disabilities. And and we're prepared to help to ensure that inclusion and access is fully incorporated into the plan. Before I start, if I could just give all my time back to the girls' team, that was absolutely fantastic. And as a lifelong coach and supporter of sport, that's what sport is about, right? It's not just learning to hit a ball, it's communicating, it's diversity, it's inclusion, and being a good community citizen. So, well done. And same thing with swimming lessons. Swimming lessons aren't just a swimming lesson. One of the #1 reasons children under 12 die is through drowning. So when you think of swimming lessons, think of a life skill. So Vekova, our 3 areas, we believe the game plan supports is improving accessibility and recreation. And accessibility is not just a button on a door. It's how the programs are offered, how they're run, how they're taught, how they're inclusive. We also believe in the vision of expanding inclusive and adaptive recreation. And there is a clear gap in adaptive recreation. And when I say adaptive, that could be for seniors, for people with disabilities, for youth, for people with mental health issues. And we also know that there needs to be more training in that. The third area which we see the game plan supporting is the sustainable investment and equity in recreation services, including parks, sport facilities, and community hubs. And those spaces definitely need to be inclusive and disability-friendly spaces. So just speaking about disability, the rate of people self-declaring that they have disabilities has increased. The people aged 15 and up in Canada, that percentage is now at 27%, where people self-declare of having at least one disability. Not all disabilities are visible. And the other thing about disabilities is that it's the only barrier population or minority population that any one of us could become part of any day due to an accident, a medical concern. So you have to have that when you're thinking of what disability and accessibility means for recreation as well, please. So Vekova, besides the other things I mentioned that Vekova does, we also have a small health and recreation center in the northwest end of Calgary. And we made a difficult decision this year to announce the closure of that center. So at the end of June, our aquatic health and fitness programming will cease. And that's one center. So it's a 55-year-old center, much like many of the other city-owned and city-partnered centers. And the impact that that has had in our community is immense. We've had thousands of people reach out to us about the personal impact in their life. Some people saying it was a thing that saved their lives, taking part in those programs. And many, many people I know have reached out to council, to the province, to the feds to support activities like Game Plan, because they see that it's not just a loss of a swimming lane or a fitness class, but it's a loss of community and inclusion. So I would strongly suggest that City Council and this committee support the full version of Game Plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last speaker on this panel is Destiny Whitney. Oh, I thought Destiny Whitney was... Okay, Destiny Whitney is not with us. I'm going to return at the end to call people who have been missed in case they come back or are late, weather, roads, etc. So with that, we'll move to questions of this panel. I see Councillor Wong in the queue. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. To the Rockies, I don't have a question for you, more of a statement in here. Steve, thank you for your presentation, your acknowledgement of the provincial and city champions. I think most of you may realize as well, we also have Canadian Olympian champions in the room as well. And to that, I want to acknowledge that, to your young ladies here, I'm sure that the inspiration they provided us today are the same inspiration that the Olympians in the room provided to them, to Councillor Meehan, to Katrina Lemay-Doan. They're the hallmarks, they're the inspirations that we are here for. For you, I hope you're the inspiration for the next generation. Thank you. My next question is Mr. Drake, thank you. Oh, sorry, not mistake. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong name here.
Of course.
Thank you. With regards to Wacova, and you talked about closing the recreation center in the Northwest. The facility you have today, are there comparable facilities in the city providing the same sort of support?
We hear no, not at all. We know some people have had to leave the city to go take part in some recreation programs, but we direct people to municipal partners for access to programs, and then they come back and say that they can't get in, or it's too far, or there's limited access, or the facility's not built right, or it's not their sense of community.
Okay. Since the announcement, have you heard your community constituency express, if I say, a loss of quality of life, a loss of service, a loss of, what's that mean to them?
Absolutely. Like I mentioned, we've had people, I've had people in my office say that they don't know quite how they're going to live because they attribute not just the program or the warm pool or the yoga, but the community to their existing quality of life. It's brought them back from strokes and heart attacks. So it does have an impact in their lives. And quite often, people that are there, you know, they have someone, like they'll have a child in a swimming lesson, but the benefit to that parent is that they're connecting with people beside them in the stands, and they're you know, finding people that are in the same sort of situations as them, and they become a support network.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just so you know, my 3 girls went there, and all 3 of them were no longer in Calgary, but when I told them, they're very disappointed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. Thank you to this panel. I think that is correct. That is all the questions for you. So please take a seat. And for anyone who hates the middle seat on a plane, the back rows have reopened up. The next panel, do we have Jeff Book? I see you here. Ayan Bloomred. Perfect. Hamza Tariq. Perfect. Shannon Dorham. And Rosie Johnson. Perfect. Thank you. Jeff, we'll start with you.
Good morning, Councillor Walcott, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jeff Book, and I have the privilege of holding the position as CEO of MNP Community and Sports Centre. I'm here today to show my strong support for Game Plan. In the 15 years I've been with the centre, I've seen firsthand the positive impact our sector has on all Calgarians. Whether it be physical well-being, mental health, socialization, a break in the day, an energizing moment, recovering from an injury, or accomplishing a goal like running your first race, these facilities are critical to quality of life and to creating a vibrant city. I'd like to share 2 quick stories with you to illustrate this point. Last year, a prominent business person who was also a member of our board arrived at the centre midday. It caught me off guard, and at first I thought I had missed a meeting. I ran out to see why the individual was there, and the response to this day I find incredibly impactful. And what he said was, I've had a lousy day in my corporate job, and I just had to go somewhere where I felt inspired. So think about this, as the CEO of an organization, to have a person choose your place of work as the place that they find inspiration from and get away from their place of work is a pretty powerful statement. And then just last month, we launched a 3-month fitness program. It's a program that I describe as being life-altering if you commit to it. I was asked to bring opening remarks to the first program, words of encouragement and inspiration. Hopefully I accomplished that. But I think what was most powerful was in the audience participation portion of this, I asked individuals to describe why they were there, why they choose to make this investment of time and money in the program. So very quickly, a teacher said, every day I see students struggling with mental health. I'm here to focus on mine. Another person struggling with weight proudly exclaimed, I'm here to find my biceps. And a 65-year-old woman who had seen an 85-year-old woman who was more fit and more active than she was realized that life only gets started at 65, and it was time for her to get started. So these are pretty powerful stories, and they're positive stories. But unfortunately, there's another side. Our industry is overtaxed, as you've heard, and it's under-resourced. Demand for space exceeds supply. Furthermore, in MNP's case, not only are we negatively impacting experience, we're also losing out on valuable economic opportunities. Just last week, maybe for the first time in the center's 40-plus years of history, the center's leadership explored capping membership. The volume of people using the center, roughly 5,000 a day, 1.5 million people annually, can no longer be supported as it's impacting safety and levels of service. So in closing, I ask you to consider the significant investment that the city made in MNP, the expansion and enhancement of the facility to include leisure water, to build a community hub, universal change rooms, and other amenities, thus appealing to different demographic groups, expanding the communities we serve, and helping to resolve the capacity issue we currently face. So further, imagine for a minute that this investment was not unique, but rather planned and coordinated. The impact would be far-reaching and city-changing. So in closing, let me say that I acknowledge this is no easy task, but I'll also say this group of individuals, we're here to do more than ask. We're here to help. The community of sector leaders is at the table, ready to commit time and energy to figure this out and to make game plan a reality. So let's make waves together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Book. Jan Bloemrad.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and I also wanted to commend and congratulate anybody who's been working on game plan. It is bold, and that's exactly what the city deserves and needs. My name is Jan Bloemrad. I'm the CEO of Westside Recreation Center. I don't want to be presumptuous in thinking that you know everything about us, so I'm going to give you a quick little highlight. We are 25 years young. We are a large multi-sport recreation facility, and we started with and from the community and hundreds of volunteers, very engaged citizens, and engage people from the city. We started with money from the city and generous donors. And our original lease was 25 years, and we just renewed our lease for another 25 years. We've had one expansion in that 25 years in 2010, which is remarkably 15 years ago. And again, it was money from donors, sponsors, city, and the province. Why did we do this expansion? Because we had capacity issues, and only 15 years into our existence, we had capacity issues. We are part of a system. We are not a full partner. We don't get any operational funding from the city, but we are absolutely part of the system. And we are currently planning a small to medium renovation with our own money. And again, why are we doing this? Because of the pinch points, mostly in fitness. And one area that we would love to achieve is growth in our aquatics, because as you've heard, we are also finding serious issues with registrations. I did say that we're 25 years young to start, but we have already seen the love from our members and our users. And so we are now actually 25 years old. We have pressure points and challenges to accommodate, and we are getting close to capacity. So just as Jeff said, we are starting to think about how do we manage this capacity and overcrowding in the very near future. I've been CEO for just over 1 year, and at that time I wanted to immerse and understand what it meant to be part of a rec system. It is not about competition, it's about collaboration. And obviously we have some significant gaps, but these are not unsurmountable as long as there is strategy. We have heard from our community, we've heard from our members that the system is struggling to stay afloat, and we have to do more. So let me give you some of my observations in my first year. We, and when I say we, the city, the partners, the associations, do absolutely amazing work to impact Calgarians. So such as a conversation I had from one mother of our adult subsidy member who said that Westside saved her son's life. The new Canadians who come to Westside as their integration into the community and to feel at home, to recreate together, and to meet new people. To one of our members who comes every day for 2 to 3 hours walking around in our cloverleaf track, and I got to admit, in that 2 to 3 hours, he only makes it around 5 times because he talks to every single member he knows. And then we have a senior adult Aquafit member. She's tried to get me into the class for a long time. I've continually refused. But she spends an hour in the Aquafit and then an hour socializing in our lobby. So to me, game plan is about infrastructure, but it's not. The infrastructure, the buildings, the water, fitness, ice surfaces, we can talk about operational costs, capital costs, but it's about the people, the community, It's about wellness, mental health, happiness, and joy. So I challenge you not just to be bold on game plan and not to just do making waves. I challenge you to make the biggest wave possible. And I'm going to leave you with this. So I started in my career 25 years ago at the YWCA on Fifth Avenue in the recreation department. And one of my mentors at that time said to me, "We don't sell memberships. We are not a place to be fit. We change lives." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bloomrod. The next speaker is Hamza Tariq.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Chair. Hello, councillors. Hello, Heather. My name is Hamza, and I'm founder and director of Future Stars Cricket Foundation. I'm also owner of a facility. I'm also I'm somebody who's worked in the not-for-profit world for 7 years. So today I'd like to share my experiences and my thoughts, putting myself in 3 different hats. First, as a founder of Future Stars Cricket Foundation, since our inception in 2022, we've grown 4 times. We started off our program with about 200 kids and youth, and last year in 2024, we accommodated almost 1,000 youth, kids, women, and seniors. That goes for ages 3 to 18 when it comes to kids and youth, women and girls of all ages, and seniors 55 plus. What we've seen in the last 2 years, that how we've grown so quickly, we've always noticed that it's always hindered our growth because we're not able to provide the programming that we always want to provide. Either we have to cancel our programming because of lack of facilities and there's no space to book, or we have to shorten our programming for the same reasons. Now, putting myself or my experience as somebody who's worked in the not-for-profit organizations, I worked for CCIS for about a year. I worked as a sport for settlement coordinator. My role was to develop and implement sports programming for refugee youth. We had the funding for it, but every time I would go out to implement a program or execute a program, I wasn't able to do it because we just couldn't find bookings availability, whether that was Genesis, any facilities in the Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, Southwest, wherever I'd go, I would struggle. Now, my role was to expose the refugee youth to any and every sport, not just soccer. I would look for ice time, I wouldn't get it. I would try to look for cricket time, I wouldn't get it. Soccer, you just can't get at all. Now, putting my hat on as a facility owner, we've opened our facility about a month ago for cricket, but the requests that we have received from soccer, from dodgeball, from softball, it's insane. I'm here to talk about cricket, obviously, because that's my love, and that's the sport that I'm really passionate about. But at the same time, we need to look out for all the sports, and that's why I think game plan is so important, not just for cricket, but for all the sports, and I'm 100% backing Heather on that. I would also like to throw some weight behind Sheila's comment around small and mid-sized organizations and facilities. We being one now, we see the need for it, and something if it can be included in game plan, it would be highly and truly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tariq. Shannon Dorn, it's you next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shannon Dorn, President and CEO of the YMCA here in Calgary. It's nice to see all of you, and congratulations on the work to this point. As the leader of one of the City of Calgary's largest partners, and as a born and raised Calgarian who played soccer on our fields and ringette in our arenas, it is a privilege to contribute to this meeting. There's no doubt I'm here in front of you today because of the access I had to sport and recreation from a young age. Today's meeting is an important one. Today marks the culmination of months of learning, planning, collaboration, and visioning about the type of city we want to become, about the health and happiness of the people who live here, and about the potential we have as individuals and as a community. Today also marks the start of a new chapter in our story, one that ensures the health of our fellow Calgarians doesn't depend on their postal code or how much money they have in their bank account. Our new story is a tale of giving people of every age and stage the opportunity to become the best version of themselves. Researchers who study sports and organizational performance will tell you the best teams in the world, whether they be in the boardroom or in the pool, have three things in common. They have exceptional guidance and direction, leadership that has a vision and can chart a play for the future, no matter what scenario arises en route to that vision. They have the very best talent, teammates who understand and share the vision, have the skills to execute, and who work harder than anyone else to make those shared dreams a reality. And finally, they have the best game plan, a playbook that articulates exactly where the team is headed and why, and perhaps most importantly, how. Game plan is our playbook. Collectively, each of you and all of us as delivery partners are your team. We have years of specialized experience, a record of delivering, and I can tell you some of the best talent in the business. That means this room is calling the plays. Today is about the health of kids and families. It's about creating an environment that's ripe for our future leaders, as we saw today. And it's about the kind of community that we can create if we level the playing field for everyone. I'll share two brief impact stories for you, Kira and Gabriel. Kira is a grade 6 Calgary Flames program graduate, has attended alumni programs for the last 2 years. And before that, she wouldn't participate. She didn't think she was athletic. And now she plays badminton, basketball, and loves rock climbing. Gabriel is sight impaired and credits his math marks to the YMCA's tutoring program. He then learned to swim at the YMCA, which led to goalball, a triathlon, and learning to skate. Now imagine their potential in the future ahead of them. The team at YMCA Calgary sees stories like this every single day through the 74,000 members, 4 million visitors who walk through our doors each year. And we see it through the eyes of 700 children in our childcare, 14,000 visitors to Camp Chief Hector, and in the community members we support through our fundraising efforts. Because we see it, we're eager to build on this shared story and co-create the next chapter in our blue sky city. So thank you for the time to share my thoughts today, the opportunity to help bring the vision to life. Game on, let's make waves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dorham. And last on this panel is Rosie Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Slight change of plans. I'm not Rosie. My name is Natalie Wilkinson-Houghton. I'm a current board member of the Calgary Women's Soccer Association and proud soccer mom to a young woman who has played soccer in Calgary for over 20 years through community programs on city fields, high-level soccer with club soccer going through the Calgary Minor Soccer Association, continued on to the University of Calgary Dinos, and further into adulthood as a member of CWSA's indoor and outdoor programs, including Major League Soccer, League One Alberta, as well as semi-professionally in Calgary and even professionally overseas. I provide you with this perspective as someone who has been to many, many soccer games in many, many locations and witnessed the passion of female players, young and old, professional and amateur, as well as women simply enjoying the physical and mental health benefits of meeting up with girlfriends for some friendly competition. As with everyone here today, I am concerned that the current needs at both the youth and senior levels for soccer players, for all folks looking to participate in recreational activity, is reaching critical stage. This needs to change and change quickly as a commitment to the long-term physical and mental health of our community. Game Plan's Making Waves scenario is a massive step in assuring this. To provide further context about the passion for soccer locally, in 2024, Calgary Women's Soccer Association registrations reached 4,600 female players across 218 teams from both indoor and outdoor seasons. Our players range in age from 16 to well into their 70s. We have youth players gaining experience in preparation for college and university athletics, former players who want to stay fit and play at the highest level, mothers playing with daughters on the same team, and older women playing for both physical health and social engagement. Women's soccer in Calgary ascribes to the concept of play for life. Yesterday, as we have heard, was National Girls and Women's in Sports Day, and with that in mind, I would like to remind this council that a new women's professional team will be launching their inaugural campaign in 2 short months. Young female players in this city should be able to grow up playing the game they love and either aspiring to play at this level or to continue to play throughout their lifetime in safe regulation infrastructure within the city of Calgary. And without urgent investment in recreational facilities, that will not be available to them. As we've heard today as well, studies have shown that the longer girls play in sports, the more they are likely to hold formal leadership roles in their careers moving forward. For example, 94% of female CEOs, CFOs, and COOs played sports, proving that females who play sports become leaders in their chosen careers. Remember when I mentioned that my daughter played soccer overseas? Well, she played in Iceland, a country with very similar cold climate in the winter to what we have in Calgary, an inability, of course, to train and play soccer outside during the winter, and roughly 1/3 of the population of Calgary. I bring this to your attention because Iceland currently has 7 full-sized indoor pitches, or 1 full-sized indoor pitch for every 128 registered soccer players in the country. In comparison, Calgary currently has only 2 full-sized indoor pitches, which, if my math is correct, equates to roughly 1 for every 25,000 registered soccer players. The investment made in Iceland to bring about this growth in facilities was just completed in just under 20 years, mirroring the strategic game plan being presented to you today. The Calgary Women's Soccer Association is united with our colleagues in community today in advocating for greater access across all levels of play, all sporting activities, and we applaud the work that has already been put into the game plan to address the critical recreation infrastructure needs and urge this committee to recommend adopting the Making Waves scenario to increase access to recreational facilities throughout the city, supporting physical and mental health and playing for life in Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of you being here. Let me just check and see if I have any questions locked and loaded. There is not, so you are done. Thank you so much for your presence, and we will start organizing the next group. Liam Wonke, Carlo Bruno, sorry, do we have Carlo? Perfect. Adam Bertie, thank you. Mateo Reyes. Thank you. And then Petra Oosterhoff. Later. Thank you so much. Liam Wonke, you're up first. Wonke, sorry.
Hello, Council and committee members. My name is Liam Wonke, and I'm here to speak to item 7.1 on today's agenda on the topic of soccer facilities in Calgary. I support the Making Waves plan of game plan. We need to look forward to make sure that everyone in Calgary doesn't turn away from soccer. I am 11 years old, and soccer is my favorite sport. I play for Chinooks FC. Every single one of my friends plays soccer, either with a club on a team in their neighborhood in the summer or just for fun whenever and wherever they can kick a ball around. We always play soccer at recess and lunchtime. It's a sport that so many people around the world play, and 31,000 kids in Calgary play soccer. This number is expected to grow to 40,000 in the next 2 years. That just shows how much youth love the sport. Making soccer available to everyone in Calgary is very important because it builds confidence, it's a great place to make friends, it's fun, it makes Calgary a great place to live. It doesn't have to cost a lot of money to play and requires only a few pieces of gear. No one should be told they can't play soccer because we don't have enough fields. We're running out of space in Calgary. Once a week, I need to train in an elementary school gymnasium as there are not enough hours at soccer games. It's very hard to practice soccer in a small gym. We can't even fit nets in there, and we're not allowed to take shots, which is a big part of soccer. We need to practice scoring and saving goals. Because we have such long and cold winters, we need big soccer domes and field houses for most of the year to be able to safely play. Indoor fields also means a safe place to play in the summer where there is bad smoke in the air or thunderstorms. If we had more field houses, we could also host big tournaments, which means we could show off Calgary and how strong we are at soccer. Thank you for your support. Soccer brings so much joy to my life, and I really want everyone to have access to soccer if they want to play. I hope that City Council approves the Making Waves investment to build 8 new field houses and 60 new fields. This is an exciting opportunity to bring positive change to soccer in Calgary. Thanks for listening to me to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Wonke. Next speaker is Carlo Bruno.
Good morning, councillors, city administration, and fellow sports enthusiasts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Carlo Bruno, and I have the privilege of being the executive director of the Calgary Minor Soccer Association. I'm here today not only as a representative of soccer, but as a voice for thousands of children, families, and communities that depend on Calgary's public recreation system that stands at a critical juncture. First, I want to thank Heather Johnson and her talented team for their vision and bold thinking to drive meaningful change with their game plan strategy. Today, CMSA serves over 30,000 young athletes with over 2,100 teams playing in over 12,000 games annually. Despite 15% annual growth in participation each of the last 3 years, Calgary's indoor facilities have not kept pace. Only 2, and soon to be 3, single-field domes serve not just soccer, but the entire sporting community. To tackle this issue, we've launched Fields for Our Future, a public awareness campaign highlighting the urgent need for more playing spaces. Our goal is simple. We want to avoid a future where a no vacancy sign hangs at our facilities. Demand is significantly outpacing supply, and to keep kids playing, CMSA has had to reduce games, shifted training to gymnasiums, and are cramming up to 8 teams on a single field. At present, we are 5,000 hours short of what we need. These compromises limit development and are unsustainable. Without additional facilities, we will soon be forced to cap registration for Canada's most popular and affordable sport. This is particularly concerning as participation is projected to surpass 40,000 by 2027, driven by Canada co-hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Historically, nations see a 30% surge in soccer registrations, and with Alberta calling and 75,000 newcomers arriving just last year, many from soccer-playing nations, demand is only going to intensify. Calgary's current facilities are failing new and existing residents alike. Even families in higher tax brackets who can typically afford extra activities are struggling to find the quality sport programming for their children. The lack of infrastructure is an issue for every Calgarian, regardless of income level. At the same time, soccer's affordability is making it the natural choice for families. With rising costs in all aspects of life, parents are choosing soccer because it provides high-value recreation at a lower cost than many other sports. This shift means demand will grow organically, whether we are ready for it or not. The game plan strategy under review today is not just a policy proposal. It's an imperative blueprint for the sustainability of our city's recreational landscape. It acknowledges the stark reality. Without immediate investment, Calgary will continue to fall behind, leaving families without access to adequate recreation opportunities for Canada's most affordable sport. As you can see, our community has turned out in force today, showing you just how vital game plan is to us. We fully support the making waves scenario, which we believe is not a matter of preference, but rather a matter of necessity, serving as the only course of action to accommodate our city's growing and diverse population. I strongly urge you not only to adopt it, but to champion for its full and expedient implementation. This conversation is not simply about constructing facilities. It is also about shaping the trajectory of our city's future. Calgary's reputation as one of the world's most livable cities isn't just a title. And as we surge to 2 million residents, it's a standard we must actively uphold. If we want to truly be a livable and active city, we need to invest in the infrastructure that ensures all Calgarians, new and longtime residents alike, have access to spaces that keep them healthy, connected, and engaged. Councillors, I urge you, adopt the Making Waves scenario and direct administration to prioritize fieldhouse development. This is a defining moment for our city, so let's ensure this decision creates a lasting impact, one that places our kids, opportunity, and ambition at the core of Calgary's future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Adam Berti.
Thank you. Good morning, committee members. My name is Adam Berti, and I'm a lifelong citizen of Calgary and currently the president of Alberta Soccer. I appreciate the effort of this council to engage and listen to the citizens of the city in helping shape your game plan vision. I'm speaking to you today to express my support for the Making Waves scenario and to advocate for an increase in soccer facilities for Calgarians. The soccer community is fully aligned with the three principles of the game plan. One, soccer can level the playing field as a low barrier, affordable sport, but only if and when we have more facilities. Two, our three local Alberta soccer members, who are also speaking today, have been committed for many years in teaming up with the city to deliver on soccer programming. They will continue to team up and deliver programs from cradle to grave, recreational to competitive, and on a year-round basis through outdoor soccer, indoor soccer, and more recently, futsal. And priority three, soccer is more than just recreation or physical activity. And so for the next few minutes, I want to focus on what soccer means for our community and the role it plays in civic life. I grew up in the city playing soccer in the 80s. We played indoor soccer at the most beat up and rundown facility known as the Atco Centre. The lighting was dim, the cheap carpet was torn, and the field had plywood corners to make them less square. Then in 1992, the city did something amazing. It built the Calgary Soccer Centre, a premium world-class facility. The rest of the country was jealous. I was only 9 years old then, but I can still remember the excitement and I can still smell the paint on the day I walked in. It was the start of something glorious, a path that would allow as many Calgarians as possible to participate in soccer. Unfortunately, after that, the investment declined, and our city has underinvested for decades. Despite that lack of facilities, in the last 40 years, soccer has shaped me and hundreds of thousands of others in this city into who we are today and what we stand for, because soccer is more than just recreation. I'll share my own journey briefly, but everyone involved in soccer has their own journey. As I share mine, think of your kids, your spouse, your siblings, your constituents, and your friends. They all have their own soccer journey, but if we keep the status quo, we are turning away kids from starting their journey. Soccer is growing fast. And as Carlo mentioned, it's too late to have facilities built to accommodate the excitement and interest from the 2026 World Cup. Calgary has and will continue to have more local forces that will remain long past that event. This year, Calgary is now home to not just one, but two Canadian professional soccer teams, both female and male. This is a direct indication of the growing support and potential of soccer in Calgary. These teams are inspiring our young kids and encouraging more to participate than ever. We know that not many players will ever get to a professional level, but these teams let our young children dream. With more facilities, we give our children the space to play while learning to aspire and set goals. I started as a kid when I didn't have these local role models. The thought of professional soccer was never a dream for me, but soccer provided a physical literacy and friendship. I learned about winning and losing and being a good teammate. In my teens, I got my first job as a referee and was exposed to conflict resolution. This afforded me the pleasure of dealing with angry parents and coaches. In my late 20s, I experienced a futile exercise that is coaching and organizing young men after I was encouraged to volunteer and help out. These were all leadership opportunities I was exposed to because soccer is more than just recreation. Through all these years, there were countless volunteers who didn't spend any time on the field, but they made my experience amazing. I knew it was time to give back, so the young players coming after me had an equally great opportunity to thrive. I've now spent 8 years on the board of Alberta Soccer, and I was woefully unprepared for the politics and diversity that we have in Alberta. But this experience has made me a better human. I have learned more and connected deeper with this city and the province than I ever thought possible. And this is because soccer is more than just recreation. My role as the president of Alberta Soccer is up in only a matter of weeks, but that's not the end of my soccer journey. Soccer has a critical role to play in civic life. It is a pathway to building our community, and we need the facilities now more than ever in our growing city. Soccer is a global language that we can speak to newcomers in our city. I urge you not to only support the Making Waves game plan, but take it a step further. The capital project prioritization list needs to include more field houses and more athletic parks, because soccer is more than just recreation.
Thank you so much, and great timing, right on the money. Our next speaker is Mateo Reyes.
Hello and good morning, Council. My name is Mateo Reyes. I hope everyone has had a good start to their day, which for many of us would have started a couple hours ago, but my day started 6 hours ago. You're most likely wondering why, so I'm here to tell you. I had a training session this morning at 5:45. I had to wake up at 4:30. And why are we practicing so early? Because although the groups of boys and girls that made the Whitecaps Academy, the program is unable to get any other time to play the sport we love due to the lack of fields. But I can't really complain, because I have 3 teammates that drive 2.5 hours from Lethbridge and others from Red Deer 3 to 4 days a week, meaning they wake up by 2 a.m. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't know if everybody in this room could wake up at 4 in the morning, go do a physical activity for an hour and a half, then go to school for another 6 to 7 hours and study every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Let alone wake up at 2 in the morning, drive 5 hours 2 ways, go to school, study, and do it all over again. But why must we do all of this? Just because there's simply not enough field houses to play soccer. Did you actually know that soccer is the largest sport in the city? With over 31,000 kids play soccer, and I bet many of us thought it was hockey. Yet, access to proper facilities are limited. CMSA estimates that over 40,000 kids will be registered to play soccer by 2027. However, that has got me wondering, where are they going to play, considering that there isn't any space now? How will there be any space in the future? Will kids have to be turned away from the dream of soccer? Is it fair that kids cannot play soccer easily and be physically active in the 3rd largest city in Canada? And with our growing population of 1.5 million people and the growing love for soccer, more than ever, we need space to play. An example of this is occurring with the league I currently play in. My 2011 team is playing in the APDL Provincial League. And during this indoor and winter season, this is how crazy things are. At the Calgary West Soccer Center, one of only 3 field houses we can play at, the one field that is made for 11v11 player space is forced to fit 3 games of 9v9. So originally meant for 22 players on the field, it's increased to 54 players at once, almost triple the amount of players it's made to fit. I can put that in perspective for you. That is like asking a family of 6 people to live in a studio. I would say that's unreasonable. More importantly, because of the small spaces, it's unsafe. Our players are getting hurt. Our city cannot fail us any longer. Our beautiful country is hosting the World Cup in 1 year time, the biggest competition in the world. And one of Canada's fastest growing cities is so extremely far behind. So I ask of you to act now. Teams are resorting to using school gyms to play soccer. I also used to play club soccer in gyms 7 years ago. It was said that if we don't get more field houses soon enough, kids will have to be turned away from the sport they love. And that is not the outcome I want for this next generation of young players, like my 7-year-old brother who has recently found a huge love for the beautiful game. And even though there are a few field houses scheduled to be constructed, that will only catch us up to today, but we need to be thinking about tomorrow. To me, soccer is just not simply a sport. The pitch is where I feel at peace. And I doubt I'm the only kid that feels that way. It builds confidence and friendships that last a lifetime, teaches teamwork and resilience. I wake up at 4 in the morning to practice. I'm a dedicated student because I know that my education is just as important. This sport has given me an opportunity to travel places that I never thought I would get to go. It has given me the opportunity to meet new people that I never thought I'd get the chance to meet. To be able to speak to leaders like you and volunteer my time by giving back. So I ask the leaders of today to listen to us, the leaders of tomorrow to think of the future generations. Give everyone the opportunity to play soccer. Help build dreams by building field houses. Start right now, and please don't kill our dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, I'm, You're not allowed to do that. Don't. For the record, but that's all. I hope like someone's gonna like watch the tape on this and they're gonna be like, he broke so many rules, and I'm like, yeah, probably. Petra Oosterhoff, please.
Hello, my name is Petra. I am 11 years old and I play soccer with Calgary Blizzards. Calgary is growing, but fieldhouses aren't. With the popularity of soccer growing, the city needs 8 dedicated fieldhouses to have space for everyone to play. If the city doesn't build more year-round soccer facilities, there will soon have to be a limited amount of kids in soccer. Calgary needs fields for our future. There is limited field space available for everyone who wants to play soccer. Everyone from U10 to U19 plays 7v7, which is much smaller than most teams play on in the summer. For example, a U14 team plays on a full-size soccer field in the summer, while in the winter they play on a quarter of that size due to limited field space. Space for training is also limited, making for shorter practices in less space. There's not enough field houses to facilitate ideal game days. For example, U11 players, like myself, play most of their games on hard carpet instead of turf, on boarded fields that are even smaller than other 7v7 fields in the city. Even in the summer, in case of extreme weather or smoke, Calgary does not have the facilities for games to continue indoors for everyone who plays soccer. There are 31,000 registered soccer players in Calgary. That number is growing and will exceed 40,000 by 2027. But without more facilities, players like me won't be able to play soccer. Council should prioritize soccer facilities as part of the Making Waves vision and build fieldhouses soon. Thank you for taking an important first step in making the game plan and for listening to me today. I hope the urgent need for soccer facilities is a priority for you, so me, my sisters, my friends, teammates, and every kid in Calgary has a chance to play soccer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm looking in the queue, and I believe there's a question from Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councillor Walcott. It's actually for you, Carlo. Thanks for being here and for all of your advocacy with Fields for Future. I want to talk a little bit about, we've talked a lot about indoor space. Can you tell me a little bit about the outdoor space situation for Calgary Minor Soccer?
Yeah, I mean, very similar to the indoor space scenarios, we are still struggling with outdoor spaces and proper outdoor spaces that recognize the evolution of soccer here in Calgary and you know, the transition of smaller sided games and making sure that our players are in environments that are, optimize their development. So there is a very limited number of Class A and B fields here in Calgary, and there is even fewer sites where it would be a soccer hub. You know, we are way behind other major cities, and you know, in particular Edmonton and Winnipeg, and we certainly don't want to lose to those cities. So we would benefit very greatly, and as outlined in the plan, from more hubs where communities can gather and we can maximize our efficiencies and also benefit from the equitable distribution of these facilities around our city.
Thanks. You do talk a little bit on your website about the difference between domes and field houses, and can you explain a little bit why you're advocating for more field houses specifically?
So domes have a shorter lifespan of a hard-walled indoor facility. 2, if you've ever been to a dome and a hard-walled facility, you will quickly recognize the difference in the experience. A hard-walled indoor facility, 1, is going to last much longer. It's going to be more efficient and green for our city as we move towards net zero. And it's going to provide greater opportunities for development with our community. And so the investment in indoor hard-walled facilities is going to open up a new evolution for the game here in Calgary.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Do you think people are aware that today is the endorsement of the strategy's direction, but the money would actually get on the table in the next 4-year budget, which would be fall of 2026? Do you think that the community knows that, or do you think we need to do a better job explaining that to folks?
I mean, I think communication is always key, and I think there's probably some that understand that, and there's probably others that don't. We understand that today is really a strong step forward, a first step forward in making sure that we adopt the Making Waves scenario. We understand that, you know, as part of any strategy or infrastructure or an investment, there's going to be stages to it. And so what we want to do today is just to press upon you how important this is to our community, how thankful we are to the Recreation Department and all the work that they've put through, and hear from our players how meaningful this is and how important it is for the next generation. And so this might be the first step today, but we'll be here to take the many next needed steps.
That's great to hear. It will be, you know, a lot of new members of council, and it's easy to sort of endorse a direction, but we got to make sure we get that money on the table in a couple years. So I'm glad that you're going to be along for that journey. And so thanks to everyone for being here today.
I would just add, we are optimistic because it was this council that had the vision to invest in the current infrastructure plan. And so again, it's this council that's going to put it forward and make sure that future generations can benefit. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Councillor Mee. And Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Carlos again, sir. Thank you. My apologies. Just a quick question. There's a comment that was made about the difference of playing indoors versus outdoors, particularly indoors in the summertime. And I presume the concern that indoors in summertime is heating and ventilation, cooling. Is that right?
In fact, Councillor, we don't look at indoor versus outdoor in terms of the playing when we're outdoor. You know, with climate change and things that have been happening here, the reliance on indoor facilities during the summer has become heavier. At our Shane Holmes West Soccer Dome, it is pumping every day of the week throughout the summer. And so these indoor facilities, as it relates to a business plan, become much more viable when they're used year round. And that's exactly what we intend to do.
So there is no concern about playing indoors in the summertime?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
in fact, it might be preferable in many circumstances.
Okay. And you talked the difference between a field house versus a dome, a field house being hard wall, and therefore roof structures, trusses can support the air conditioning and heating better than a...
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the lifespan of a hard wall facility, I mean, we look at the Calgary Soccer Center as a hard wall facility. You know, hard wall facilities are going to last 50 years, whereas a dome could be, you know, and the challenges that we're even seeing at Shoaldice right now could be 10-year lifespan. So the investment for those, yes, it's a much larger capital investment, but, you know, with some accounting, we can spread that out and it'll be a longer investment and return on for our community.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you to this panel. We are no more questions in the queue, so I will line up the next panel. Thank you so much. The first speaker on the next panel is Erica MacArthur. Thank you. Brooke Melanson and Blake Melanson. Spiro Kajusa. Perfect. And Stacy Hatcher. Perfect. Okay, first on the list is Erica MacArthur. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Erica MacArthur. I play on U15 APDL Girls for Southwest United. I've played soccer for over 7 years, and I'm here to talk about the lack of field space in Calgary and how it affects me and my community. This issue is something that has a huge negative impact, not only on my attitude towards soccer, but also my personal ability to improve. Me and my team have devoted a lot to this sport, and it's beyond disappointing not being able to showcase our progress due to the fact that there's not enough room for us. We are lucky that Southwest has a training facility. However, due to the lack of external field space and growing numbers, our training hours are limited to unfavorable times and congested fields. Soccer is and always has been a safe space for me and many of my peers. somewhere where we can escape the horrors of being teenage girls and focus solely on the game. I'd hate if that was ever taken away or denied for anyone. Having late games outside of the city on school nights means I'm unable to get a good night's sleep, unable to give my academics the attention I should be, and unable to maintain a balanced social life. The one suitable 11v11 indoor turf facility is now split into 3 9v9 fields. Not only is this chaotic and hectic, it is also a safety hazard for all the players and everyone inside of the facility. With so many games and people in such a small space, the risk of injuries is high, and that's the opposite of what we want for our soccer community. Soccer is a growing sport. With over 30,000 players a part of CMSA, it is essential to make needed adjustments to make sure every player can participate. As Calgarians, we all know how unpredictable our weather can be, and due to this, outdoor games are frequently being canceled due to poor conditions. It is not easy for CMSA and ASA to reschedule these games, and it can take up to months. This missed playing time can be detrimental for our players. Another opportunity we miss out on because of field space are friendly games. Friendlies are a great opportunity to have extra playing time, but when there's no space, games are only available at like 6 a.m. on school days, which is almost impossible for my players who live out of town to attend. We are falling very far behind. If we compare the amount of hockey arenas to soccer fields, it's devastating. There are over 10 suitable hockey arenas in Northwest Calgary alone. Putting that next to our one suitable soccer facility, it's unbelievably disappointing. To conclude, soccer is more than just a sport for lots of us. I know for me personally, it is a huge part of my life. My team is my family, and my soccer is a community that is constantly growing, and we need to grow with it through Game Plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Brooke Melanson.
Do you mind if I go?
Blake Melanson? Absolutely.
Hi everyone, my name is Blake Melanson. I'm 11 years old and have been playing soccer with the Calgary Rangers for 4 years. I'm here to speak in support of the recommendations regarding Game Plan. I want to emphasize the importance of indoor soccer facilities for the youth in the city. I'd like to talk to you about soccer and the important role it plays in my life. Soccer is not just a game to me. It is so much more than that. Soccer is about making friendships with our club and our teammates. I have met my best friends through soccer. Soccer is a fun place to go and a good reason to wake up early and show up for something important. It teaches us dedication. Soccer helps us stay healthy and active and learn how to work with other people towards a goal. As you may assume, the goal is to win every game, but grown-ups in my life often say we learn more from our losses. I'm still trying to learn this. I feel very fortunate to be involved in soccer, and I wish that all kids in the city could have the same opportunity. The growth of the sport and the lack of indoor space makes this difficult. In the winter months, as well as rainy and smoky seasons, indoor facilities are needed, and unfortunately, it is harder to find times to play soccer. This is due to the limited amount of indoor soccer facilities in the city. Without these indoor spaces, not every kid gets the same chance to play soccer, and that's not fair. It would be sad for me if other kids aren't able to experience the same love for soccer that I have. So soccer is getting more popular. A lot of kids my age and even adults are joining teams, starting leagues, and practicing all the time. But there aren't enough indoor places to play when it's cold, rainy, smoky, or snowing outside. This means that some kids don't have the same chance to play and practice, and that isn't right. I hope that we as a city can plan to invest more indoor facilities so that everyone can practice in proper facilities year-round, especially as the demand and interest is growing. I just want to reinforce how important indoor facilities are for youth. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much. Brooke, ready? Okay.
Hi, I'm Brooke Melanson. I'm 13 and I've been playing soccer with the Calgary Rangers and the Calgary Minor Soccer for 4 years. I'm here to speak in support of the recommendations regarding game plan. I support this because we need more investment in indoor facilities for the growing sport of soccer. Indoor facilities are important to soccer, and soccer is important to young people like me, to adults, and to even my grandparents who hardly miss a game. The more facilities we have, the more people can partake in the sport. Similar to my sister, soccer is a very important part of my life. Pardon me while I read my notes. It was yesterday that I decided to take part in this. I had soccer yesterday until 8:30 and was up at 5:30 this morning for another practice. A lot of late nights and early mornings training is due to limited space. This is typical for players who are interested in reaching high levels, and I understand this isn't for everyone. A typical week for me is waking up Monday, Tuesday, Thursday at 5 a.m. to get to the West Soccer Center to practice or play games. Then in the evenings, our team typically has a few more practices, often in various facilities around the city, and sometimes we get home after 9:30. I don't mind it because I love the sport, but it seems like it's getting harder and harder to find these times and space to practice. Why that matters to me is that one day I'd love to be able to play university soccer and hopefully continue after that. But when we travel to play tournaments in other cities like Edmonton, where they seem to have access to training facilities year-round, the players are at a different level. They're at a level I would like to compete with. Limited year-round access impacts this. Now, understand not everyone has the same goals as I do. Not everyone wakes up at 5 a.m. to practice or goes outside with a headlamp to juggle the ball. I can only speak from my experience. When I started playing, I just loved being with my team. Now, 4 years later, my best friends are my teammates. My little sister and brother see me playing, and now they want to get better as well. I think soccer is a sport that should be accessible to all kids in Calgary. A benefit of soccer is that it is a fairly inexpensive sport to participate in compared to a lot of other sports. The more we invest in the sport, the more kids can play soccer, and this would be a really good thing. However, with winter 6 months of the year, we are forced indoors. The lack of indoor facilities on a year-round basis is a problem. It would be great if Calgary had more indoor facilities so more kids could play year-round, whether they want to play competitive or just for fun. It would be sad if we had to turn down kids that are interested in soccer. I think it would be pretty exciting if the city plans to invest in indoor facilities. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. This is a very important topic to me, and I believe indoor facilities are very important to our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Spiro Kajusa.
Okay. My name is Spiro Kajusa. I'm 22 years old, and I've been coaching since I was 12, and have been part of Umoja Community Mosaic since the beginning. Umoja Community Mosaic wholeheartedly supports the City of Calgary's Game Plan Initiative. For too long, the approach to recreational spaces has been to locate them where it is most cost-effective to build. The accompanying notion was that parents can simply drive their children to these locations, supervise them, and then take them home. This model excludes many and fails to address the barriers that marginalized families face. Recent facilities by the city highlight a glaring issue. They are not truly accessible to everyone. Many lack public transit access, and even when subsidies are provided, in many cases, the issue still isn't resolved. For example, a majority of games in the Calgary Minor Soccer Association are held at the Macron Performance Center, and the nearest bus stop to that location is a 45-minute walk away, and the nearest LRT station roughly is 20 kilometers away. Another example would be the Shane Holmes West Soccer Dome, where the nearest bus stop is about a half-hour walk away, with the nearest LRT station roughly 5 kilometers away. Not to mention, neither locations realistically replace any youth who feel comfortable taking transit to or walking, as there are no sidewalks or paths leading to these facilities. Since 2010, Umoja's Soccer Without Boundaries program has removed barriers to recreation. We began on a field near public housing in Glenbrook, which is where I first started. And we've since expanded to multiple locations across the city. For example, at our location in the Northeast, we regularly see more than 60 youth aged 16 plus show up to play on a soccer field meant for only 12 people. In the winter, when weather dictates that programming needs to be indoors, there is no safe or accessible place for them to play on a Friday evening. Access to sports addresses numerous social challenges. When SWB began, the neighborhoods we operated were considered not to be safe. But through this program, myself and many other youth found a place that we could call home. The man who started this program, Jean-Claude Muniazamu, was an example for all of us, someone who we could trust and rely on and gave us a sense of hope. And through that, we all began to thrive. Today, we've achieved a 100% high school graduation rate among our participants, and many have gone on to earn university scholarships. Beyond academics, we've trained many youth to become coaches and mentors. Rather than simply staying out of trouble, they have now become contributing members of society. With my years of experience working with youth, I can confidently say that if all youth had access to safe, easily accessible recreational facilities, we see a dramatic reduction in crime and negative behaviors we often find ourselves complaining about. Recreation and sport in particular empowers youth, strengthens communities, and fosters a sense of empowerment and belonging. These are the reasons we support the construction of adequate new facilities with ease of access that foster participation in sport and true accessibility for all. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kajusa. You can clap. I mean, no, you can't clap. The last speaker is Stacey Hatcher.
Thank you very much, and good morning, councillors, committee members, and all of our sport and recreation supporters that came out today. And it did not escape my notice that there are so many kids that are here today to tell you how important sport is to them. My name is Stacey Hatcher, and I'm the Executive Director for the Calgary United Soccer Association. And I'm so pleased to be able to be here today to talk to you about the power of sport and the state of soccer in Calgary. And we're here to give you our best perspectives and to tell you, in fact, I think it's very obvious, we are super aligned on what scenario that we are advocating for here today. But first, let me give you a bit of background on soccer, because I know when I first joined CUSA, I was not aware of some of these facts, and they're actually quite striking. Organized soccer in Calgary dates back to 1898. And I don't know if anybody here knew that. It started its inaugural season with 6 teams and 140 players. In 1980, CUSA operated leagues for approximately 30 teams and 600 players. And now we have 11,000 players and coaches in over 600 teams across indoor and outdoor seasons, and we schedule over 4,600 games in the year. CUSA also lays claim to the province's oldest soccer tournament called the Black Cup, which debuted in 1914, and we still host this tournament to this day every September, and it has celebrated a major milestone anniversary last September. We also organize one of the city's largest soccer indoor tournaments called the Nations Cup, and I'm sure you've heard of that. It's coming up in March and April this year. Last year, we had over 1,000 Calgarians come out to cheer their nations on to victory. We've seen amazing growth and amazing levels of interest in soccer here in Calgary. We're bringing Calgary's first pro women's soccer team here, the Calgary Wild FC, part of the Northern Super League, and we already have the Cavalry FC here playing. This will spark our girls and our boys to want to play soccer just like their heroes. And in 2026, Canada and the Northern Hemisphere will welcome a FIFA World Cup edition like never before, with an increase in the number of participants across 3 countries. And while it may be Toronto and Vancouver hosting for Canada, make no mistake, that uptake for soccer in Calgary will rise as a result. Soccer is Canada's game too, and it's certainly Calgary's game. We know that sport has so many positive consequences and outcomes, from teaching life lessons to keeping us mentally and physically healthy and helping us to build communities and friendships and dreams. But like many other sports who are here today, we are experiencing challenges. We changed the rules for soccer to accommodate the space we have. That means we're changing the dimensions of the space, we're changing the surface, and we're changing the numbers of players that can play on a team in order to accommodate for demand. Our numbers would be even higher for indoor soccer leagues, but there's simply not enough facilities to accommodate that, and many of our teams don't enjoy playing after 10 p.m. at night, and anecdotally, some are playing games that are scheduled at midnight. This makes it really hard to go to work the next day, but it shows you the incredible love for this sport in the city. I want to thank the leadership of the game plan team, the sport and rec team, for addressing this urgent decline in Calgary's sport and recreation system. This type of investment is about our city's livability, the health of our citizens, and building our communities. Our soccer community is wholly aligned with Game Plan's Making Waves option. That is to say, service and facilities that match our city's population growth. As Calgary's largest and fastest growing sport, soccer serves a diverse community and provides an accessible, affordable pathway for the young and the old alike to pursue sport. The accessibility and familiarity with soccer will also benefit many of the newcomers to our city who originate from countries where soccer is the primary sport. It's a global game that fosters inclusion and belonging and economic opportunities, and we urge the City Council to adopt Making Waves scenario and to prioritize field houses. And if you need us all to show up again at the end of this month to let everybody know, we are happy to come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm looking at the queue. I'm not seeing any questions for this group, so you are free to retake your seats. Just a note for everybody in the room, it's 11:43. I've got 6 registered speakers left, and then there were a few no-shows earlier that I'd like to call one more time just in case. So at about noon, committee, I'm going to ask you the favor of just finishing the public speakers before we break for lunch, so that we can actually, why don't we just do that right now, if you're comfortable with it. Okay, thank you, Councilor Carrot. Do we need a voice vote or e-scribe for this?
No, this can just be done by general consent.
General consent to, what would it be, suspend the lunch break until the end of the public hearing?
Yes, that's correct, sure.
All right, then Councilor Carrot is moving that. Any opposed? Seeing and hearing none, we will finish the public speakers before lunch so that you don't have to come back unless you want to come back after lunch. So thank you so much for speaking. The next group that we'll call is Sofia Docinovich, Marina Ortman, David DeVliger, and Bob Swan, please. Thank you. And Sophia, you'll be up first. Sophia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, or almost good afternoon, councillors. I wanted to start off by thanking the committee for allowing me to get a chance to speak today. My name is Sophia. I am a U15 girls soccer player for Mackenzie United Soccer Club. I love soccer and I have a deep passion for the sport. The opportunity soccer gives me to stay active, be competitive, and challenge myself mentally and physically is unmatched. Once I step onto the field, I feel free and get a chance to forget about the pressures from school. I feel like I can be the best version of myself. I also extremely enjoy the family atmosphere my team and coaches provide me. We are able to connect and have fun on and off the field. Soccer is also universal, and many cultures and people embrace the sport. Throughout the world, and even in our city, it is able to bridge boundaries between communities, religion, race, and abilities. It is one of the most inclusive sports available, and everyone is welcome to participate, no matter their background. Soccer unites communities and makes them stronger. In saying that, I feel extremely fortunate to play this beautiful sport because 31,000 CMSA players do not have the same opportunity. These players are being left behind, neglected, and rejected from playing the sport they love in the way that it's intended. We all just want a chance to play, but there are not enough facilities for everyone. Our practices and academy sessions are reduced from 2 or an hour and a half to 1 hour sessions, and most are on surfaces that are not specific to soccer, such as carpet or gymnasium court. They are also at times that are not suitable for everyone, like practices ending at 9 p.m. on school nights and even games ending 10 p.m. on Sunday night. The sport has been modified to one that does not sufficiently support our development. My team plays 11v11 90-minute games in the summer, but is forced to play 7v7 60-minute games in the winter. Each team is forced to squish onto fields and play on a quarter size of a full-sized field. Also, my team doesn't want to split up during the change in format, so we drive 45 minutes away to sit on the bench for 2/3 of a game. The difference in playing levels is quite evident when we travel to Edmonton or other provinces for tournaments, as it's easier for them to win as they know the format. They are able to play formats such as 9v9, which is closer to 11v11 because they have the field space. During tournaments, we are forced to relearn these formats in a weekend. I note that if I lived in a different country, a different city or province, my progression could be much higher. And I note that people could become more developed and better athletes with the more field space. I do try to get touches on the ball at home, like playing with my younger siblings, but it's not the same. I want to be able to have chances to play with my teammates and learn from my coach. For my family, this extends to my dad and uncles as well. They also play soccer, and by the time me and my siblings are getting ready for bed, they are getting ready for their game. They play late games and then have to work in the morning every time. That's not fair. I don't have all the answers, but if I'm being truly honest, the solution seems simple to me. If we use Game Plan to build more facilities, we'll have more field space for everyone. It might be easier said than done, but these field houses would be fully booked, and it seems like a win-win situation. This is also a crucial time to focus on investing in facilities because of the upcoming FIFA World Cup. This will only inspire more people to join the sport. Everyone is always promoting a healthy lifestyle for kids because healthy body, healthy mind, right? Well, all we want is an opportunity to stay active. We all just want a chance to play. I really hope you guys can support us in doing so. I appreciate your time here today very much. It isn't easy speaking in a setting like this, but just like others here, I feel like I need to speak up for my team, my club, and everyone in Calgary that just wants to enjoy the beautiful game. Thank you for listening, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Marina Ortman, you're next.
I have slides. Are they around here or?
We'll bring them up for you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Chair, members of council, Heather, and the gentleman, can't remember his name yet. I'm here, my name is Marina Ortman, and you've seen us before many times. Thank you. Why we're here today? We are in support of Game Plan. We are in support to improve its goal, to improve sport and recreational facilities. The city faced a growing gap between available services and rising demand, especially in aquatic sports and recreation. Yet we have some concerns. There's where we are here. First of all, supporting documents. Research is based on 0.004% of population, lower standard of service data, and the future for smaller facilities. I'd like to remind that aquatic recreation, including both sport and recreational swimming, is a low-impact form of exercise that is crucial for many Calgarians who cannot participate in high-impact sports like running, cycling, skating, skiing. For seniors, individuals with disabilities, and those recovering from injuries, like myself, swimming is essential for maintaining health and well-being, or just simply a choice of exercise. And it's not just a recreational activity, but a necessary part of daily life. When I look at supporting documents, the questions that I have is going back to document C 2024, where administration claims that they informed council about the closure on May 28th. That is incorrect. The closure was wrapped up in a briefing and was not announced. The land transfer, I respectfully ask that the land transfer to Matco Development Group remarks be removed from the said document. The land transfer is not the first obligation under the restrictive covenant and should not be described as such. There are other conditions that must be fulfilled before the land transfer, and there's a copy of land transfer right there of the restrictive covenant. The concern here is that accurate and comprehensive information must be provided for the next council to facilitate informed decision-making. I'm glad that Inglewood is brought here because it shows you how important smaller and medium-sized facilities are to the communities. These communities are a vital resource for residents, offering accessible local options for sport fitness. They are more crucial in neighborhoods that are being redeveloped aggressively, where affordable housing and increased density are changing the structure of the community. These facilities help to ensure the new and existing residents have essential services close to home. We ask that while game plan looks for building larger and bigger facilities, the smaller and medium are just as vital as the larger facilities. They should not be build one in exchange for destroying the other. And the other thing too is Heather brought up hard truths. Yes, there are hard truths. From what we've seen, the hard truths are the administration refuses to acknowledge that smaller facilities are vital. And therefore, I mean, they're being neglected. We have been through this. We've seen the numbers, and the smaller facilities are just not being kept up with. So therefore, they should be destroyed because there was, what, 50 years of age to the facility. Well, in that context, you don't change your home if something is broken. You are investing in it, and you maintain it. There's nothing wrong with the smaller or medium-sized facilities. There are people today who are saying they are very much needed. So, next. I'd like to concentrate on density and recreation. So, almost every day there's a number of developments being approved. So these developments are designed to increase density and promote affordable housing, ideally situated near transit, with focus on walkability, biking, and reducing community carbon footprint. So where are people going to go? As you see, there is in the map, all these facilities are shown, indicating there is a big gap. The game plan argues that outdated facilities will prevent the city from achieving its net zero emissions target by 2050. However, what will be the impact of increased traffic to larger, more distant facilities? Will it truly support those sustainable goals, or will it contribute to higher emissions due to longer commutes? About the service standards, I'm running out of time here, but it seems to be that the service standards are lowered in 2025. So back in 2018, there were one facility per 65,000 people, and in 2025, it's one per 75,000 people, significantly lowering. That would be the slide previous, lowering the service standards. So therefore, asking for less aquatic amenities to be allowed in amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't worry, you have a question coming at the end of the panel, so hold right on. Next speaker is David DeVliger.
Thank you. I believe I have some slides. I believe I have some slides.
We'll bring them up. We'll bring them up on your behalf. Just give us a second and they'll be on the screen. No worries. Just one moment. We're just tracking them down.
Yeah, it's always technical difficulties right before lunch, right? We all start to fade.
We're not seeing any presentation from...
It might have been sent from Bob Swan, if that helps.
The list does say there's a presentation from Bob Swan.
Sorry, I had sent them previously. I don't know where they...
Yeah, our list says presentation to come. My clerks are saying they don't actually have it. Is there a way of quickly resending it?
I probably can. Yeah, if...
Well, did you get mine?
No.
Come from you. He said they didn't get
I know
yours.
they sent yours and mine.
Okay.
Not send in this room.
think we can try to send right away again.
Just give me, clerks, why don't I go to the next speaker and we can. All right, final.
Is there an email address I can send it to? Okay.
Here, why don't you. If you want to go, just double check. Yeah, let's do that. While this is actually working out, Councilor Meehan had a question for you, Marina. So why don't we actually let her ask the question, and then we'll let the final two presentations go through while we sort out technical difficulties.
Okay. That's always technology. Thanks so much for being here, Marina. I really appreciate it. I know when the Inglewood pool decision was made, I challenged you and some of your friends to be part of the larger recreation conversation and not just advocate for your pool. So I really appreciate you doing that and being here for this. I guess the conversation that we are having is about increasing investment in recreation, and it seems like everyone here is largely in favor of that. But as part of that, we also have to think about how do we make that investment efficiently. And across many of our city services, when we build new things, we try and find like economies of scale. So we don't really build as many standalone libraries or standalone recreation facilities. We have them co-locate so that they're more efficient. And one of the challenges in inner cities, we have some old pools like the Inglewood pool, which are past their life, very expensive to kind of maintain on their own because they don't have any other facilities or amenities there, like a fitness center. And so, you know, I guess I just want to hear from you as we think about making these investments, and we get pulled in so many different ways by so many different sports and things like that. You know, could you see a future in which, you know, you are supportive of co-locating more of these amenities into bigger spaces so that we can kind of serve more people? Or do you still see like, you know, the standalone facilities being something that we do, even if it costs substantially more money for the taxpayer? Can you talk about that?
Yes, thank you for asking this question. That's actually, I do believe in both. Right. So from seeing the game plan and having the conversations before, I understand. First of all, I understand that the tax support is higher per larger facilities than per smaller facilities. And in case of the Inglewood, this facility is actually owned by the city. And it can be redeveloped. It can have an additional service to it, like fitness. It could be repurposed into multi-service facility, right? The reason why we're still advocating for smaller and medium-sized facility because they serve people that will not go to larger mega centers. They will not drive. Like for example, amputees. There is a number of amputees that go to a specific pool because that's how they will not walk 500 meters. They will walk only 10, 15 meters to the pool. Blind people, right? The same thing. For them, it's almost impossible to navigate in the large facilities. They will not go. Seniors as well, so people actually walk there. I understand why larger facilities are there. They have a need, they will serve the purpose, they will be busy. But also the smaller facilities, if, in example again of Inglewood, right? So its functionality and sustainability was misrepresented as we were talking about it, right? So the hours were cut, staff were cut, services were cut to show it, or it's just, you know what, we didn't really pay money to it because it's not deserved to be out there. Well, it's not up for administration to decide. This facility has been here for years, have served, so is many. Like I said, we kept on saying, there are 6 facilities that are, they were created in 1960s, 1970s. And you know what? All you have to do is just keep maintaining them because Their tax support is lower. They serve the people that mega centers will not. There is a need for them. That's all. That's where we're coming from what we've seen.
Okay, and so does that mean that you think that we should also create more like standalone small centers or just maintain the existing ones in established areas?
I don't have answer to that because I don't know. I'm advocating only for the smaller and medium-sized facilities because from what I've seen, because we talk to the people who go there, they are busy, they serve its purpose.
Okay,
So,
thanks for your perspective.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Clerks, how we doing?
We're not sure why they're not sending. Did you receive Dave's that he just sent?
We have not received his presentation, no.
Every time I've sent it before, I've sent it from the coffee shop.
At this point, is there any possibility you go without? Because it's not coming through.
Yeah, if you can check, it does say it just sent, but.
We've received it now, thank you.
So we'll figure it out. Oh, okay.
Perfect. They just got it?
There you go, even better, but I could go without. I like to think I'll be more effective with it, but one never knows.
Just 1 second. We have to save it, shift it, so it's in the record officially.
Yeah. There we go, that looks okay. Thank you, and good afternoon. It looks like we've kicked over after the noon hour there. So my name is David DeVlieger. I'm a Ward 8 resident in Mission, longtime proponent, user, advocate of aquatics and aquatic facilities, longtime swimmer, longtime coach, also very involved in the sport community, but I'm really here today to talk about the aquatic side of Game Plan and some of the inner city side, which affects me. The need for Game Plan, absolutely accepted. We need to do better in this city. We need something like Game Plan. Does that mean I fully support this version of Game Plan? No. I think this Game Plan can be better. I think that it can do more for aquatics. I think it can do more for the inner city. I think it can do more overall for the city. I stand here, I'm very heartened to see the Olympic rings right here. It's something we should aspire to. We can be better, and that should inspire us. We can't aim for mediocrity. We can't aim to be half as good as Edmonton. I'm not sure that's the rallying cry that we usually hear at City Hall. Let's be half as good as Edmonton, almost as good as Toronto. That's not it. So if we can switch slide 2, please. My background's a lawyer, so I apologize for some of this. I hope it's not too dense, but really we have some concerns even with the research at the outset and the engagement level, and then how that research that you actually had linked to the outcomes. 93 user groups, only 5 were aquatic groups. Notably, 5 of 5 aquatic groups said more 25-meter pools were needed. 80% of the user groups didn't typically use a flat water pool in a year. So you're speaking to 93 user groups, but I'm not sure you're truly connecting and getting the aquatic story. But the aquatic story, at least, was unanimous. It needed more pools. Also not sure you're capturing with those inner city concerns, and the research seemed much more focused on youth activity and teaching and less on safety and maybe seniors and elderly activity. Next slide, please. I'm going to say, though, even with some of these slights in the research, and I don't want to do a deep dive in all of the research, the plan's outcomes and standards do not reflect the data. And if you look at some of this data, this is now from some of the individual surveys. Swimming, 31%. That was the programming activity most frequently mentioned by respondents. Further down was almost 5% at water fitness. Combine those, you're over 35% aquatics, well ahead of the next being arts-based programming. I don't see that reflected in the actual outcomes. Next slide, please. Similarly here, also part of the individual surveys, what facilities and amenities most frequently mentioned by respondents? Again, it's pools and aquatic facilities. So on those people that you look at, they say, we want pools, we need aquatic facilities. And yet the plan doesn't call for more pools or more aquatic facilities. Next slide, please. A little bit of a summary, just again, this is from, what we're looking for. Swimming and aquafit and diving, most frequently mentioned request for more programs. Pools, most frequently mentioned request for more facilities. And as I said, all user groups indicated a need for 25-meter pools, more of them. Next slide, please. And yet I'm going to suggest there's no real link between that data and engagement and the outcome. The outcome suggests that there should be one aquatic facility per 75,000 residents. That's a lower standard than we're currently at. We're looking to get worse in the next 25 years as regards aquatic facilities. We're also looking to be much worse than other cities. Edmonton, 1 per 48,000. Toronto, 1 per 47,000. And our goal is to be 50% less than they are? I don't think that fits. I don't think that's what Calgary wants. And I don't think it's fair to the aquatic community. Fails to account for geography. Swim lane targets were mentioned in the appendix. There's no data to give us ideas as to how that works. And I really would love the opportunity to get into that and understand the swim lane data and how that actually increases and if it's increasing in the plan. If we slip across swim lesson targets, we were 50% below target in 2024, and we're aiming to be 40% 25 years from now, not even meeting how bad we are today. Maybe the very last slide since I'm running out of time. More geography. The inner city, there's a bit of a donut in the middle there. That's MNP Center in the middle. That's a fantastic facility, but it's a high performance facility. That's what its mandate is. That's why it was given to the city. And it's not a starter pool, and it's not a correlative for all inner city pools, which are, frankly, the old ones that are likely to be closing. You say we have to close aging infrastructure. I get it, we need to, but we can't replace them with something in Tuscany or in Seton. We have to replace them with something in the inner city that is usable and functional and an amenity for those areas that are supposed to be densified. I think I'm out of time. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I wanted you to give you a chance just because of the technical difficulties, and Bob Swan.
So I don't know where my slides went. New computer, and it's not working. So I got a new one so it would work here. So anyhow, I'll wing it on my own here without these wonderful slides. So I sort of with this group here, thank you all for listening. If you would leave Dave's up, there's a couple slides I'll speak to when they get there. But so we want to be heard. We fully support the need for investment in sustainable recreation facilities, and a lot of you councillors challenged us to support game plan, and we do, and we've learned about it. We've talked to Heather and her team, and we do support it. However, we don't feel the plan effectively addresses the research findings, especially for communities, underrepresented, and inner city groups. It is misaligned with currently established policies of densification, reduced automobile dependency, equitable access to service, etc. Specifically, we don't believe one-size-fits-all mega centers are the only viable option. We recognize that a single-use facility like the Inglewood Pool is very challenged, but that's not to say you can't have other facilities with some other multi-uses in them, right? And we've heard that from others here too. Therefore, we want to expand the solution options to better align to community feedback and improve the overall benefits, right? So the primary goal of game plan is described as to increase the access to and participation in public recreation so more people can experience the benefits these opportunities provide. But what is more? Is more an absolute number, or is more equitably distributed across the city, right? And what benefits? Calgarians see public recreation as an important public service that generates significant social and economic value. It promotes health and wellness, fosters connection among friends, families, and communities, and helps children to grow and thrive. Communities can be this big, communities can be this big. And not many people connect to communities this big. They connect to communities that are more tight and that they can get to and things. So if you could go to Dave's picture of the city, the map with the big donut hole, the last one, his last slide. So on mine, you can see it better, and it's circled. You know, right in the middle, it sort of stands out. There's this one center, MNP, and if you overlay that to a density target map for City of Calgary, you'd notice that a lot of the density is happening there, and we've lost already lost 2 facilities, and when the Inglewood pool hopefully doesn't closes, that would be a 3rd facility, right? So the research showed that people will not drive that far for basic fitness, and that aquatic fitness was seen as basic fitness and life skills. And as you heard, MNP is at capacity now, right? They're adding some to it, but try parking there now, and it's going to get worse with the growth. So, you know, if another map sort of shows that 76% participation rate by people in the city centre, but it's underserved. It's going to get worse, right? Respondents raised concerns regarding the closure of older facilities without replacement facilities to service the area. They specifically felt that inner city closures limit access to recreation for people who live in those areas, right? And then we talk about sport for life. There's 7 stages starting at, get out of there. 7 stages starting at active start, fundamentals, et cetera, and going up to active for life. We think the game plan, while doing a good job of focusing on the early stages, doesn't really focus on the active for life. And you've heard people talk about seniors and disabled people, people who are underrepresented. We don't think it speaks enough to those people, right? Respondents indicated they would like to see more support for adults, seniors, newcomers, and people with disabilities, and they indicated not enough opportunity for seniors, youth 13 to 17, and people living with low income. Dave showed some graphs that showed that swimming and water fitness were 36.4% of people thought those were the most important things, and it reflected in the fact that the facilities themselves were needed as well. And then when talk about the city should prioritize, the community partners said most commonly answered they are supporting community belonging and community cohesion. Again, what is community, right? And I think you need to have a tighter community view on some of these facilities with the proper facilities, right, that can be operated effectively. The next highest response is encouraging physical health and active living, right? The administration recommendations, you know, they have the recommendations. Our recommendations are support the underlying imperative for improved investment in recreational facilities, but target an aggressive level of investment to close the increasing gap, making waves, right? We want to direct the administration to revise the game plan strategy to better align with overall principles and to offer a variety of solutions from which the appropriate solution for different community profiles can be selected. And complete that work as a priority so the implementation plans can be shovel-ready ASAP. I used to be an executive in soccer, and I certainly understand the issue with soccer. I mean, it was a problem for me when I coached and was as president of the Villains over 15 years ago. Now it's a huge problem. So I support, I'm speaking primarily to aquatics in some of these, but I'm speaking to, this is important, and it's important to take a community focus on these things too and make sure that everyone can access things. And I'm very hopeful that we continue to work together with Heather and the team to try to find better solutions and good solutions. I think this is hugely important for Calgary, and believe me, we all support that, I think, here. There's been very few people against game plan that I've heard today. We're all for it, right? So, anyway, thank you very much for your time. Sorry you didn't get to see these wonderful slides. I stayed up late the last 2 nights to do, but what the heck.
Thank you so much. I believe there's a question from Councillor Penner.
Yeah, I got it in 5 minutes, too. Oh, sorry.
Was it Councillor Meehan first?
It's a very simple question, kind of applies to all of you, which is, are you able to stick around until after the break? Because you raised some good points that I'd like to put to administration.
The answer is yes.
Okay, great. That's all I need to know. Thanks.
Expected we'd be going after lunch anyhow.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Now it's me.
Councillor Penner.
I have a message, a question for David, if I can. So you talked about some of the service standards, and in some of the ratios that we have in there, where right now our aquatic facilities are like 1 per 65,000, but the ratio we're proposing is 1 to 75,000. So you see some discrepancy there. Can I ask a question? I guess, is like the number of facilities the most important? Is the number of lanes the most important? Because when I look at a scenario where we move to actually making waves and we more than double the amount of lanes, we actually move from a ratio of currently 1 lane per 10,000 people to 1 lane per 6,700 people. And so can you just help me sort of square the circle? Like, is it facilities that we're actually after, the ratio of facilities, or is it actually the quantity and the quality of those facilities?
It's probably a little bit of both, frankly, and I'm not trying to dodge the question. Definitely, overall aquatic facilities, I don't think that's a great standard to use. It's a component, and it's probably more important, again, to make sure that you've got stuff in the inner city that are smaller and more accessible, because you could just build a bunch of massive pools in the outskirts and meet your targets, or, you know, for lane swims. So I think there is some benefit to that. For the lane swim, it didn't appear in the game plan document I got. It appears on number 2, I think, or appendix 2. I'm not sure, and I don't have the data as to what that is. It does show a large increase from the going under to the making waves, but going under isn't the current state. I don't know what the actual current state is, and when they say swim lanes, is that a 25-meter lane? So that is where I would like to sit down with Heather and her team, and I think we're speaking, and we can do that and make sure that we understand that we are expanding opportunities across the board, that we actually get more lanes and in the right places.
Yeah, I'll just reply back. The current state is going under. So I think it's really important. Always, anyway.
Maybe I misunderstood that.
No, it's totally good. No, it's totally good. It means like the current state is if we don't invest, we go under. So I think just my follow-up question.
But the number, if I can just try to correct you there, I think, and I apologize, but my understanding, maybe you can correct me, is that the going under number they show is what that number would be at the end of 25 years if we didn't do anything.
Yeah.
It doesn't show how many lanes we currently have.
We currently have, yeah. So, and that's where scenario 2 or the attachment 2 is super critical and important. But then the only reason I say that our current state is going under is because we actually haven't committed to doing anything. So that's why I would say that the current state. So terms. I think my last question, and maybe, I can't remember if it was you or Mrs. Swan who talked about the number of user groups that were engaged that were like, or was it someone else that talked about 5 out of 93 groups?
That was me.
That was you. Okay, so what is the ratio of swimmers to all other groups? Can you say why that was like a bad ratio of groups engaged when we look at all the different kinds of sport varieties across the city? I was just really curious why you pulled that one out.
Well, I know personally there are many aquatic user groups across the city, whether it's swim clubs, whether it's diving clubs, whether it's artistic swimming. So I know there's much more than 5. 5 out of 93 must be around 6 or 7%. That seems very low to me. I don't have the stats to back that up as to how many swimmers there are comparatively. But then when you look at the individual responses, and I think 75% of the people said they used pools. So there seems to be a discord between the individual responses, which say we need pools, we want swim lessons, and we use them, to the user groups that you talk to who don't seem to properly represent the aquatics. But again, I don't have a deep dive onto that. I went through the what we heard report, and 5 out of 93 did not seem very representative of what I would have said the overall sport community is, given the other data that you see.
Yeah, and I think the discrepancy I see is we are collecting data from both sport community and rec community, and so some of those individual responses lean more probably towards recreation than sport. But we can catch up.
That's fine.
We can catch up at
pools
lunch.
too.
Yep.
Great.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you, David, as well.
Sure.
Too. Sorry, it's just the end. Everything's going. I was really curious about the stats you were using, so I always just immediately quickly go look for kind of what are the proposed facilities in the list. And so you had mentioned how there was such a significant amount of people that wanted swim lanes. And so when I eyeballed the proposed facilities over the next 20 years, 35 out of 87 are pools. So that would seem actually be over-representative of the facilities, given the responses we received. However, I wanted just the clarity. The specific concern is whether or not game plan will address the equitable distribution. All right, so there's a clear I would argue a clear representation of pools, but your concern is just, will that distribution fit that donut?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, right? And again, because I haven't seen the full data on the lanes, I can't speak to that level of the data and why, whether this will fit the needs of the aquatic community or not. I definitely understand when you look at the map and you look at the proposals that it does seem to be a one-size-fits-all that makes sense maybe for the outer communities, but the reality is all of those old facilities that they're talking about are aging infrastructure. Those are in the inner city. There's nothing out in Seton or Tuscany that's 60 years old. They're all in the inner city. So when you start saying, well, we have to close these, and we probably do, we ought to also include as an investment criteria that they be replaced with something proximate. You can't just say, well, I've taken out Inglewood Pool because it's too costly and it's too old, but there's this big new thing we're going to build somewhere on the outskirts where we have the land and the space and it's more efficient. If you look at, I spent a lot of time in Toronto, I went to law school there, coached there for a bit. They've got all of those constraints, and you've got a lot of like old pools in very old buildings that have had to been retrofitted, maybe a gym added on or a rink added on. So I just think that game plan can try to look at both of these issues. I don't see a lot of differentiation in game plan between inner city needs and the broader community. You have one stat for the entire city, but you can meet those stats in various different ways. And so, yeah, build a bunch of multi-pool complexes on the outskirts. You meet your, lane pool, but if half the people can't get to them easily, you're not achieving the results you want.
And then the last question for you is, when you say proximate, do you actually mean equal? Just because proximate to a lot of the inner city, MNP would be proximate from a distance geographically, but you actually just mean size, scale, and equivalent facility?
Yeah, and MNP I look at differently. Like I said, it's a high-performance center, and it's already packed to the gills. I go there a lot. I was there on Sunday afternoon. It's minus 25 outside. There's no special event going on in MNP. It's still all open, but I could barely find a parking spot. You had to drive around trying to find a parking spot. I don't think that's going to get better when you add a slide with a four-lane pool. And so to say that that is a good replacement for something like an Inglewood Pool, I don't necessarily agree. MNP is the only place in the city that you could run a proper national championship for swimming, a proper provincial championship for swimming. That's what its mandate ought to be. Keep it at high performance, keep it there. But for your aquafit, for your elderly, for your master's programs, for your learn to swims, for your swim lessons, for your playtime, those don't need to go into a high performance facility. They should be able to find something a little more local or close to them. We talk about densification, we talk about a walkable city, and then we say, yeah, but you'll have to cross these big roads and take a transit, and it just doesn't work. Please come live downtown, but we're taking your pool away, or your gym, or your rink. And it's
That's
difficult.
why I wanted to ask. It's just because I wanted to make sure that I wanted to clarify so that we can answer these questions, that you're looking for equal facilities.
No, appreciate it. No, and we want to work with you. Like I said, absolutely support the concept of game plan. I think it may need some tweaking from an inner city and aquatic perspective, but maybe Heather and others can convince me that it is going to fit those needs. But that's what we're looking for, is we want to make sure that 25 years from now we look back and say, we did it, and we're proud of what we've done, and that this is the city we want to live in.
Well, thank you so much for being here. That is the end of this section. Before you get too excited, I do want to just quickly give one last chance for Keith Driver and Destiny Whitney. Are you Keith? No. Got it. Cool. In that case, then, I'll bring this public portion to a close, and we will break for lunch. It is 12:25. Let's just make it an even 1:30. Sorry? 1:30? Oh, yeah, that's a great question. Sorry, I apologize. You're great. I'm going to just reopen that. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak who didn't register? Yes, please. Thank you so much for catching that, Councillor Meehan.
Thank you so much. I apologize for not registering. I, learn as we go, right?
That's
This
okay.
is my first time here.
If you could you quickly just give your name and spelling so they could get you written down?
Absolutely. I'm Sherry King, SherryKing. I'm the Executive Director at the Genesis Center. And big thank you to everyone. You've heard from a lot of our colleagues and youth, which was more than heartwarming to hear from. And we're one of those amazing partnered facilities that Heather and Florent had spoke about. As a community, multi-use, intergenerational, for all abilities, as barrier-free as possible and meeting people where we're at type of facility. We roughly serve about 2.5 million people per year. And I can tell you for hours, so many stories on the importance of facilities such as the Genesis Center, which is located in the most culturally diverse quadrant of this amazing city. Stories of literally life-saving social inclusion, of essential services right in the heart of the community, stories of deep need, and truly of a valuable, safe, inclusive second home for so many people. We focus on all pillars of wellness, knowing that recreation is so much more than sport, as you've heard today. We don't have the infrastructure to support the needs now, let alone as we grow to a city of over 2 million people. Our facility alone has more than 2.5 million visitors through the door in a year, and we're fairly new. We opened just in 2012. 2012. When we first opened, we had about 80,000 or 800,000 visitors, and that's what we felt we were really built for, meaning that we are already busting at the seams and struggling to meet the needs of the community and are on our path to looking at expansion and what that does. The impact of recreation facilities is completely unmeasurable. We know that having access reduces things like crime, mental illness, social isolation, and so forth. But how do you measure that? There are no statistics that say because of a facility like the Genesis Center exists, the cost of healthcare has been reduced. People are generally healthier, things such as lower blood pressure, for example. But it's also more than that. People gain life-saving skills, such as learning to swim. But how can we prove that how many potential drowning incidents would have been prevented because we exist? We are not asking the city to do this alone. As everyone has said today, amazing partners exist. We all want to work together to make Calgary a healthier, vibrant, active city, not just now, but for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and sorry for almost cutting you.
No worries.
Last call for anyone else, both in person or online, who'd like to speak on this item, item 7.1. Seeing and hearing none, we will close the public portion and break for lunch. We'll return in an hour. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, to this February 6th meeting of the Community Development Committee. Clerks, can I get a roll call?
On the roll, Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Kara.
Here.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor McLean. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
And Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to jump to questions of administration. A long time ago, Councillor Meehan put one in the queue, so she is up first.
Awesome, thank you. Before I jump into questions, I just want to thank everyone who's maybe watching now because they're no longer in the crowd for coming. This was such a great morning. Really filled my cup hearing all of the stories and how impactful recreation is. And even when there's like disagreements about the plan, this is one of my favorite things to fight about, which is like, do we want more recreation or more recreation? But those are exactly the types of debates that I find exciting. Thanks to the rec team as well for all the work that you've done putting this together. I guess my first question is, and I think it's one that council has to wrap their head around, is that this is largely a plan for capital and that they all have operating implications. And so can you speak a little bit to the operating model, the operating costs, and when council would get a better understanding of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of operating model, and what I think you mean by that, Councillor Meehan, is would certain facilities be city operated or operated by our partners like that were with us this morning. So game plan doesn't specify an operating model overall or per facility. What we're looking for today is for the approval of the plan, the endorsement of the service level. Then we'll go away and plan these facilities. And as part of that, we will work on operating models to best suit the community, the type of amenity, et cetera.
Okay, kind of timeline for when we would understand that? Or is it going to be kind of yearly as we bring on the capital, like we'd have those discussions?
Good question. I think within a year or so, we would be bringing back information on operating models and how we want to make those decisions as we go forward and build each of the new facilities.
Okay, thanks. And just to clarify, are you bringing anything to mid-cycle adjustment this fall, or would all of these asks come forward for the 2026 budget?
As of right now, the intention is that game plan would become part of the next budget cycle, 27 to 30.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit to how we stack up to other cities and kind of the cities that you chose and why you chose them?
Sure, thanks for the question. So in game plan, we have established service standards, and they are indicated actually in the first column of the table in attachment 2. And the reason for those service standards is really to allow us to compare ourselves to other cities. The most obvious city that we can compare ourselves to is actually Edmonton. Obviously, it's given its proximity, similar size, and I would add they have also similar challenges as us in terms of population growth and aging infrastructure. So as we look in terms of comparing ourselves to them, currently Edmonton has one pool for 48,000 people. So it's actually better than what we have currently and the standards that we're recommending. But again, a lot of their pools are like single facility pools that they will eventually have to do something about as well. In terms of overall standard, if you look at arenas, our standard is pretty much on par with what they currently have in Edmonton. In terms of field houses, currently we are far behind Edmonton. We have about half of the kind of facilities that they have. Our standard will bring them more or less on par, a little bit lower, but very, very comparable. And same goes for what we call Class A, B, and horticulture fields. Right now we are, we have half as much as they do have in terms of standards, but as we reinvest in our infrastructure, we'll basically come back on par with them.
Okay, thank you. Just because it has come up, both in the last question I just asked about the ratios compared to other places, and also was brought up by David and some of our last speakers, is like, I think we need to dive into the aquatics.
ratios, what that, why are we going towards 1 to 75,000? Why facilities, not lanes? Like, could you maybe just unpack that a little bit? Because I think there's some, either confusion or some fair criticism there.
No, absolutely. And I would just want to start by saying that we understand that people are deeply attached to their pools, the one that they've been visiting for a long time. Actually, we visited a pool, one of our pools last week with a couple of our colleagues, and we met one of those ladies that had been swimming in that pool for 40 years, every day, or almost every day. So recreation facilities have evolved over time. They've been getting bigger with more amenities. Modern recreation centers offer the opportunity for all members of the family to find activities and programs that suit their needs. And during our engagement, which has been extensive, we asked Calgarians about their opinions in terms of what kind of pools they want and what kind of facility they want. And they clearly told us that they want recreation center with multiple amenities. And so when it comes to aquatics, there's two sides of it. There's the leisure pool and the what we call the flat water pool internally, but basically your rectangular pool with lanes inside. When we go about redeveloping the pools in the inner city, we will have more lanes with making waves that we currently have in the inner city. I just want to make that clear. How do we do that? So some of those facilities that we currently have, I will take Bob Behind, for example, in Forest Lawn. This is our number one priority, to redevelop that facility. When we redevelop that facility, it will still have a 24-lane pool, but what it will have on top of it is leisure pool. And what do we call leisure pool? So leisure pool, you can think about it as all the kind of amenities that appeal to like everybody in the family, from the tot pool, from the very younger one, to the slides, the lazy river. And our intent is to add teach pool in them. So what are teach pool? They can be in kind of different shape or forms, but if we use the MNP leisure expansion project that we currently have, that leisure teach pool is actually a 25-meter 4-lane pools. And what it does is, this is a basin that is dedicated for swim lessons. And so it takes away the pressure for lane swimmers, for swim clubs on the other pool. And then when there's no teach pool, swim lessons in those teach pools, then it can be used for swim lessons as well. So that's how we are able to expand our capacity. And I would add some of our pools, like our leisure centers, for example, like Southland Leisure Center, doesn't have lane pools, it only have the leisure. So our plan includes the expansion of that facility and adding a lane pool there. So this is how in the inner city we will expand capacity and add lane swims. So the number of facilities is one parameter, but it's not just one. So what are inside those facilities that matters as well.
Why did we use facilities as opposed to lanes or, breaking it down by teach pool, leisure pool, that kind of thing?
Correct. So when it comes to measures like that, we have to make it simple. And so number of facilities on a population basis is easy to compare, within the city and compare ourselves to other cities. So that's a factor that we have used. But actually, when we look at the planning of facilities, there are many, many more criteria that we look at. So again, the amenities that are on their pools, where they are located. Are they located close to transit, for example? This is a major factor. Do we have the land? And which areas of the cities are underserved? And are there other areas in the cities that are overserved? So there's many, many criteria that are quite difficult to basically pack into like one single measure. So we've selected this one because it's something that everybody can understand.
Okay, one of the concerns that was raised was the idea that you might approve a ratio based on population, but then that the facilities would end up on the outside of the city as opposed to in the inner city. So how would you ensure that people all have that equitable access?
Yeah, this is a major factor of us when we look at the criteria that we look at when it comes to new facilities. So in the growth areas currently, there are recreation deserts, what we've called recreation deserts, that they have no service whatsoever. So obviously, it is a priority of ours to develop facilities in those areas. in the inner city, we have situations where the facilities are very old and they need to be redeveloped. So the idea is to rebuild 6 of those in the inner city with larger pools. As I've just described, we'll have more swim lanes, so basically creating more capacity. So in the inner city, the capacity will increase as well, not being reduced because we're consolidating some of those facilities. I just want to make that clear. And then specific to Inglewood, once this plan is completed and we have built all the facilities, the residents of Inglewood will have, within 5 kilometers of their place of residence, access to 3 pools. So Babahan, Renfrew, and MNP. So there is, in our opinion, like adequate service for those people.
Okay, and 5 kilometers is kind of the standard that we would be looking to, that everyone should be within 5 kilometers?
Correct. That's one of the criteria that we use, and this is driven by the research and engagement that we've done. There's a lot of science behind it, but in essence, typically people go to the pools that is within 5 kilometers. They would drive up to 10 kilometers to go to a pool, but if you go beyond 5 kilometers, you can start to see the attendance dropping. And obviously, removing barriers is one of our major objectives in game plan. So we are trying to maximize the number of people living in Calgary within 5 kilometers of an aquatic center.
Okay, and so then is it true that the access is worse in the inner city, or is it worse in the outer part of the city? Or is it kind of, like, I guess, because there is this sort of narrative developing that it's worse in the inner city. So I just want to make sure.
So, not a very satisfactory answer, but it depends on where you live, really. We know that there's a deficit of aquatic centers in the northeast, for example, in those developing areas, deep in the north as well, and deep in the southwest. There's those very rapidly developing communities that just don't have any pools. Now, the challenge with inner city is that those pools are small, they are aging, they face very often disruptive closures, and we have to do something as well about them.
Okay, yeah, thanks for clarifying that. I think those are all my questions for now. If I come up with anything else, I'll get back in the queue. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. Councillor Pender.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Meehan asked some really great questions. I want to touch a little bit on how Game Plan supports sort of partner organizations across the city and partner sport organizations. We heard from track cyclists, we've heard from soccer. I'm actually surprised that there were not more hockey people here, so can we talk a little bit about how Game Plan sets us up to have conversations with partner organizations to develop facilities?
Yeah, one of the things I think we're really proud of through Game Plan is the collaboration that we are building with our partners, the large operating partners, some of whom are here today, and also the sport organizations. So I think the work of Game Plan sets us up really well to continue that. Some specifics I would add is that we are aware this is a very large plan and we need to find innovative ways to implement it. And so we will absolutely be looking to work with sport organizations on, what can they bring in terms of external funding. We had the softball group who said they've got a plan and they believe they've got funders ready to go. So those kinds of opportunities are absolutely what we want to jump on. And so we see all the opportunity to work collaboratively with sport organizations to build these new facilities.
Thanks. One of the other groups, it's talked a little bit about, or sort of just touched on, and maybe alluded, and just a few things we've heard, is like partnering with community associations, other sport and rec group, sport organizations who have space, and how it's really more about creating partnership with those groups as opposed to sort of like taking over. So can you just sort of speak to, again, that innovation and how we're looking to expand opportunities for partnership in that way?
Yeah, absolutely. We worked with community associations through this process, and through the engagement, what we specifically heard from, I would say, community associations and then some of those small recreation groups that you're talking about, is that what they were looking for is collaboration to support programs and programming, exchanging ideas and best practice. That's the kind of thing, we, the city, are a large organization, and they look, can we support them better in some of these sort of resourcing and capacity areas? Game plan has a couple of things. I know we'll spend a lot of time talking about the infrastructure, but there is this whole other part of game plan that is the principles and the commitments and the actions. And in there, you'll see a number that speak directly to community associations. For example, on page 32, there's a reference to building community programming plans. So that's really working with local communities, maybe underserved communities, to determine what is it that they want and need in terms of leisure and culture-based programming, and then work with them to plan and deliver that. Community associations in particular, there's another action in game plan that talks about extending city program to community facilities. We really see a benefit there where, you know, we hear loud and clear that people want recreation in their neighborhood, and it's not feasible to build large-scale rec centers in every community. We just can't do that. But there are community associations already in every community, and so how can we partner, whether it's, you know, programming that the community association can leverage and host in their facility so that people are getting opportunities close to home, the community associations are getting more participants, they're getting a revenue stream, all those kinds of things. So we see lots of potential partnerships with getting recreation closer to where people live.
Thanks. One of the things when we talk about recreation, we often go to the sports side of it. It's sort of like the most upfront and obvious, but under recreation, we also have 2 arts facilities. So can you, because of course you cannot put everything in your presentation, can you speak a little bit to how recreation in the terms of maybe, you know, dance or artistic endeavors through recreation, can you speak to a little bit how about that plan also supports those activities in our neighborhoods?
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see that arts centers aren't one of the 4 major amenity types that we've focused on in game plan. But arts and cultural programming is a huge part. When we think about leveling the playing field and having people participating in the kinds of activities they want, that's, you know, even though lots of people want to play soccer and hockey and those kinds of things, other people want to do other things. And so we will be looking at, in newer facilities, the ability to offer arts and cultural-based programming. You know, a couple of the newer regional rec facilities have theaters, have art spaces in them. With all of the facilities, we'll be looking to have really versatile, programmable, multi-purpose space that can host, you know, arts, dance, all kinds of cultural programming. So we believe we can provide spaces for that type of activity.
Yeah, thanks. Just recognizing that first, like, especially in that cultural aspect, the ethno-cultural aspect, so much of it's intertwined. It's like inseparable from each other. So making sure that we're just always acknowledging that. My last question, maybe not a very serious one. How many recreation and or sport puns are in this document? Did you do a tally?
A lot.
A lot. Yeah. Thank you. Chair, I don't have any other questions right now.
Thank you so much. Next in the queue is Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, and as well to the guests that were here this morning. You spent a lot of time answering Councillor Meehan's question about inner city, and I'm going to jump into inner city a little bit, but perhaps from a different angle, only because we heard from a couple of speakers not to focus on the regional stuff, but let's not forget the community-based stuff. You know, I'll speak specifically of Ward 7. I'm sure it applies to Wards 9 and 8 and others as well. But in Ward 7, as you know, we've got a lot of small communities. Each of them have community centers. Each community center has either a gymnasium or an outdoor pool or, right? And each of them contribute to the life cycle problem we've got now. You and I have had a conversation about how to rationalize each of these. And I think, Florent, you just made reference as an example. Not everybody has to have each of these things. We need to rationalize, you know, maybe this one has 2 pools, that one has 2 rinks, that's, you know, that sort of thing, right? I guess my question is twofold. From the rationalization of these facilities, you know, there's a cost of upgrading them to the code, to the standard, to the service capacity we want, or the cost of building new to get to there, right? And tied to both of those is the fundamental question of funding, whether it be, you know, tax-based funding, grant funding, or other sources of funding. Have you been able to square the circle of that, or is that part of the implementation plan here?
I think if I understand your question correctly, the answer is it's part of the implementation plan. Like what we will do is go away and develop a funding and financing strategy that looks at all those various tools that we can use, private investment as well as tax dollars and government grants and other innovative tools. And overall, part of our job is to figure out how do we best use the resources we have available to impact the most Calgarians, to provide the most service. And so that's where some of that rationalization of service comes into play. And we'll work with communities to do that.
Okay, and you actually hit this second part of the question, is that when we do our internal rationalization and economics and viability, we have to remember this is also within existing living communities and ensuring that the quality of life, the amenities they choose fits as well. So thank you for leading into that one. The third question I got is that we had a lot of speakers speaking about needing large play fields, whether it be for baseball, whether it be for soccer. And that takes a lot of land. But at the same time, if in an inner city area, we're very constrained with available land. In suburban areas, there's a strategy associated with land. And we've got other imperative needs for land, and particularly housing needs for land. So how do we resolve that deficiency, if I can use the term, of land?
Thank you, Councillor Wong. So you're right. Accessing land in the growth areas is typically easier than the inner city, but there are other ways that we can use to actually increase capacity with our existing athletic parks. One of them is retrofitting some of our natural turf fields with artificial turf, and by doing so, you allow more playing hours and better, more consistent quality of play. So that's one of the areas that we're exploring in terms of increasing our capacity. And when we look at renewing some of our athletic parks, and we have heard this morning from some of those girls from softball saying they had to travel in different places to play. And so that's kind of something that we will be looking at, is like, how can we just like combine those type of similar amenities into similar athletic parks, specialized athletic parks, so that we can reduce some of that issue.
Okay. We've got a variety of large tracts of land that are not necessarily, city lands. They could be, for example, part of a University of Calgary State Campus, Mount Royal. Could be part of Chinook Centre or North Hill Shopping Centre. So again, private ownership, provincial ownership. Are we looking at potentially using those parcels as part of the location strategy for some of these facilities?
I would say that we're probably at the point as a city where we have to get better at some of those things. Like I'm not sure I'll speak only for recreation itself. I'm not sure that we've necessarily been able to crack that nut in terms of how do we do some of those kinds of projects. But we definitely see that over the next 25 years here, this is not going to be the city building everything on existing city-owned land. It just can't be. And so I think the answer is we need to figure out some of those, resolve some of the issues that stand in the way of us doing that, and figure out how to make some of those opportunities happen.
Yeah, again, my conversations with the University of Calgary, and some of the development they're doing, my conversations with the owners of North Hill Shopping Centres and the things that they want to do, there is a willingness and opportunity to have that conversation. And given what we asked earlier about the limitation of available city lands, that would be a track I think we need to pursue.
Yeah, if I could add something. I think one of the things about game plan is, so historically, we haven't had a plan. And so facilities have been one-off, and council's reached these points where there's such a crisis that they've allocated a bunch of funding and we've had to go build a tranche of facilities. And that doesn't allow you to be strategic. It doesn't allow you to be smart and look long-term at different opportunities. And so part of what I really see in game plan is that if we set a direction and we set a service level, then we can look ahead and we can say, what are the opportunities? How do we capitalize on different things? How do we go through some of these processes that might take us a while to figure out, but that's okay, because in the meantime, we're renewing a facility here and building a new one here. So for me, a huge part of the game plan is the plan. That's what allows us to go and take advantage of some of these opportunities.
Right. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. You're up next.
Thank you, Chair. Director Johnson, we chatted a little bit about this, but I just wanted to ask this question amidst this conversation. When we think about the long term, and sorry to go back into operations, when we think about the long term funding of our recreation system, we are serving not just geographical Calgarians, we're serving a region. Can you highlight specifically what tools are currently available for us to collaborate on funding partnerships with our region, and what potentially could be unlocked in the future?
Thank you, Councillor Spencer, for the question. So yes, we have been in discussion as part of we've been in discussions with the Calgary Regional Administration, so Rocky County, for example. We have been in discussion with them as like, when we build facilities in the outskirts of the city, obviously it also benefits residents from those areas. So we've been in discussion. I'm not saying we have an agreement yet, but we have certainly been in discussions with them on how we can find funding mechanisms so that they can also participate to the share that their areas benefit from those kind of facilities. So these are ongoing conversations. They are taking a while, but we're pretty positive on the direction.
Are you able to kind of tip your hat in terms of how that would potentially operationalize? Is this like essentially when they register to use the facility, it would be annotated that they're from the region, and there'd be long-term data keeping, and then that would lead into conversations and negotiations? Is it that and anything else?
So we already have a fair bit of data. So from our existing facilities, and I think Rocky Ridge YMCA is a great example of a facility that serves, we know it serves people from beyond our city boundaries. You know, we have that data of the usership of that facility. And so that's the kind of data we're using for those discussions that Florent referenced. And we don't know what the outcomes will be. One of the possible trade-offs is that those regions might have land. And so is there opportunities where they have land, we bring capital, and then there's a rec facility that serves everyone's needs, or variations on that?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is Calgary's doing a good job of collecting the data about how we are already servicing the region, and are going to be in a good position for those future negotiations about how we create a sustainable environment for our rec infrastructure into the future.
I think so, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, do you mind if I go to Councillor Dhaliwal first, Councillor Meehan?
Yep.
Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Chair. Great conversation. And it was really encouraging to see all these sports groups come in. My question is, these are the kids who came in today. Mateo was saying he wakes up at 4 to go practice and all that. Here we are. This is a vision framework. It's not going to come to next council till 2026 for the next budget cycle. How realistic are we with these groups to tell them that, hey, look, it's going to take many years. It could take another 4 or 5 years before you will see something in the ground. Or we are setting up expectations where these groups are excited and they're looking for answers, because in the short term, I don't see any solutions. It's a long-term vision contingent upon next council's appetite to fund this.
Yeah, I would say a couple of things, Councillor Dhaliwal. First of all, how Mateo and the other kids here this morning made a tremendous case for why this investment is crucial. In terms of, yes, game plan won't come for sort of with a prioritized capital project list until the next budget cycle. But in the meantime, there's a number of things happening. So first of all, there are a number of approved projects that are in detailed design, construction, or almost ready to turn over to operations. So in the next couple of months, we will see the Calgary Soccer Centre open a dome. That will be a massive amenity. It'll I think the stat is triple the indoor capacity of the soccer center or something like that. So that one's going to be tremendous. Rocky Ridge Athletic Park coming online in 2026, 2 outdoor fields. One that's near and dear to your heart, of course, is the Northeast Athletic Complex that will have Calgary's first ever competition-capable cricket pitch, as well as 4 additional rectangular fields, and then ultimately a field house, which is the only component of that that's not fully funded. So these projects are in the works. There's a couple of others. They're in the works, and they will be coming online over the next couple of years. The other thing is, again, what game plan will allow us to do is if council sets a service level and says, yes, this is what we want to build as a city, then our team will work with our colleagues in infrastructure services and in planning, and we will start to fill the pipeline with projects. So, for example, Forest Lawn, the replacement of Bob Behan, that project is ready to go and will be lined up for funding in the next budget cycle. And there are others. I can't emphasize enough how important game plan is for administration in terms of it giving us the direction that allows us to plan and have ready the projects that can then be funded. We can take advantage of opportunities. We can seek out funding. We can be there when there's federal grants that are appropriate, all those kinds of things. And it's important to us because we know it's important to Calgarians. So setting the service level is really crucial to getting these facilities delivered.
No, I really appreciate all the great work you and your team you guys have done on this. Was there a game plan before this game plan, or this is our first long-term vision on this that council will have to make a decision?
This is essentially the first. There was a previous recreation master plan from 2010, but it was never a council-approved document, and it didn't include this concept of a service level and setting a standard that we can then work towards and budget towards and plan for and all of those things. So game plan really is the first for the City of Calgary.
Great, thank you. My second last question is more of, I think this will, and my apologies, this is going to come into next year in the implementation plan. How are we working with other departments within the city business units to make sure that if council does approve this, that the delivery is fast? Because I'm going to just pick on something. Northeast Athletic Complex, near and dear to my heart, as you said. We are going through what we heard. We are going through master planning. We are going through detailed design, which I've been told could be another couple years. Whereas on the event center, we were able to deliver the DP within 6 months. How are we going to make sure we work with business unit when we bring the implementation plan to accelerate the delivery of these projects if the capital is there?
Yeah, I would say, first of all, that we're really pleased with our relationship with our colleagues in infrastructure services and the way that we're all working together. I mean, the support for game plan from our colleagues is huge because everybody sees the need from this and everybody sees the need to get these facilities out the door. Again, I kind of go back to the need for the plan. And you know, one of the things, Northeast Athletic Complex is a great example, is, you know, council recognized a gap and provided funding, but funding for a project that didn't exist. It was an idea. And taking something from idea to opening takes a long time. Taking something from idea through master plan, concept design and master plan, and ready to go into detailed design, and you get the funding then, that's a lot quicker to get out the door. So again, it's about putting these projects in the pipeline. The other thing I would say is that, you know, one of the hurdles on some of these projects that we have on the go right now has been the budget. And again, it's because we came up with a budget for a project that was an idea not something that was fully scoped and fully understood, and the sites weren't understood, and what are the implications on cost from the sites that we're working with, and all of those kinds of things. So again, by going through a planning process where we know we have to build this many pools, we have to build this many fields, we have to build this many field houses, we'll do all that work so that when it comes to budget, we can more confidently say, this is the actual budget to build this. And so then when that budget's approved, that project can move directly into, the final stages of design and construction.
No, great. Thank you so much. My last question is, our strategy, if we approve $200 million a year, that is today's dollars. If you depreciate that by any discounted rate, 1.5%, do you think that will still be relevant in a couple years' time when next council, hopefully I will be part of that, we approve that, that those $200 million still be relevant, or it will be a little bit more than that?
A couple of things about that. So first of all, for the Making Waves scenario where we've estimated that at $200 to $250 million, again, this is on projects that aren't in the fully planned stages, and so that is an order of magnitude cost. That's based on our current understanding of what it costs to build these projects. That dollar figure is in 2024 dollars, so for sure that will change as we move along. And then the only other final thing I'd point out, Councillor Dhaliwal, is that specifically what we're asking you today is to establish the service level scenario, establish the standard. There isn't a budget ask here today. I mean, if you'd like to give us a few $100 million, we'd probably take it. But this is about setting a service standard, and then through future budget cycles, we will be bringing, project by project or program by program, what the budget asks are at that point.
Great. No, thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you for answering all my questions. Thanks, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you so much, Councillor Dhaliwal. That circles back to Councillor Meehan for a second time.
Thank you. I will try to be quick. The first one is, when we're talking about ice surfaces and aquatics and fields, those are all catering to kind of the bigger sports. And so what is our responsibility? I'm sympathetic to the individual who came and spoke about the velodrome. Like, what is our responsibility to niche sports who, if they don't exist in some capacity in the city, a small way, they probably don't exist at all?
Thank you, Councillor Meehan. So yes, we have heard this morning from the track cycling community. They are certainly a dedicated and passionate community, and the velodrome itself is a really unique community facility that support the sports. And if they lose them, there will be difficult times for them. The result, like the loss of their velodrome, is a result of the water treatment plant expansion at Glenmore, over which we really don't have any control, unfortunately. So we are prepared to work with the user groups to understand and accommodate their needs as best as we can over the coming month. The other thing I wanted to say is that game plan, as we have said, is really focusing on the 4 major recreation facility types, but it's meant to be a living document that will be refreshed on a periodic level. And we know that one of the limitations of game plan right now is that we don't account for all the type of recreation amenities. Velodrome is being one, outdoor tennis courts, or the sailing school, etc. So our intent is to, in future iteration of game plan, is to incorporate all of those type of amenities so that we have a plan for them as well.
Okay, thank you. This is like a little bit of a different question, but we have some public services like libraries, for example, that receive tax support, but they're also able to tap into, through the Library Foundation, like significant philanthropic donations. Sometimes people will leave their entire estate to libraries. Is that something that the city has explored from a recreation angle?
Yeah, I would say it's one of the absolute driving factors behind the partner operating model that we use at times, right? That's one of the things that the partners can bring, philanthropic dollars, they can bring different access to grants from other orders of government, they can bring tremendous volunteer resources. And so it's one of the elements of working with partners that really supplements what we can bring in terms of municipal tax dollars and that sort of thing.
Okay. So it's largely the partners who kind of do that. Is that kind of what you're saying? Like the city hasn't really explored its own version of that? Like it's, the YMCA Shannon spoke to kind of gets a lot of those philanthropic dollars. Does that see that model going? There isn't some iteration of the city doing that?
I think maybe there's two answers to that. So one is historically municipalities haven't been great at soliciting philanthropic dollars, that the philanthropic community doesn't see the municipality as the place where their dollars can make the most impact. But I would suggest there's a couple of opportunities that game plan points to, less so on the infrastructure side of things, but more on the commitments. So for example, there's commitments in game plan about working more closely with the school boards to get more swim lessons into school programming. I know I've had conversations with some of the councillors here today about expanding fee assistance and subsidy and finding ways to provide additional support on the pricing side of things, not just for city facilities, but with our partners. Different opportunities like that where philanthropic contributions could be part of the answer. That might be the kind of thing that is attractive to foundations, to individual donors, et cetera, to support, enabling kids in schools to have lessons, enabling lower cost access to facilities.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my last question is, when you bring forward that capital prioritization, what will be the mix? Because one of the challenges we faced, for example, on Fieldhouse, which is a big project that needs all three levels of government funding, is that we might have the money ready to go, but then these other levels of government are not ready. So would the vast majority of what you're bringing forward here be something that we would do exclusively within our budgets, or are we going to be waiting on other levels of government?
I think it'll be a mix. And again, I think it speaks to game plan's a 25-year plan, and what we do in the first few years might have to be different than what we're able to do in subsequent years because of the time we might need to get some of these things off the ground. But again, what having a standard does allows us to say, okay, we instantly need to start thinking about how we're going to build this amount of infrastructure, and we can go more aggressively look for those other sources of funding. So what that exact mix is that we'll bring back next year, we don't know. And what will be the funding sources on them, we don't know. That's part of what we'll be working on over the next year. Yeah, but the plan allows us to do that work.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Those are all my questions, Chair.
Thank you there we go. Thank you so much. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Johnson, just to lead off for Councillor Meehan, talked about financing, not philanthropic, but more so sponsorships. I presume sponsorship agreements naming sponsorship would be part of a funding strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already have those in place. And of course, that's something that the newer facilities that have been built, almost all have naming rights agreements. One of the things I would highlight about those, by the way, as an aside, is if you look at our rec facilities across the city, it's Shane Homes, it's Brookfield, it's Genesis, it's Melcor. These are home builders. They know that Calgarians want rec facilities in their communities, and so they work hard to be associated with it and provide support to those facilities. So naming rights is absolutely something we'll pursue. We're looking at it with the new projects that we're bringing online, like Soccer Centre Dome, all of the new projects that are going to be coming on in the next little while.
Okay, thank you. The Council Ottawa made reference to 200 million. You said 200, 250. It's just if I can use the term, a project estimate, not necessarily a funding request. But the 200 million, is that the sum of the whole strategy, or the amount you need annually over so many years?
It's an estimate of an annualized amount over the next 25 years.
25 years. Okay, thank you. Previously, I talked about, again, community centers in the inner city areas. And one of the things that they're, again, suffering with is the life cycle maintenance, the ability to fund these sorts of things. Conversations you and I've had, conversations I've had with facility management was around, community associations, can they steward these buildings any further, especially if they have a recreation attachment to it, right? Is the consideration of the community center responsibility for these assets versus the city's responsibility for the assets part of game plan?
Yeah, absolutely. When we talk about the arenas that are part of game plan, a huge number of those are operated by community groups. And the challenge you spoke to it, the challenge those groups are facing is that those are aging facilities, and the kinds of life cycle maintenance they're starting to see is big, right? It's replacement of cooling systems, it's replacement of roofs, it's not minor things. So we're very concerned about the ability for those facilities to last any longer. So we're quite keen to work with the community to figure out how can we build some new multi-sheet ice sheets and have agreements with those community associations that they could plan or program out of those facilities, and in exchange, maybe their land and space becomes used for something that's a different community amenity that they'd like to pursue. Those are the kinds of conversations we'll start to have as we implement.
Again, Councilor Dollar made reference to, people waiting at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. How can we do something more immediate in a 1 or 2 year time frame? Again, in this particular case, these community centers are operating in that 1 to 2 to 5 year maximum time frame to that. And they're not only scratching their own dollars, scratching dollars from AGLC grants, CFIP grants, everything else and such. Is the grant process that the community association is going to be part and parcel of a short-term funding strategy in game plan?
We don't know that yet, what we'll be recommending in terms of sort of granting streams, those kinds of things. Those organizations, of course, are eligible for the CCG, which is the already existing community grant stream. We don't have a plan yet whether we'd be, increasing that or having other small community granting streams that will be part of the funding plan. And I would just say, the challenge that you're conveying is the immediacy of this problem. Like, these facilities are in rough shape, partner-owned, city-owned, like, they're in rough shape. And so we need to move now to do something about it because we didn't do something about it in the past. And so we've got to start somewhere, and that somewhere is game plan so that we can start to tackle these problems. Unfortunately, we can't go back in time and identify the funding and do all those things that would then be in place right now.
Okay. And my last question on communities, only because I got a bunch of these little things in my ward. So the Riley Park, the little wading pond, for example, West Hillhurst, the outdoor little pool they've got there, they're small little neighborhood amenities. Are they part of this strategy or something separate?
Those amenities are, again, game plan really focus on the 4 major amenity types, so arenas, indoor aquatics, field houses, and athletic parks. So these were not part of game plan, but again, as I said, game plan is meant to be a living document that we will update on a regular basis and incorporate some of those type of amenities in the future. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
One more for Councillor Dhaliwal.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Just one. Just wanted to get some clarification or path forward. I have had some discussions in my ward, at least, with local developers who are very interested in building these recreational facilities, be in major activity centers and so on in Cornerstone. What is going to be the path forward? How are we going to engage these partners, be it CMSA, be it other organizations who can leverage funding from other sources for P3 model or something, and our local developers or people who are willing to work with the city to build these facilities faster because they have the financial capacity? What that process is going to look like before there's an implementation plan next year, Q1 of next year. Thank you, Chair.
So we We are actively working with lots of groups. I think some of them have come from you, Councillor Dhaliwal, and from other areas of the city. I'm not sure what we're up to now on groups that have reached out to say, hey, we think we might have, you know, the financial capacity, the skills, the ability. Soccer domes are the thing that they're talking about. Everybody wants a dome. And so we are starting to engage with those groups, working with our colleagues in partnerships, helping them understand the partnership process, us looking at what do we need to, what new tools do we need, how do we work differently. We're having conversations with private developers. There are groups out there that want to have, you know, significant resources to invest and want to build rec facilities. And so we're trying to figure out how to make those things happen. One of the things I would be very clear on is when it comes to private investment, if we're looking to pair private and public investment, public dollars need to be for public access. And so that's part of what we have to work with in these facilities is how do we harness that private capital that can help us get this done, but use the paired public dollars to make sure that's a publicly accessible facility that all Calgarians can access.
Great answer. Thank you. Always here to help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Seeing no one else, I look to Councillor Penner to move.
Thanks. This is one of those reports where everyone kind of jockeys for position to move because it's a good news story. And I think we heard so much about that today. Often we are in these chambers and we are hearing what people don't want. But today it was very visible and apparent that the power of sport and the power of recreation is a rallying cry. And there is a spirit of passion that comes from that. And as I reflect on having had the privilege of growing up in this city and where recreation touched my life and now where recreation touches my kids' lives and hearing from all the youth today, Mian and I were visibly at the very beginning, very teary, but in such a proud moment for the work that this does to bring Calgarians together. And in a time where there is divisiveness, the power of community and sport and recreation is going to be just more and more important. And it's very apparent that having a strategy like this is going to be critical to the success of our city. So I think about those things that I got to do as a youth and the touch points that I got to have. So I think about so many of the organizations. So I think about learning how to skate at Trico, which was at one point the Family Leisure Center. I think about trying my hand at diving at MNP, which we used to know as Talisman, and I just can't rotate and flip to save my life, so I had to move back on. And I found myself in the sport of soccer. And in doing this, this memory popped back up that I actually got to be part of the opening ceremonies of that soccer center in 1992. My dad forgot my shin pads. I was highly embarrassed because my socks didn't look just quite right. But it was a really defining moment. And so when the kids come up here and advocate for those opportunities, it hits me. It's that nostalgia moment that we all have. And now I think about my kids and the opportunities they've had, swimming lessons, at Southland Leisure Center, those weird monkeys we have to do something about. I'm sorry. But the opportunity to try sports like netball and tennis and the opportunities that our city is giving children and youth an opportunity to try. And I'm actually surprised there weren't more newcomer organizations talking about how sport is this uniting factor. Some of the soccer groups talked about it a little bit, but it is often a first community for many people who are new to our city. Whether that's adults coming and finding their place in a sport league, getting randomly placed on a team and creating lifelong friends, or for those older adults who create those relationships through Aquasize and Aquafit, which I will always attest is the absolute best cross-training activity anybody can do in the peak of their career. More than anything, I am so grateful for the bold and visionary leadership that the rec team has shown through this and the vision that they are creating and driving for our city as we move towards 2 million people. And I think that it is only through a bold vision that we get to chase the opportunities that come with it and the funding that can come with it, the funding that can come from other orders of government, that can come from the private sector, that can come from the philanthropic sector. And it is through those opportunities that I hope we find ourselves in more community together and moving forward and talking about the possibilities. I think the most impactful thing today and the stories that everybody brought forward, it was about collaboration and not about competition. And while sport is inherently a competition, every single organization came today, I guarantee you they wanted just as much for every other sport in this city. And that is so powerful. And I hope that we can build from the success and build from this work. Moved.
Thank you so much. Councillor Wong is up first.
Thank you, Chair. There's a lot of good reflection, both from our public speakers, from council members, and the questions and answers. When we talk about coming to tears, I don't show tears outside, but I certainly feel them. But I think the thing that's most important is understanding that this is what, when we talk about building communities, when we talk about satisfying a quality of life, diversity, when we talk about the incoming population, the growth of population, and providing housing, providing amenities, complement housing, this is what it's all about. Many different plans come together and make this work, and this is just one of those plans that comes together. One of the things I also say from a historical perspective, when you talk about dollars, Ms. Johnson, you may remember the terms CRIPS and ERIPS. And that was stuff that I was intimately involved in when I was in administration, helping you figure out how to fund these things. And the question then becomes, if this is your budget, where's the money coming from? And there's many different ways to shake the money out of a tree to get it there. But the greatest part of getting the money out of the tree is that business case. Is selling the business case to your community, to your taxpayers, your voters, but also selling it to senior levels of government to ensure that they understand their stake in doing this. This is something that council is here to help you to do. And again, I don't think anybody on council would disagree with that and not be able to support that. So with that, I think you've got to trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. Councillor Carra.
Yeah, I'm actually going to save the majority of my debate, I think, for when this goes through council, because I've got the same talking points. And shout out to Councillor Penner for her open, because it touched on a lot of the points I wanted to address. But I will sort of poke a little bit at Councillor Penner on one thing. Your dad forgot your shin pads? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I try and make my son responsible for those kinds of things. Okay. I will say that, though, this is very much about recognizing the amazing city that shaped who we are and wanting that amazing city to be there to shape our kids. And this has been a long time coming. And I want to thank Ms. Johnson and her team for finally getting the need to do this through the executive leadership team and before council, really important. The next big step, of course, council's going to be a little step, and then the big step will be actually funding this in the budget. And I'm hoping that as a preview of coming attractions for the next 25 years, that there will be meaningful game plan investments in the 2025 adjustment. Obviously, the major step is going to be stepping into the next 4-year budget. But I think that we're in a crisis and we need to respond now. So I would encourage you, when you get your marching orders, to include first steps as soon as possible. Having said all of that, this is fabulous. And, in many ways, I campaigned for a 4th term to come back to make sure that this came over the line. And I'm glad it's coming over the line. Thank you for your work. It's very, very necessary for this city.
Thank you, Councillor Carra. Councillor Dollywall.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Cora. We are in crisis when it comes to recreation. And Councillor Cora, please, I encourage you to bring your norms so we can get some of this stuff get going here sooner than later. That being said, Ms. Johnson, thank you so much. Thank you for all the great work you have done. Ever since I got elected, we've been talking regularly about recreation and sports facilities in our city. I'm a father of kids who play soccer, and they all dream of being next Messi, Ronaldo, Davies. But guess what? We don't have facilities. Calgary Soccer Center is a great facility, but it's carpeted. It does not allow kids to build on their skills. So this is a great initiative. And I wanna say to Mateo, Petra, Erica, Blake, Brooke, Mr. Carlo, Hamza, who came here today, Katrina Lamedon, thank you. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for giving your time. And thank you for showing us how passionate you are about the sports. And we are passionate too. And we're not forgetting you guys. We want to work with you guys. Let's get the game plan going. Let's come up with a plan. Let's get the implementation going. Next term, I'm committed to fight to get it fully funded so our kids don't have to wake up 4 a.m. just so they can go practice. So once again, thank you to all the Calgarians who came in today. We appreciate it. I sincerely appreciate it. And we are here to help and work with you. With that, thank you so much, Ms. Johnson and your team. That's it, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dollywell. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really excited that the positivity around committee on this and going with the Making Waves option. Ultimately, I think the City of Calgary is in a position right now where we are having to reckon with choices that have been made generationally when we were enjoying a certain standard of living off of a certain amount of subsidization out of our downtown core that has put us, and we didn't right the ship. And we're now in a situation where we need to actually look at the lift that is required to right the ship. I just want to remind anyone listening that this 200 million or more year over year is also going to need to be augmented by 400-ish for roads, for parks, for facilities, which I know recreation, that's a part of that, for transit. The City of Calgary needs to stay invested. We need to maintain the promise of the quality of life that we've established in this community, or have a very detailed, painful conversation about where we choose to make the savings. And ultimately, I think right now we're at a place where we need to face the reality that this city needs a fresh injection of resources to maintain the promise of the level of services that we have been giving generations of Calgarians. So very, very grateful. I'm looking forward to a vigorous conversation on the floor of council.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. Councillor Meehan.
Yeah, I didn't want to be the only one to not say anything, so I wanted to jump in and just express my gratitude. And when Katrina first spoke about, how so many people came to Calgary for sport and recreation opportunities, I mean, that's my story directly. So I very much resonate with that, and wouldn't be standing here in this chamber if it wasn't for the sport and recreation opportunities and the legacy of this city. I really think that, before I was on city council, I always thought, oh, the city council has so much power. And now I'm on city council, and I actually really believe people have a lot more power than they realize. And when you fill the auditorium like this and come and speak, to the things that matter to you, it's really powerful. And today is a warm up, because I think the real challenge is always about getting the money when the budget time comes. And so to everyone who showed up today, I hope to see you again in 2026 and be there with you side by side as a citizen to advocate for this, because I think it is really critical and important. I think Councillor Spencer brought up, there's so many important things that we need to invest in. And one of the big challenges that we have in recreation that's spoken about in the document is that there was just a lot of provincial and federal level investment in recreation 30, 40 years ago that we all benefited from, and that we're just not seeing that come. And I don't think that we can wait for it. And so the challenge is going to be we as Calgarians are going to have to step up and fund recreation through our property tax dollars. And that's not a free thing. That's something that we have to pay for. And I think that's something that
everyone always wants more things, but we also have to pay for them too. And what I hear is that people are willing to make that investment for the next generation. I certainly want, my kids to be able to learn to swim and play all of the great sports that I did. And we have to make sure that we're keeping pace with all of that. So I'm really excited to see this go through and know that it's just one step of many. And big thanks to the community for coming out and speaking so passionately to this.
Thank you so much. I guess now I have to be the one to not say anything. So I take a different take than some of my colleagues on this because I didn't grow up in sports at all. My experience with these types of facilities was always one of intimidation. I think of the first time I went to like a Genesis type place and how intimidated of it I actually was, especially if you go alone for the first time and you have to seek out your community your first time. That was a daunting experience for me. Like I'm a big guy. I grew up I've been a big guy my entire life, so I was the type of kid that didn't want to take my shirt off to go swimming, right? Because I was like, I don't know these people. There's a reason I made the joke that nobody wants to be the person in the middle seat. I don't want to be the person in the middle seat. So these types of places where there's lots of eyes, lots of people running around, to be honest, actually, what sometimes can feel like a lot of other communities that I don't know if I'm a part of. That's always been like a problem with that in my experience until I kept coming back. The first time I go to any of these facilities, I'm deeply intimidated. I remember my first time at MNP. First time at MNP years ago before it was, Repsol, Talisman, et cetera. I walked in there, I wanted to play basketball, but there's too many basketball courts. And I was like, well, which one do I choose? Which game do I jump in? How do I ask these group of strangers to play? And so I eventually did. And now when I go back at the same times, anytime I want, they invite me in, right? It just takes I just had to break through that first wave to realize that a community existed there that I just wasn't a part of. I just had to ask to be a part of. I had to join it. The same story goes for the gym. The gym at some of these facilities is the most bro space in the world, right? The amount of people whose sole exercise is their biceps and their traps. I don't know these people. Do I want to work out with these people? At first, I used to say no, until you meet them and then you spend time with them. And then you realize that these are just lovely people who's not just looking for their biceps, they're looking for their traps. And that culture started to grow again. It's the same experience I've had at small facilities and large facilities, but the intimidation was hard to break through. So one of the changes that happened at MNP that we've talked about in this room before is the move to shift it from a sports excellence facility to a community-oriented facility first. They changed their name, their board focuses on it, the energy is shifting, their bookings are different. And one of the most interesting aspects of that facility now is the aggressive group of pickleballers that range, have up to like a 50-year age gap at 7 a.m. 3 times a week. From ex-students, my own ex-students who were, they're now like 22 and they're playing with people that they met at that gym every morning of that week. That experience is something that you don't know until you go. You don't know until you grow it, right? Till you actually allow yourself to be a part of those communities. And often it's because that first barrier of intimidation. That doesn't mean that it's not hard, it's not challenging. It's just what I've experienced is that community is developed, community is not always welcoming, but once you're in, it's there. And so that can be the space that we have a lot of work to do. That is the change that I look forward to the most as someone who didn't grow up in these spaces. I couldn't afford to play soccer. I couldn't afford to play sports. I wasn't part of a basketball team at a young age. I couldn't play any sports until I was in like high school when it was funded, right? Like if I had to do self-funded, I couldn't do it. And these facilities, I put in that same category. I never went to a public pool in the same way that you hear young people talking about today. And so what I love is community. I love building community. I love seeing it built. But most importantly, the thing that I've enjoyed over the last several years of my life has been finding community in places that used to intimidate me. And so that's something that I look forward to helping people find that balance in, is so that we can both find the community in these spaces and build it elsewhere wherever we can. So I'm happy to support, and I'll turn it back over to Councillor Penner to close.
Thanks, Councillor Walcott. I love that story, and I think part of it is because I get to witness it with you. Councillor Walcott's my workout buddy, and I couldn't ask for anyone better. But when we talk about the power of community, that's it. And then we get to see other great city faces coming in and out of the facility too, and have great conversations about how we emerge and grow and do great things. I would be remiss to talk about the other kinds of community and opportunities that Game Plan presents us as a city, because we're very focused on the dollars of what we need to put out. But the real opportunity is that actually Game Plan gives us some inputs as well. And when we do this well, and if we do this strategically, like many of the groups talked about, this continues to keep Calgary on the map. So I'm specifically talking about sport tourism and the opportunities that creates. And that creates wins and opportunities for local clubs to collect tournament fees to bolster their programming. That's wins for our local restaurants, our hotel industry, and our communities who benefit from having these activities. And we see when major events come to our community, the economic input into our city. And so when we think about recreation, while we want to build community, there is just an entirely different city building activity that can come along with that. And so when we think about our strategies that we put forward, knowing the broader impact, the broader goals, and the broader alignment with where we're moving as a city is so important. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget about that. Again, to the recreation team, I cannot say thank you enough. GM Black, thank you for empowering your team to be bold and visionary. It takes leadership at all levels to do this, and I hope actually that we don't have to talk about this at council. I hope it doesn't get pulled from consent agenda for conversation, and I hope we just get very excited about the work that we are going to do and the city that we are building together. Closed.
To East Scribe, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Yes. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you so much. Please display the vote. That is carried 7-0. Thank you so much, team, for being here. And yeah, hopefully this is calm at council when it gets there too. And then we get to find out more 2 years from now when we get to the real funding work. Next up on the docket, 7.2, addressing predatory tow truck behavior. Obviously, the real moneymaker of the day. This is the one we want. The kids want to hear this one, right? Yeah, this is the one. Sorry, got distracted by side conversation. Thank you all for being here. Our presenters are Lorna Kearns, Thomas Jukes, Sergeant Bradley Norman, and Constable Mitchell Hardington. So when you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Community Development Committee. My name is Lorna Kearns with Policy and Bylaw Development in the Community Strategies Business Unit. I'm joined today by Deputy Assistant Chief Thomas Jukes with the Calgary Fire Department, Officer Mitchell Hardington, and and Staff Sergeant Travis Baker with Calgary Police Service. We will have one other member of the Calgary Police joining us. That is Sergeant Bradley Norman, who's just coming in as well. We're here to present some proposed bylaw amendments to the Calgary traffic bylaw and the street bylaw to address predatory tow truck behavior in Calgary. Next slide, please. On November 26th, 2024, Councillor Demong brought forward a notice of motion directing administration to address predatory tow truck behavior through various regulations. Our instructions were to implement a prohibition for tow trucks to attend at vehicle collisions and establish a fine structure to act as a deterrent. Today, we are presenting proposed bylaw amendments that Council directed us to undertake to address this predatory tow truck behavior. Next slide, please. We are asking committee to recommend Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw found at attachment 3 to amend the Calgary traffic bylaw and the street bylaw to better address predatory tow truck behavior. In addition, we are recommending an advocacy position to the province to regulate the tow truck industry to protect Calgarians who are at risk of such predatory behavior. Next slide, please. According to the Calgary Police Service and the Calgary Fire Department, predatory behavior by towing companies has increased in the last few months. The Calgary Fire Department, who is typically first on scene, state its personnel have witnessed predatory tow truck behavior regularly at accident scenes they attend. The Calgary Police agree, but they've recently seen a decline as tow companies are now attempting to avoid the police. Predatory tow truck behavior has become an increasingly lucrative business for some tow truck operators. These operators are charging customers thousands of dollars in towing, mileage, storage, and administrative costs, among other fees. In some cases, tow truck operators are harassing customers involved at motor vehicle incidents to solicit tow services from them. In addition, some tow truck operators have been harassing first responders on the scene of a motor vehicle collision, impeding their ability to provide assistance to the victims of the accident. Tow truck operators have been arrested at some collision scenes for this behavior. Next slide, please. The amendments to the Calgary traffic bylaw include defining what constitutes a tow service vehicle, the implementation of a 200-meter zone where no tow service vehicle can enter without permission from a first responder or the owner or operator of the vehicle involved in the motor vehicle accident or other motor vehicle incident. We are recommending an update to Section 59.2 to ensure owners are liable for vehicles that are stopped at the time of an offense, in addition to being parked or driven. Lastly, the fine we're recommending is a single maximum penalty of $10,000 per offense, instead of an escalating fine amount for repeat offenders. The proposed amendment in the street bylaw is to align the language with the new proposed rules in the Calgary traffic bylaw. Next slide, please. Once again, here is our recommendation for committee today. The team is here and ready to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. First things first, we'll open up for public presenters who want to speak to this item. Do we have Dominic Shamoon online?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Okay, you'll be going up first, but give me a second. I'm just going to check for a few more people. Do we have Gary Leach?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. So you'll be going second. Wayne Popo.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. You'll be third. Jeff Ribnak. Perfect. You'll be fourth. And Jackie Richards.
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. You'll be fifth. Okay, if you can all mute, and we'll start with Dominic Shamoon. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's great to be here on behalf of the Alberta Motor Association. At the AMA, we're a community of more than 1 million members, including around 300,000 members in the city of Calgary alone. Our fleet of service vehicles and our contractor network also represent approximately 80% of all private passenger vehicle tows that happen across the province. So while Alberta's towing industry is still highly reputable, we do share the concern about the concerning increase in predatory towing practices that we're seeing, and want to thank Councillor Demong for bringing this forward, as well as City Administration Assistant Deputy Chief Tom Jukes, and the Calgary Fire Department, Sergeant Norman, and our partners at the Calgary Police Service. Working together, we know that we can tackle this issue of predatory towing. We are pleased to support this proposal and its amendments to the Calgary Traffic Bylaw and the Street Bylaw. We are also supportive of the call to action on advocacy to the provincial government for a consistent approach across the province. We're encouraging them to adopt a similar approach to this bylaw and prohibit an uninvited tow operator from entering a collision scene, no matter where you are in Alberta. Being in a collision or broken down at the roadside is stressful enough, and the last thing that any Albertan needs to deal with is pressure and intimidation from an unscrupulous tower. With our No Before the Tow campaign, we've been working with fire and law enforcement partners to ensure that Albertans are aware of their towing rights and that they know they are in the driver's seat when it comes to who they choose to tow their vehicle, and that these amendments will provide a meaningful disincentive to the practices of predatory towers through effective enforcement. With respect to the specified penalty of $10,000, we're pleased to see that these offences are treated seriously and believe, as administration noted, that this will serve as an effective deterrent to these predatory practices. One friendly suggestion that we will make for a potential amendment to the proposal is for the purposes of clarity, just to ensure that ancillary towing services such as traffic control continue to be permitted. The safety of motorists and our service vehicle operators is a top priority, and we typically deploy secondary trucks to high-risk calls and high-speed roadways to assist with increased visibility of the scene, as well as to provide support to the primary operator. Now, these vehicles are not always equipped as tow trucks, and the proposed definition of towing service vehicle in a very strict interpretation might lead to some confusion. I'd actually point to the jurisdictional scan that was completed by administration, specifically the Edmonton Traffic Bylaw, that provides just purely for the purpose of certainty that ancillary towing services such as traffic control continue to be allowed. From all of us at AMA, thank you again to our many partners for their work on this issue and to administration for this proposal. We're pleased to see the quick action taken in addressing predatory towing. We support the additional tool that this will provide to law enforcement and make things less stressful for our partners with fire and police and for the motorists who are involved in these collisions and breakdowns as well. And really just appreciate the efforts in targeting the predatory tow operators who are taking advantage of vulnerable motorists. And together we know that we are going to be able to tackle this issue. So thank you.
Thank you so much. What we'll do is, so just the 5 people I called, I'm going to go through all 5 of you first, and then we'll go to questions if there are any. So Gary Leach, you're up next.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Leach, and I'm the president of the Towing and Recovery Association of Alberta. We are a registered nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a unified voice on behalf of our membership of professional towing and recovery operations throughout the entire province of Alberta. On behalf of our association, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this matter that is extremely important for not only our members, but for all legitimate and respected towing and recovery operations in the city of Calgary and in the province of Alberta. The current issue that is affecting Calgarians, visitors to the city, and their respective insurers who are being victimized and preyed upon is a result of an influx of predatory tow operators and companies migrating to our region from Ontario. This migration is believed to be the direct result of the recent stringent efforts
of the Ontario government to eliminate the long-standing similar conduct of unscrupulous individuals and companies, particularly in the GTA of their province. Similar conduct by these groups is also occurring concurrently in the city of Edmonton. It is possible that many of these predatory operators or companies are operating without a current business license, with non-Alberta vehicle registrations that may be expired and beyond the time allowed for converting to Alberta, with liability insurance issued in Ontario that may be expired or not valid in Alberta, with towing insurance to cover a client's vehicle that is issued in Ontario but not valid in Alberta or expired, and operating with Ontario driver licenses beyond the time allowed for converting to Alberta. It is our belief that the larger metropolitan areas of Calgary and Edmonton have been chosen by these groups due to the higher volume of incidents associated with higher vehicle densities and the existence of private insurance in the province. Other provinces, including Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia, are not considered to be good hunting grounds for this conduct and activity due to mandatory provincially operated insurance that requires only contracted towing and recovery operations to be utilized for any required services. Simply put, those provinces would refuse to pay the ransoms claimed to be legitimate fees by the predators, but conversely, private insurers in Alberta are obligated to pay in order to recover the vehicles on behalf of their clients. Towing and Recovery Association of Alberta is vehemently opposed to the unscrupulous actions and conduct of these predators who have now invaded the previously professional manner of service delivery to law enforcement, vehicle owners, and operators, and the insurance industry in Alberta. We fully and unconditionally support the efforts of the City of Calgary to combat the unprofessional and possibly illegal activities of these predators through the passage of this proposed bylaw and or its amendments. Jackie Richards, our Board of Directors representative for Calgary, will provide further comments on behalf of our association. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just hold on the line in case there's any questions. And next speaker is Wayne Popo.
Yes, I'm Wayne Popo. I'm our Central Director for the Towing and Recovery Association of Alberta. A little bit ways out of Calgary, but I do understand that with the predatory towing, it hasn't hit the rural areas yet, but it will. I stand with the rest of the Towing Association and how Gary was saying, and the stuff that's going to be Jackie's going to be saying in the future here.
Thank you.
That's about where I stand.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking part in this. Please hold on. Next speaker will be Jeff Ribnack. So the mic is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak. My name is Jeff Ribnack. I am the Operations Manager at Citywide Towing here in Calgary. I've worked in the towing industry since 2001, and during my career, I've worked alongside EMS, fire, and city police, servicing Calgary and the citizens of Calgary and their roadways. Beyond towing and recovery, my responsibility is to help people and provide service and safety when needed. Over the past 6 months, however, I've started to notice and been privy to invoices that are extremely high and not conducive to the towing and recovery industry. I've seen their scare tactics, their predatory actions towards the general public, including ourselves at Citywide Towing, and their pressure tactics to get the tow and create a high invoice. Some of these fees are 5 to 10 times higher than the industry standard. And public safety is in jeopardy while they're out there conducting their business. Allowing these practices to go sorry. These,
Take your time.
yeah, no problem.
No worries.
It's better in front of a camera. These actions aren't, sorry.
Can we pause the time? Thank you.
Yeah, can you give me a minute?
Yeah.
Nerves are catching up to me.
No, we pause the time for you.
Okay. The citizens of Calgary deserve and to be treated fairly. Having the contract, we have our set rates, which I have included. They're a flat rate so that general public are paying a certain price and no more. I'm sorry, I'm freezing here.
It's okay. We're going to pause the time.
Do you want to let Jackie go?
Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will say, technically, I'm not supposed to let you come back up after that. Are you comfortable with Jackie going, or are you okay if we just pause and let you come?
I'll let Jackie go, please.
Okay, perfect. What I'll do is I'll make the decision as the chair. After Jackie's done, I'll come back to you really quickly, and then I'll allow you to give that chance to make that decision. And so with that said, Jackie Richards, please, you can get started when you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us here today. Good afternoon, esteemed members of Calgary City Council. And good afternoon to my towing colleagues, esteemed towing colleagues. My name is Jackie Richards, and I am the Calgary Director for the Towing and Recovery Association of Alberta. I am a third-generation towing company owner. My grandfather, my father, and my sister all owned towing companies that served the city of Calgary, from Red's Towing in the 1950s and 60s to Citywide Towing, owned by my family for a span of 2.5 decades. I am here today to speak on behalf of our association regarding the troubling rise of unscrupulous and unethical practices by a few rogue towing operators that have recently infiltrated the cities of Calgary and Edmonton in the past year. These rogue operators have been subjecting Calgarians to unethical behavior, including overcharging, bullying tactics, and exploiting vulnerable motorists in distress. This conduct has created unnecessary anxiety for individuals, and it undermines the public trust in the towing industry. An industry, I'm proud to say, that is normally viewed by individuals and first responders as a helpful and essential service. Our members believe that this kind of behavior is unacceptable, and we are committed to supporting any campaign that ensures these types of operators do not tarnish the reputation of legitimate, ethical, long-time towing operators across the province. We stand with City Council in your efforts to curb these malicious practices. We support the creation of a $10,000 fine for these rogue operators, and we strongly encourage the implementation of this measure. However, we believe that it may be crucial that the penalties go even further, simply because we have seen in Ontario where such fines are challenged in court and defeated, or savvy rogue operators just change business names, put different plates on their tow trucks, and get rolling again without suffering the payment of such fines. We wonder if, in addition to the fine, perhaps the offending towing unit, whether it be a tow truck or a service truck belonging to people who should not be at these scenes, be seized and impounded. This style of penalty could send a clear and very powerful message to any predatory towing operator that such behavior will not be tolerated in the City of Calgary. The Towing and Recovery Association of Alberta takes this matter very seriously, and as an association, we are fully committed to supporting Albertans in the fight against such practices and such operators. We plan to leverage our membership, influence, and social reach to educate the public and mentally arm the citizens of Calgary and beyond. By doing so, we aim to build confidence among motorists so that they can recognize and stand up against the pressure tactics that these individual tow operators use. In support of these efforts, we are pleased to endorse the Alberta Motor Association's educational campaign called Know Before the Tow, which Dominic spoke about. This initiative is an excellent resource for informing the public about their rights, helping them navigate towing situations safely, and ensuring they are not swindled or taken advantage of. We fully commit to supporting and championing this campaign in every way we can, whether through spreading awareness among our members or using our platforms to amplify its message. In conclusion, the Towing and Recovery Association of Alberta stands firm against the unethical practices of rogue towing operators. We support City Council's efforts to protect Calgarians and Albertans and call for stronger penalties, including the impounding of offending vehicles. We will continue to take action on behalf of the public by empowering citizens with the information they need to stay safe, and we pledge to support the Alberta Motor Association's Know Before the Tow campaign. Thank you for your time and your attention today. We look forward to continuing to work together to ensure that the towing industry in Calgary remains ethical, trustworthy, and dedicated to the safety and the well-being of all Albertans. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Richards. I'm going to look to Councillor Demong. He has a question for you, Mr. Ribnak.
Sure, I guess we can start with him. No, that's fine. Mr. Ribnak, would it interest you to know that after 14 and a half years of doing this job, I still don't like public speaking, and I still lose myself in my notes. Was there something else that you wanted to add to your presentation?
I appreciate that. I've spoken many times in front of a camera. I'm sure many of you have seen me on the news, but no, I do fully support this bylaw. I think it's a huge positive for the general public, the citizens of Calgary, the tourists coming through, that should something happen, that they are treated with respect financially, mentally. I also think this bylaw creates a safer work environment, not only for the tow operators showing up on scene, the professional tow operators and companies, but also Calgary Fire, Calgary Police, scene management. It's one less thing for them to have to worry about, because most professional companies out there do have good working relationships with their local fire and police, and everybody knows what they need to do to get off the road safely, efficiently, and get traffic moving again. So I do feel that it is a positive for the public, CFD, and CPS.
Thank you for that, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Jackie Richards. So just so that you're aware, Jackie, Ms. Richards, I've always considered tow truck operators as something like first responder adjacent. So yeah, I certainly do understand exactly where you're coming from, and we should be protecting you in the same vein as the first responders. But my question has to do more with, when you talk about towing the tow truck away, we considered that, and we are going to think about that as a second step. put this out there forward first, see if this actually deals with the issues at hand and kind of moves forward with, do we need to go to that next step? What are your thoughts on that, Ms. Richards?
I think that's an excellent procedural way to go. Our hope as an association, and my personal hope as the owner of a 48-year-old towing company, is that the $10,000 fine will scare these individuals away. The concern brought forward to us by the Canadian Towing Association was what they experienced in Ontario, which was that these fines were challenged in court, they weren't paid, these savvy, unethical operators whose business it is to flout the rules and to flout the system know what to do and how to work things. But I agree, let's start with it, and then if things have to be escalated, it sounds like, I'm happy to hear, that City Council is open to pursuing further measures.
Absolutely. And just for your own benefit of knowledge, the $10,000 is the maximum fine that we are allowed at this point to hit with. And these tow truck operators may have done this in Ontario, but they've yet to meet the Calgary Police Service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demong. Councillor Dollywall, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Ms. Richards. She was talking about Towing and Recovery Association of Alberta. I just want to, for my understanding, is your association, is membership voluntary, or it's a requirement for every tow truck driver to be part of the membership and pay their dues?
Membership is voluntary.
Okay, great. My follow-up question is, when you, and don't take me wrong, I just want to understand, when you're speaking on behalf, are you speaking on behalf of your membership, or you're speaking also as a resident or as a citizen who has personally seen this kind of behavior and heard from others that this is not acceptable and unsafe?
I am speaking as the Calgary director, representing the membership and towing companies in Calgary and area. I am also speaking as a third-generation tower, going as far back as the 1950s when my dad started towing at the age of 16. This was not a problem in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, last decade. This has just become a problem now, and I'm thrilled that it's being dealt with in such a serious and forthright manner. As a citizen, I am concerned because we have received calls at our company by individuals who have said, this has happened to me. My vehicle is behind somebody's locked gate. I don't know how to get a hold of these people. They're texting me, telling me I've got to pay them $6,000. I don't have insurance. I don't know what to do. They won't give me my son's hockey equipment that's locked inside that vehicle. Do you folks know anything about this, and can you help me? They're calling us because we've been in the business for 48 years, and we are reputable, and we work on behalf of AMA and all the insurance companies, and we are, as Mr. Rogers says, the helpers. Look around for the helpers. Well, that's our company, and that's the people who are part of our association. So they call us asking for help. What can they do? So as a citizen, as a company owner, and as an association member, these are all red flags.
Great. No, thank you. And my last question, again, thank you, Councillor Demong, for bringing this up. For someone like me, layman out there, third generation tour, 48 years in the industry, very briefly, can you please, for Calgarians, briefly define what is a predatory tow truck practice? How does it differentiate from a normal tow truck practice? If I think I may be answering my own question, but if I call someone and they come to help me against what's happening.
Absolutely. So if you are roadside or you slip off in a snowstorm and you go off into a ditch on Stony Trail, you get on the phone and you contact AMA or you contact a towing company that you're familiar with, and you ask them to come out and help you. They show up at the scene and they winch you out of the ditch, or they tow you somewhere if your vehicle is disabled. Excellent. That's the way it should go. These folks will come upon the scene, even if, as I understand, reported by Calgary Fire Department as well as the city police, they will enter a scene uninvited and they will use pressure tactics to solicit the tow. They will tell individuals, whether they're sitting there injured or not, they will tell them that they have to remove the vehicle, and they will then take the vehicle from the scene and take it to an impound yard. They will not communicate appropriately with the individual who owns the vehicle, or they will make demands around contact with insurance companies. They will charge for things that services that they did not perform. And if the individual does not have insurance coverage, they will then demand payment from that person, often to the tune of rates that most individuals can't afford.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Richards. That's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. Okay, committee, I have two questions for you. So there's two things we can do. The baseline preference is I'd ask that we move to suspend the afternoon break just to at least finish the questions of the public speakers. But my preference would be that I ask someone to actually just let us finish the item, right? Councillor Dumont, can we finish? Okay. Oh, I need Councillor Crowell. Councillor Crowell, can I get you to move to suspend the afternoon break until we finish this item? Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Anyone opposed? Seeing and hearing none, that is moved. Back to questions, Councillor Penner.
Yeah, I just have one question for Mr. Hrbnik. You talked about, or you started talking about the industry practices, sort of around like the fee guidelines. That there's sort of like a best practice across industry on the fee guidelines or fee structure. Does that exist somewhere that Calgarians can know about? How, like, who kind of comes together with that fee guideline? Because I'm assuming you all want to stay competitive with each other, and so it's discussed somewhere.
We do. The city contracted rates that we follow when we're towing for CPS or Calgary parking are published online. Generally within the towing industry in Calgary, our rates, we are a small community. It may seem like we're a big community, but everybody knows everybody. And most of us talk, and through customers, you usually get a sense that we are somewhere parallel with our rates. You know, if we clean up a scene, there's a cleanup fee, but it's not a ghost fee. Like a lot of the invoices I've seen, there is no blocker units with these guys. There is no cleanup. They're light fender benders. There is no dollies. So they're just tacking on extra fees to pad their bank accounts.
Great, thanks. I'm going to follow up then with a question to Mr. Shaman. Is he still on the line?
I am, yes.
So knowing that you have the Know Before You Tow campaign going on, and some of that fee structure is available through the city website, are you able to create links to that on your website to help inform Calgarians or Albertans, like either whether it's Edmonton or whether it's Calgary, so people can have better understanding and expectations of what the fee structure should be when they're getting a tow, especially when it's related to where CPS or fire may be involved?
I will definitely take that back with the team for our discussion, and we'll take a look into that. I think the one piece we've heard from our members as well is these predatory towers are coming often after they've already the person involved in the collision has already called AMA or another trusted towing provider, and so in our case, the tow would be included with your membership. And so we'll look at how we can potentially include some of that information and share that information to some partner websites as well.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Robertson, I think it is, or I think it's, my apologies. Yeah, Ms. Richards, sorry. With regards to the towing business, similar to a taxi business, do you have like a broker system where independents could be brokered through a dispatcher?
No, we do not. We are individually owned and operated companies. We are private enterprises. So each of our association members would be a private enterprise that owns and that is operated independently of others.
Okay. Now, as a company, I presume you own each of your own fleet of tow trucks, correct?
Yes, I own my company and I own, yes, it's my fleet.
Okay. Do you have independent operators part of your fleet? In other words, a independent operator running under your company?
We have employees
No.
who drive our company-owned unit. Is that what you mean?
No, people that own trucks operating under your company's name.
No, we do not. They're all employees.
Okay. The reason I asked the question is that, sorry, in 30, 40 year ago history, I did tow trucks in Vancouver. And a lot of times they were operated like a taxi industry where independents went through dispatchers, companies went through dispatchers, tow operators would follow, for example, under busters or Unito. So that the mix and variation is what I'm trying to get at. The question I was going to ask, though, was that in that situation, is there a common code of conduct, whether through your company or through a dispatch broker type company?
Our company certainly has a code of conduct, and in fact, we authored the code of conduct that the RCMP were using for some time. There is no brokerage system that I am familiar with. I've never heard of that happening. There certainly are and have been towing companies that do have independent operators or contractors that own their own truck and operate under company names. My company does not do that. They are all employees.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
It does, because the reason I was going to ask is a follow-up question to administration later on. If we were to, charge somebody, tag them with a $10,000 fine, and they say, well, I'm the driver, or I'm not the owner of the vehicle, or I'm not I'm a vehicle attached to a company or a dispatcher. The question I wanted to get to with administration is, who do we tag the bill to at the end of the day, when there could be multiple combinations of ownership, driver, broker situation? That's what I was trying to understand it in the Alberta Calgary context.
Yes, very good point. And I think what, at this stage anyway, I think what would be found is that the individuals who are practicing this behavior are 1, 2, maybe 3 individuals involved in, I don't know what, a numbered company, I suspect, who run maybe 1 or 2 trucks together. It's vastly different from the towing companies that have been around for decades in the Calgary area, and there are several where they are, you see the name on the side of the truck. Those kind of companies would not be engaging in this behavior. We have reputations, and we have history, and we have relationships.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I apologize, committee. I missed a name from a sticky note. Is Don Geschel on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Perfect. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm calling in. I'm the ex-chair of the Alberta Tow and Recovery Association of Alberta and current sitting Edmonton director. I was really happy to see that the City of Calgary is taking such a hard stance against predatory towing behavior. Just to give you some of the experience in Edmonton, since we've had the creation of the collision reporting centers, unfortunately our police service no longer attends every collision, and it's just kind of perpetuated the problem. We do have an existing bylaw, but as everybody is well aware, the fine is only $250. So we're hoping that with Calgary enacting this bylaw, the neighboring communities will follow suit. Because if Calgary gets, like, I love the comment, Calgary Police Service, they haven't met them yet. So if they're going to get tough on them, what my fear is being outside of Calgary, is that it's going to drive them to other municipalities such as Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Red Deer, and Edmonton. So my hope is with Calgary enacting this bylaw, which I support and our association supports, is that it will encourage some of the other municipalities to stiffen up their penalties and their laws for predatory towing practices. I can also speak to running a company of multiple units with lease operators. We ourselves have 45 units on the streets of Edmonton, and we have 3 lease operators. Those lease operators have to adhere to our code of conduct, as well as we are an AMA contractor, so also the AMA code of conduct. And they are strictly governed by us, the parent company. They cannot do towing outside of notifying our office and go outside of the rate structures are set up. Also, our rate structures under our contract are on the Edmonton Police Service website on what towing costs are in the city of Edmonton for collision scene towing. And just to kind of back up what Jeff was saying is what I'm seeing these predatory towers doing is criminal. They are charging for fees, excessive, an absorbent amount of fees for traffic control that never happened, which is fraud. For recovery, which is where the vehicle has to get drawn back onto the road. But that was never the case. Like Jeff was saying, it was just a minor collision where there was minor debris. You're charging exorbitant amounts for cleanup when they picked up nothing. And they're charging for it and actually leaving debris on scene. And they're charging for standby time in excess of what the industry standard would be. And I don't think that this needs to be a full-blown provincial regulation or anything like that. We've been towing in the province myself for 27 years, owned my own company for 15 years, and we have the support of the community. The reputable companies do have that support. I don't think this is a provincial problem. I think this is let me rephrase it. I don't think that this is a problem that the province needs to solve. It's more a localized problem for where the populations are increased, where these laws don't exist. So the creation of this bylaw, I feel, will be helpful to the city of Calgary to combat this. And I feel like with the stiffer penalties, if Edmonton follows suit, we would start to see similarities in compliance.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm going to look to see if there are any other speakers online or in person who'd like to speak to this item. Seeing and hearing none, we'll close the public portion on this item. And for those who are listening online, you can hang up or mute and just and listen to the live stream. Thank you so much. Quickly, before we just jump into questions of administration, Councillor Carra wanted to ask a question about our timing.
Yeah, I would like to actually pile on to the motion that I put forward to finish this item before the break and just suggest we finish the agenda before the break.
For context, there are no registered public speakers for the last 2 items, and I'm also concerned about quorum. So, any opposed? Just to finish the agenda. Seeing and hearing none, we will suspend the break until the end. We're just going to finish the agenda.
Eschew the break.
That is, so Councillor Demong, you're up first.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure which detective officer I'm asking, but Mr. Leach from the Towing Recovery Association of Alberta suggested that some of the problem is migrating from Eastern Canada. Is this something that you are aware of? Is this something that you're actually So
So there are ongoing criminal investigations into these towing companies, so I can't speak to too many specificities about it. However, I can say that there are tow truck operators who are directly linked to the issues that are stemming out of Ontario.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you so much. I see Mr. Swin jumped in for a clarification, so please jump in now.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify one point about the fine amount. The Municipal Government Act imposes a ceiling of $10,000 for bylaw fines. However, the City of Calgary Charter does contain a mechanism by which council can declare an offence egregious in certain circumstances and impose a fine of up to $100,000. Now, I can't speak to that process in any sort of detail because we've never actually done that. But I wanted to just mention that that is available. The other point I would make is we cannot do it as part of this report or this bylaw amendment because doing so would take a charter bylaw, which would need to be advertised and go to public hearing. So it's not, I guess, on the table now, but it does exist. What I would suggest in the circumstances is if committee is supportive of what's proposed here, and ultimately council is as well, potentially pass the bylaw as proposed, and then obviously we would monitor the situation. And if the $10,000 fine isn't a sufficient deterrent, potentially come back with that option down the line. Just wanted to plant the seed, but I want to make a clarification with the fine amounts.
Thank you. I like options.
Thank you so much. That brings me to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. One of the presenters spoke to just some clarity in the bylaw around sort of those secondary vehicles that would be supporting with traffic enforcement and safety. If we did need to make any changes, I'm assuming we can do those between now and council and bring an amendment after first reading. I'm also looking at Mr. Swin probably for that.
I apologize, I didn't catch all of your question.
That's totally fine. If we were to make any changes to the proposed bylaw now, we have time to do that between now and council and bring those amendments after first reading. And it would just be to address some of the concerns around those secondary vehicles to make sure there's clarity.
Yeah, what I'd suggest if we want to look at this a little closer between now and council, sort of work through it and then we'll prepare a motion that would be done at council before second reading. Absolutely.
Great. I know that Councillor Dumont will absolutely do that. Yeah. So. No, very good. That's it. That was my only question. Thank you.
I think Ms. Kearns wants to jump in as well.
I did want to add that I did seek some clarity from the bylaw writer who indicated that our definition does capture vehicles, any vehicle that is equipped to tow other vehicles, and the prohibition would not prevent these ancillary vehicles from attending the scene.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Proceeding on the questions I asked the Towing Association, in terms of the different combinations of driver, owner, operator, company, broker, these fines are tagged to who?
So the bylaw currently reads, if a vehicle is involved in an offense referred to in this bylaw, the owner of that vehicle is guilty of an offense. And then the attachment is drafted in such a way that it's the owner or the operator of the towing service vehicle. So it's written in such a way that if they are the operator, they would receive the fine, but in the absence of that, if there was an investigation happening after the fact, you could charge the owner of the vehicle. I look to law just to clarify that that is accurate.
Hi, good afternoon. Maggie Burlington with Law. That is correct. So currently the offense reads operator. There is a general provision in the traffic bylaw whereby vehicles that are involved in offenses under the bylaw, the owners also can be held liable for those offenses.
Okay, so if you're taking the driver, for the lack of a better term, the person who actually was a perpetrator of this predatory behavior, tagging to them, are you tagging them as an individual or tagging them as part of a, perhaps their driver's license, or like what is that public document, if I can use that term? Is it the driver's license you're tagging them with a fine, or like what is it? Is it a city license? Business license, like?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Councillor Wong.
If we were tagging them with a $10,000 fine, whatever the fine is, Does it go to Terry Wong? Does it go to Terry Wong's driver's license? Does it go to Terry Wong's business license? Like, is there?
We issue the VTs to the operator. So we would issue, it'd be like getting a ticket for anything else. If you got a ticket for speeding, we would issue it to Councillor Wong.
Yeah.
You would issue that to Councillor Wong. If the election is to issue the VT to the owner under the bylaw, then I believe it would go to the registered business. But I can confirm that.
Okay. So again, just follow up the bouncing ball, if you don't mind. So I'm a driver. I happen to be driving on behalf of ABC Company. ABC Company is, let's say, has a lease, not whatever, a contract with XYZ Company. Who's the company? Okay. I do this. Who's paying? Me? The person I leased, I'm contracted to the car, or the car that's operating under the company. That's what I'm trying to get at. Who's the bouncing ball? Who's paying? Because the reason I say that is I could say I did it because the driver, the owner of the vehicle, told me to do it. Because he wants to collect a fee. He wants to collect. I'm using the vehicle, but he wants to collect from me. So therefore, I could say, well, he told me to do it, and therefore he should pay for it. And vice versa, they could say, well, no, the company told me to do it, and there's a line of deniability that could exist. So that's what I'm trying to get, is make sure we're clear to who we're tagging this fine to.
The provisions of the bylaw allow for either the driver or the owner. Okay. The reason you always include the owner is you may never ID the driver. You might have even seen him at the scene, but you never got a driver's license from him or anything like that. So then all you have is the license plate on the vehicle and you charge the owner. If you get the individual, you can still charge both the individual and the registered owner, which kind of covers both bases. And at the end of the day, at the end of a trial, it may come out exactly who was doing what in this scenario. So, and I think your last part of it had to do with once a fine has been assessed by the court, then it gets registered at the Alberta registries, and then it does turn into a problem for an individual trying to renew their driver's license or somebody trying to renew their vehicle registration. So at the end of the day, it could end up in either place.
Okay.
But we need to have the registered owner in there because the chances of IDing the driver are minimal in some cases.
Fair enough. And again, I go back to when 30 years ago, trust me, it was very loose as to my formal obligation to the guy that owned the truck, less loose between there to the owner, and so on and so forth.
Well, and bear in mind, too, there's a right to remain silent, right? So we will never hear, likely at the accident scene, exactly what the driver's story is. You won't hear it until you get into the prosecution of the actual offense, in which case you need to have charged both entities to get to the bottom of that.
Right. So one part of it is the predator behavior of picking up the vehicle. The other story we hear is what happens in the impound lot. Now, again, the driver's not responsible for the impound lot. He just brings a car there, right?
Yes, bear in mind that what this bylaw deals with, though, is only the activities at the accident scene.
So all the I will say inappropriate behavior at an impound lot is not considered here.
It could be considered in a variety of ways, not by this bylaw, but there is fraud, there is false pretenses, there is, could even go possibly personation, and certainly there's civil remedies. If your vehicle is being held and you shouldn't have to pay, there's Garageman's Lien Act that you can take action under. That would be civil. But this bylaw is merely meant to keep the tow truck from stopping in the first place at the roadside.
Yeah, okay. Okay. The other, I guess the last part of the question is, if the victim falls prey to this, pays the charges associated with this, we find the fellow, we find him guilty, does the victim get recovery of those dollars?
There are provisions for orders at the time of conviction. A victim could come forward and ask to be made whole by the court at that time. If it doesn't work at that time, there would be civil remedies after that.
So the victim would have to make a request to do that?
Yeah, they make an application.
It's not part of our, we couldn't order the restitution?
We can't order it, but the victim at the trial can ask the court to impose that.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Scrolling through. Councillor Demong.
Thank you again, Chair. Before I actually move this, I want to throw some credit to someone that deserves it. My assistant, Devin Elkin, has been absolutely critical in putting this notice of motion together, as you can see by the nodding of the gentleman in front here and the lady. It's also as a result of his work on the catalytic converter notice of motion that we did last year. So I just really wanted to acknowledge his work on this and the fact that he's done some really good work here. Committee and Chair, I am incredibly proud of our administration for getting through this bylaw prepared in coordination with our first responders so quickly. This is a problem that we are now aware of. We have a solution in front of us. I encourage you all to vote yes. That's it. It's very simple.
Thank you. Seeing no debate, I take it you're closed. To Eastcraft, please. We moved quick, so.
Please, having some issues. The vote's open now. Thanks. Councillor Penner, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Please display the votes.
It's not displaying, but the motion was carried 6-0.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That motion is carried 6-0. Councilor Penner is going remote, so just a reminder for everybody, I'm slim on quorum. So thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it. Committee, we have 2 items left. They are, we will find out if we have any registered public speakers, but hopefully we can be respectful of everybody's time, especially the clerks for foregoing their break as well with us. So with that said, 7.3 is proposed 2025 special tax bylaw to support the landscape maintenance services delivered by community organizations. It's not as smooth as predatory tow trucks, but when you're ready, come on down. Yeah, well, we'll give everybody a second to exit because the doors get loud.
Fair enough.
Thank you so much. That's what we're doing. Oh, sorry, we're wrong presentation, but we're getting there. Thank you so much. So, Allison Fifield?
Yep.
The floor is yours.
Perfect. Hopefully I can be relatively quick with this. It's that time of year again. I'm here to bring you the 2025 Special Tax Bylaw, 1M 2025. My name's Allison Fifield, Community Parks Initiatives Lead for Parks and Open Spaces. Purpose of this report is to provide recommendations to approve the 2025 Special Tax Bylaw that acts as a funding mechanism for communities that directly invest into the boulevards, parks, and open spaces in their neighborhoods. Next slide. Previous council direction, council has passed a special tax bylaw for this purpose. For a number of years, it was formalized in 2002, and the reason I'm here today is the MGA mandates that council must approve this bylaw annually. Next slide. Recommendations are that the CDC forward this report to March 18th regular meeting of council, and that recommend to council give the 3 readings to the proposed 2025 special tax bylaw 1M 2025, which is attachment 2. Next slide. Council has the authority to approve and apply a special tax bylaw to raise revenue for a specific service or purpose, including a boulevard tax, a recreational service tax under Section 382 of the Municipal Government Act. Approval of the special tax bylaw allows communities to raise funds for activities related to enhanced landscape maintenance and activities in boulevards, around streets, parks, and snow removal on pathways. The funds collected through this levy may be used for services or activities beyond the minimum standards that the city provides. This can include additional mowing, trimming, tree well, shrub, flower bed maintenance, litter control, snow and ice removal. These services and activities are executed in each community where they had an initial community-wide petition. Next slide. As you'll see in the chart, I feel like this microphone's funny, sorry. As you'll see in the chart, there are currently 12 communities that utilize special tax levy under the bylaw to generate the funds for these enhanced levels of maintenance. Special tax bylaw communities make up less than half of all the communities that participate in the ELM program. Those communities that do not utilize special tax levy as a funding mechanism use encumbrances registered against property titles, and the city is not involved in that process. There is currently one community, Mackenzie Lake, that collects funds solely for the purpose of snow and ice removal. If special tax bylaw is approved today, the total additional 2025 investment provided by 26,845 property owners is just a little bit over $1.7 million. Next slide, please. The special tax levy was put into place as an equity tool, allowing communities that do not have the ability to generate their own funds the opportunity to collect funds. Special tax levies contribute to the overall organizational health of community partners by providing a mechanism for sustainable funding to deliver landscape maintenance services. Special tax levy also contributes to the local economy by supporting community partners to hire local businesses, contractors, and/or staff and source products locally. Special tax levies provide an avenue for locally generated funds to be invested into city parks and open spaces. Next slide. So I'd ask that CDC consider the recommendations, and if you have any, that concludes my remarks for today. So if you have any questions, feel free.
Thank you so much for being here. I'll pause to see if there are any public speakers on this item in person and online. Seeing and hearing none, we'll close that portion of this item, and we'll go to questions of administration. First in the queue is Councillor Craw.
Yeah, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but I'm always very sympathetic to the debate that has been made in the past, which is that, you know, for a much smaller amount of money applied to everybody, everyone could get this level of service. And that is the kind of debate that's been made by everyone from people like Brian Pincott to Councillor Chabot. The difference, I think, is that we are now sort of sitting in the context of a city that has committed to equity a lot more explicitly, committed to addressing some of the gaps that exist between have and have not communities. And I'm wondering at what point and what the mechanism would be to review what we have before us. I'm not going to stand in the way of what we have. It's a program we offer. People take advantage of it. But at what point and in what way do we sort of have a conversation with ourselves about whether this is the way to go on a move forward basis?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Craw. It's actually an excellent question. We will be back here to bring our current council policy that oversees this work in April. And once we've completed that work, our plan is to review these programs. And so we have plans to engage council, plans to engage community. That is our opportunity once we've kind of removed that council policy and allowed ourselves to have a little bit more flexibility in how we manage that program and what it looks like. That's the plan.
That's a great answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Carra. I believe next in the queue is Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple quick questions. In 2016, I was the one that actually put together for Edgemont at the time, and we had a petition process or circulation process. Has that changed any?
It has not. That is actually one of the things that we're looking at as well. Since we put these rules in place for the special tax levy, we haven't had a new community join, which to Councillor Carra's point, there's some barriers there. And so that's one of the things we hope to look at.
Okay. The other question is, you made reference to snow removal, and Mackenzie Lake is, I think, the only one.
Yeah.
The snow removal, you made reference to removing snow on pathways, right? I recall back in 2021, October, November, when we did budget adjustments, we gave mobility $1 million to clear pathways. So is this the same charge or different charge?
Different charge. So I believe I would have to defer to mobility, but I know that they do a lot of work in this area as well. But these are very specific areas that the city wouldn't have done that Mackenzie Lake has picked up because it's a priority for their people.
Great, thank you. That was it.
Councillor Demong.
My colleague said something about for a lot less money we could do this citywide. How does that work?
I understand the concept behind that. I struggle sometimes because Mackenzie Lake, for instance, it's $5. And then we have communities that it's $255, and so per property. So it really depends. One of the nice things I think about this is the communities pick their priorities and they determine what it is they want to do with that and what the funds look like for that work.
Thank you. So how would this differ than, say, 10 neighbors that live on the same block going to hire a snow clearer guy, landscaper, to do the lawns and do the snow clearing on an annual basis?
Very similar.
Okay. So I've heard the complaints, I've heard the concerns. Committee, I just don't understand. This is a group of people that have determined they want a certain outcome and they're willing to pay for it. So why would we in any way, shape or form try and change that? I'll be happy to move this if nobody else wants to.
I'm seeing and hearing no one else, so up to you to move.
I think I just made my opening.
All right, well, looking to see if there is any debate. Seeing and hearing none, I'll just jump in quickly. As Councillor Carra was making his point, I was doing like quick math. I think, if my memory serves, Calgary has about 151 communities.
More like 180, I think.
Yeah, give or take, right? So the numbers, if I use 150, and it's inaccurate, but like I use 150. Just by dividing kind of the averages and assuming that everyone's going to choose something different, I think the total is going to be just under $20 million for the entire city to be a part of this program. The only counter argument to yours is that simultaneous to this conversation about these communities joining together to pay for a service they want, we are equally, on the other side, actively complaining about the level of service that the city provides. And so in several different areas of the city, we are actively commenting that its service levels are not where we want them to be, not where they deserve to be. And so the difference here, of course, is that we can ask communities volunteer to pay for these services themselves, or if we as a city have determined that this is not the standard that we want, we could also pay for it ourselves. But I think that your argument, Councillor Demong, is absolutely true if we also thought our service standards were perfect. And that if someone wanted higher than our service standard, that's up to them. But if we agree that our service standard is not up to par for what we expect for our citizens, which is what we hear when we did snow and ice control and we upped the budget there, it's what we hear around waste management, I think that maybe is the nuance that is missing. However, in the absence of, I can't complain about someone wanting to pay for the services they want if the city's not doing it. So that is all my debate. Back to you. I don't see anybody else.
Closed.
To eScribe, please.
Clerk Penner, your vote, please. We'll mark her as absent. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display them. That is carried 5-0. Just in case, if Councillor Penner is having connection challenges, just so you know, committee, we're at bare quorum with one item left. So thank you so much. And that brings us to 7.4, transition to extended producer responsibility.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is Julie Radke. I'm Director of Waste and Recycling Services. I'm joined here today by Melanie Cook, Manager of Business Strategy and Programs, Sharon Howland, Leader of Program Management, Maria Wolf's Extended Producer Responsibility Operational Readiness Lead, and Douglas Ollie, Economic Strategist, as well as colleagues from law. We're here today to present recommendations to enable the transition to the provincial Extended Producer Responsibility System. Next slide, please. Today, it's recommended that the Community Development Committee recommend that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw to amend the waste bylaw to reduce the monthly Blue Cart program charge and enable extended producer responsibility implementation in Calgary, and direct administration to evaluate changes as a result of extended producer responsibility, assess options to update waste and recycling's rate structure, and report back to Council no later than Q2 2026. Next slide, please. Extended producer responsibility is a Government of Alberta policy that shifts responsibility for collecting, sorting, processing, and recycling materials to producers, which includes brand owners, manufacturers, and large retailers, and away from local governments. Some provinces across Canada have already implemented extended producer responsibility, and others are in various stages in transitioning to extended producer responsibility. Alberta's extended producer responsibility system will cover 3 streams of materials: packaging and paper products, what we know as blue cart materials, hazardous and special products, some of what we call household hazardous waste, and single-use and rechargeable household batteries. Extended producer responsibility will come into effect on April 1st, 2025 for these categories. Extended producer responsibility for packaging and paper products for multifamily developments is a future phase of implementation planned for October of 2026. Waste and Recycling Services have worked closely with the province and producers through producer responsibility organizations to support the design of a robust system. We've advocated and negotiated to achieve positive service, financial, and recycling outcomes for Calgarians. Next slide, please. Roles and responsibilities will change when extended producer responsibility is implemented in April. As a municipality, the city has been actively advocating for strong regulations since this work began. Regulatory and oversight roles will shift from Council to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas and its designated oversight body, the Alberta Recycling Management Authority. Producers of packaging and paper products and hazardous and special products will be responsible for funding the recycling systems of materials covered under the regulations. Waste and Recycling Services will receive funding from producers to operate the recycling collection systems in Calgary and will reduce the Blue Cart monthly fee to pass the financial benefit on to ratepayers. Producer responsibility organizations, or PROs, are nonprofit organizations that help producers meet their obligations to extended producer responsibility. They are responsible for designing and managing collection and processing systems on behalf of producers to meet these regulatory requirements. These organizations will be responsible for program design and delivery. These changing roles and responsibilities make the city's advocacy and collaboration very important to achieve the best outcomes for Calgarians. In the future, program design will no longer be our responsibility. Continued collaboration with provincial bodies and PROs will be essential to achieving and continually improving outcomes for Calgarians and Albertans. We've worked particularly closely with Alberta municipalities and the City of Edmonton to amplify advocacy efforts. We've invested and have been successful in developing productive relationships with the province, the Alberta Recycling Management Authority, and producer responsibility organizations to ensure a strong voice for Calgary and other municipalities moving forward. Next slide, please. The primary benefit of extended producer responsibility for Calgarians will be a lower Blue Cart program charge that they'll see on their monthly NMAX bill. The city has advocated and negotiated strongly to achieve a seamless service transition for Calgarians and ensure they continue to experience the same high service levels they currently receive. Waste and Recycling will continue to collect Blue Cart materials the same way as we do now, and Calgarians will continue to be able to access the same drop-off locations for recyclables and household hazardous waste. The provincial extended producer responsibility system is intended to lead to more efficient, effective, and consistent recycling across Alberta. It aims to motivate producers to design and produce less packaging waste, choose materials that are easier to recycle, and take advantage of economies of scale to make recycling more effective and efficient. Waste and Recycling Services will continue to advocate for a strong system that meets the needs of Calgarians and continually improves over time, building on the productive relationships already formed with the Government of Alberta, their oversight body, Alberta Recycling Management Authority, and producer responsibility organizations. Next slide, please. As a result of the province's extended producer responsibility legislation, funding from producers for the Blue Cart collection service and savings made from shifting processing responsibilities to producers totals approximately $40 million and will be passed on to Calgarians through a reduced monthly Blue Cart program charge starting on April 1st. Recommended reductions in monthly charges are $7.17 per month for 2025 and $7.35 per month for 2026. A small monthly charge continues to be required because there are some parts of Calgary's current service that producers are not obligated to fund. Waste and Recycling will monitor the financial outcomes of extended producer responsibility and, if appropriate, adjust rates in the future. Waste and Recycling will seek approval for the necessary net zero operating budget adjustments resulting from this funding change as part of this year's budget adjustments in November. Funding received for the collection of hazardous and special products will result in a relinquishment of some tax support, which will also be included in the next adjustments to service plans and budgets. Work on hazardous and special products and work with their producer organizations is ongoing at this time. Extended producer responsibility presents a significant change to Waste and Recycling's rate structure, including how costs are allocated. Once extended producer responsibility is implemented and financial implications are better understood, Waste and Recycling plans to investigate options to update, clarify, and simplify its rate structure. The provincial extended producer responsibility system is new for all parties involved, and delivering waste collection services in the system will be a new experience for Waste and Recycling Services. We will closely monitor the transition and provide a progress update to Council no later than Q2 2026, including an update on plans for extended producer responsibility for multifamily developments. Next slide, please. In closing, the recommendations are that the Community Development Committee recommend that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw to amend the waste bylaw to reduce the monthly Blue Cart program charge and enable extended producer responsibility at implementation in Calgary, and direct administration to evaluate changes as a result of extended producer responsibility, assess options to update Waste and Recycling's rate structure, and report back to Council no later than Q2 2026. Thank you, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. First, just in case, is there anyone online who'd like to speak to item 7.4? Seeing and hearing none, I'll close that portion of this item, and we'll look to Councillor Dollywell for a question for administration.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for clarification. I had this question asked by residents. It's good that this is happening. The question they had for me was, how is this going to work? I mean, the clarification they're asking is that at the end of the day, there will be cost that somehow, some way, will be transferred down to the consumer. Have you seen any empirical evidence that that has happened? And what other jurisdictions use this modeling? And the third one is, what indication do we have that if that increase does happen, what is the magnitude of that? Like, for instance, when we go and buy soft drink, we pay 25 cents for the bottle deposit and so on and so on. Just a little bit clarification for residents. That's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I'll try to tackle those in a couple of parts. First, I'll just say that for us, and first and foremost, the intention of the legislation is to encourage producers to make choices in the packaging that they use that lead to more efficient systems in the long run. We have empirically started to see some of those changes, and if you notice, choosing different materials for packaging, such as moving away from styrofoam, which is a difficult product to manage, to molded cardboard, those types of things. So we're seeing some of that. In terms of cost being passed on from producers, what we do know is that these systems have been in place in other provinces for some time and more recently, and so it's not been something that's been noticeable. However, if it is happening, it has sort of already been happening and on a much larger level. The producers that are most impacted by this are large, kind of across the nation type types of producers. And they are looking, from everything we can see, again, empirically, to try to make the system as efficient as they can versus looking to just pass on costs.
Thank you. Sorry, other question of clarification. Residents are not going to see any changes to the blue card pickup schedule. It will stay the way it is. Frequency will stay the way it is, right?
That's correct. Yes, it will remain as is. And as we said, one of the goals we had from the very beginning was to make sure that this transition was seamless for the people receiving the service.
Great. Thank you so much for answering all the questions. And thank you, Councillor Demong, for starting all this back in 2018. Thank you.
Over to you, Councillor Demong.
Thank you. One question I do have, how are we going to deal with online purchases? Or have we kind of thought that one through yet?
Well, I would say in terms of our role in the new system, we are primarily now a service provider. But that is certainly a question that would be more for the regulation side of things, and something that from the municipality perspective, we can continue to ask those questions and advocate for to make sure there's that clarity. Those producers, however, would fall under this regulation.
So somebody like an Amazon would fall under the regulations and have to deal with any packaging that they brought in?
That's correct, yes.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, no other questions. I'm happy to move it, but prior to moving it, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that our administration, these four ladies in their department, have done an absolutely amazing job fighting for Calgarians and for Albertans by changing the way the Pro is going to be dealing with drop-off locations, and for the amount of service, the actual service we get will be better than what was originally offered. So kudos to you and your team. You've done a spectacular job. Well done. Now, I just want to say, committee, this represents a turning point in recycling in this province. We are finally going to have a standardized list of materials province-wide that will get processed by the producers themselves. Hopefully in due time, that standardized list will become national. I would like to thank Ministers Nixon and Schultz for helping me get this across the finish line. Other notable assistance was from Jason London, past City of Calgary employee, Jody Tomitian, advisor extraordinaire, Christina Seidel, President of Recycle Council of Alberta, and many, many others. Far too long of a list to try to name individually at this point. But to all that have been involved, thank you. As far as organizations, said Recycle Council of Alberta and Alberta municipalities have been absolutely key in helping move this forward. All in all, this is a very, very good news story for Calgarians and all Albertans, as this will lead us into a better environmental situation regarding higher recycling rates, less going to landfills, and hopefully via the producers, a far less complex list of recycling products. The fact that it's going to lower fees paid by all Albertans is really just the icing on the cake. Moved.
Seeing no debate, back to you to close.
Oh, my close, that's even bigger. Closed.
Thank you so much. To e-scribe, please.
Councillor Penner, are you on the line? Yeah, let's just mark her as absent. All the votes are in.
Please display the vote.
Chair, I am here.
Oh, there you go. Can we recast the vote? Thank you so much.
Shut down. I shut down e-scribe. I thought we were done. Coming back. Go ahead.
It's dramatic. There we go.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Penner, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All the votes are in now.
Please display the votes. That's carried 6-0. Thank you, everyone. Councillor Carra, can I look to you for an adjournment? No. Councillor Wong, can I look to you for an adjournment? Thank you. Councillor Wong moves for adjournment. Any opposed? Seeing and hearing none, we are done.